Story 1. During my vasectomy consultation, the doctor pulled me aside. "I need to tell you something about your blood work." "What is it?" He looked uncomfortable. "You are sterile. You've been your entire life." "But I have 3 kids." Just then my elder son called me, "Dad, Mom, she's making us." The vinyl chairs in Dr. Morrison's office were the kind that stuck to your legs in summer. James Caldwell had been sitting in one for 20 minutes, filling out forms about family medical history, questions that now felt like they'd been written in a foreign language. His hand trembled slightly as he checked the box marked vasectomy consultation. Though the procedure itself seemed like a formality now. At 42, James had what most would call a complete life. 3 kids, Dylan, 15, Kayla, 13, and Marielle, 8, a comfortable house in the suburbs of Charlotte. 20 years with his wife, Marina. He managed a mid-sized architectural firm downtown, designed buildings that would outlast him. The vasectomy was practical. Marina's difficult pregnancies, the strain 3 kids put on their finances, the simple fact that their family felt complete. "Mr. Caldwell," the nurse's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Doctor will see you now." Dr. Morrison was a slight man in his 60s with wire-rimmed glasses and the perpetually concerned expression of someone who delivered too much bad news. He shook James's hand with both of his own, a gesture that immediately set off alarm bells. "James, thank you for coming in. Please sit down. Is there a problem with the procedure?" James asked, settling into the chair across from the desk. "I know there are risks, but Marina and I have discussed. It's not about the vasectomy." Dr. Morrison pulled a folder from his desk drawer, opened it, then closed it again without looking at the contents. "Your blood work came back. Standard panel we run before any surgical procedure." And the doctor's fingers drummed once against the folder. "James, I need to tell you something, and there's no easy way to say this. According to your results, you're sterile. Aoparmia, complete absence of sperm. The markers suggest this is congenital, meaning you've been this way your entire life." The words seemed to arrive in James' ears separately from their meaning. Sterile entire life. He heard them, understood them individually, but couldn't make them form a coherent thought. That's impossible. I have 3 children." Dr. Morrison's expression held steady professional sympathy mixed with something that looked like pity. "I ran the test twice. I even sent it to another lab. James, I'm certain of the results." The office suddenly felt smaller, the air thicker. James' mind raced through possibilities. Medical error, contaminated samples, some condition that developed and resolved itself. But Dr. Morrison's face told him these weren't answers he'd find. "How certain?" James heard himself ask. "Absolute." The word hung between them like a guillotine blade. James stood without meaning to, his legs moving on autopilot. I need some air, James." "Wait." But he was already out the door, past the nurse's station, through the waiting room where a young couple sat filling out the same forms he had. The same lies. The parking lot stretched before him. Acres of sun-baked asphalt that wavered in the afternoon heat. He sat in his car for 10 minutes before his phone rang. Dylan's name flashed on the screen. "Dad." His son's voice was tight, stressed in a way that cut through James' spiral. "Dad, you need to come home." "Mom, she's making us." The line went dead. James tried calling back. Straight to voicemail. He tried Marina's number. Same thing. A text to Dylan went undelivered. The message hanging in digital limbo with a small red exclamation point. Something was very wrong. He drove on instinct. His mind split between Dr. Morrison's revelation and Dylan's panicked call. The 15-minute drive home took 8. He barely registered running a red light or cutting off a delivery truck. The Caldwell house sat on a quiet cul-de-sac, a 2-story colonial with blue shutters that Marina had insisted on repainting last spring. James' own design built 12 years ago when Kayla was still a baby. Now it looked different somehow, like a familiar word repeated until it lost all meaning. Dylan's bike lay on its side in the driveway. The back wheel still spinning slightly. Kayla's shoes were scattered by the front door, which stood open. James' heart rate kicked up. He took the porch steps 2 at a time. Dylan, Caleb, the living room looked like a tornado had passed through. Couch cushions on the floor, picture frames face down. The coffee table pushed against the wall, but it was the silence that unnerved him most. No TV, no music, none of the ambient chaos that came with 3 kids. Marielle, Marina. A crash came from upstairs. James sprinted up, taking the stairs 3 at a time. Dylan's room. The door was locked. "Dylan, open up, Dad." His son's voice muffled. "She's don't let her." Another crash. This one accompanied by Kayla's scream. James threw his shoulder against the door. The frame splintered but held. Second hit. The lock gave way and the door flew open. The scene before him made no sense. Dylan stood in front of the closet, his arms spread wide, protecting something or someone. His lip was bleeding, his shirt torn. Kayla sat on the bed holding Mariel. Both of them crying. And Marina, his wife, stood in the center of the room holding Dylan's baseball bat, her knuckles white around the grip. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes wild with something James had never seen in 20 years of marriage. Rage maybe, or fear. Marina, what the hell? They know, she said, her voice flat and cold. They know everything. Know what? Put down the bat. Don't. She pointed it at him like a weapon. Don't you dare act innocent. I saw your face when you came home. The doctor told you, didn't he? The room tilted. James gripped the door frame. How do you? I've known for 16 years. Marina said, since Dylan was born, and I saw the blood type on his hospital bracelet. AB positive. Euro negative. I'm O positive. She laughed. A sound like breaking glass. Basic biology, James. Impossible odds. Dylan's eyes went wide. Mom, what are you saying? I'm saying your father isn't your father. None of you are his. Marina's voice cracked. And now he knows. And now you know. And everything's ruined. Everything. Kayla made a small wounded sound. Mariel buried his face in his sister's shoulder. James felt the world reorganize itself around this new center of gravity. 20 years. 3 children. Every birthday, every school play, every skin, knee, and bedtime story. Every single moment suddenly suspect. Retroactively poisoned. Who? The question came out as barely a whisper. Marina laughed again. That same terrible sound. Does it matter? You want to know which one? Dylan is Roy's. Kayla is Logan's. Mariel is Sterling's happy now. Roy Hardy, his former best friend from college, the one who disappeared from their lives after Dylan was born, said he'd gotten a job in Seattle. Logan Nichols, Marina's ex-boyfriend from high school, who'd shown up at their wedding looking like he'd swallowed nails. Sterling Schwartz, their neighbor who'd moved away 8 years ago, citing personal reasons. The pieces fell into place with the weight of tombstones. Get out, James said quietly. This is my house, too. Get out. The roar came from somewhere primal, somewhere James didn't know existed inside him. You have 5 minutes to take whatever you can carry and leave, or I call the police and tell them you just assaulted our. He choked on the word. These children, Dylan's bleeding. You locked them in here. Marina's face cycled through emotions. Defiance, fear, calculation. She looked at the kids, then back at James. Whatever she saw in his expression made her decision. You'll regret this, she said, but she was already moving toward the door. You have no idea what you're doing. For minutes, she left, and James heard her footsteps thundering down the stairs, the slam of dresser drawers, the jingle of car keys. He didn't move until he heard her car start, the engine rev, the squeal of tires as she peeled out of the driveway. Only then did he look at the 3 kids huddled together on Dylan's bed. 3 kids who weren't his biologically. 3 kids who just had their world shattered. Dylan with his bleeding lip and protective stance. Kayla with tears streaming down her face. Mariel, too young to fully understand, but old enough to know everything had changed. Dad. Dylan's voice was small. Are you going to leave us, too? The question hit like a physical blow. James crossed the room and pulled all 3 of them into his arms, holding them so tightly he could feel their heartbeats against his chest. Never, he said into Dylan's hair. You hear me? Never. I don't care about blood. I don't care about DNA. You're mine and I'm yours, and that's not changing. They stayed like that for a long time. The 4 of them holding each other while the sun moved across the floor and the house settled around them. James' mind was already working, already planning. Marina had betrayed him in the worst way possible, but she'd made a critical error. She'd shown her hand too soon, and James Caldwell was very good at long-term planning. The days following Marina's departure passed in a strange suspended reality. James took personal leave from the firm, citing a family emergency, which was true enough that no one questioned it. He spent the first 48 hours simply keeping the household running. Meals, homework, bedtimes. The routine helped. Gave them all something to hold on to while the ground shifted beneath their feet. On the 3rd day, James sat at the kitchen table with his laptop and a legal pad, waiting for the kids to leave for school. Dylan had insisted on going back immediately. Some teenage need to maintain normally. Kayla had agreed after an extra day home. Mariel clung a bit longer but followed his siblings' lead. The house felt cavernous in their absence. James opened his laptop and began researching. Not divorce law that would come later. Not custody battles or DNA tests. He already knew the truth, and so did Marina. What he needed was information on the three men who had fathered his children. Roy Hardy was easy to find. The job in Seattle had been real, but Roy hadn't lasted long in the tech sector. According to LinkedIn, he bounced between startups before landing at a venture capital firm in Portland 5 years ago. Married, 2 kids of his own, James stared at Roy's profile photo, still the same easy smile he remembered from college, the one that had charmed professors and talked them out of countless parking tickets. Logan Nichols was harder to track. No social media presence, no professional profiles. James had to dig through old newspapers and public records before finding him. Logan had stayed in Charlotte working construction and bouncing between jobs. Multiple addresses over the years, mostly apartments in cheaper parts of town, a DUI from 2019, an assault charge that was later dropped. Sterling Schwartz had done well for himself. Real estate development. According to his company website, married to Patrice Clay, a lawyer, no kids listed, though Sterling's bio mentioned his love of mentoring young people and coaching youth soccer. The hypocrisy made James' jaw clench. His phone buzz. An unknown number. He considered ignoring it, then answered, "Mr. Caldwell, this is Amber Becker from Thornton Family Law. Your wife retained our services yesterday. We're calling to inform you that Mrs. Caldwell is filing for divorce and full custody of the 3 minor children. You should expect to be served with papers within the week." James sat down his pen very carefully. "Full custody?" "Yes, sir. Mrs. Caldwell has made serious allegations regarding your fitness as a parent. She's also requesting the marital home, full child support, and alimony. I'm calling as a professional courtesy to suggest you obtain legal representation immediately." "What allegations?" "I'm not at liberty to discuss the details, but I'd recommend you speak with an attorney as soon as possible." A pause. "Mr. Caldwell, I'll be frank with you. I've been doing this for 20 years. Whatever's happening in your marriage, those kids need stability. I hope you'll keep their best interests in mind." The call ended before James could respond. He sat staring at his phone, Marina's strategy crystallizing in his mind. She was going on the offensive, painting herself as the victim, using the children as weapons. Full custody meant she could control the narrative, control his access, control everything. It was bold. It was vicious. It was a mistake. James made his first call to Bruce Walker, an attorney who'd helped with the firm's contracts over the years. Bruce listened to a carefully edited version of events. The sterility diagnosis, the revelation, Marina's attack on the children, then whistled low. "James, I'm a corporate guy. You need Nicholas Herta, best family law attorney in Charlotte, maybe in North Carolina. He's expensive, but if what you're telling me is true, you're going to need him." The second call was to Nicholas Herta's office. The receptionist tried to schedule a consultation for the following week. James told her he'd pay double for an emergency appointment today. Money, he'd learned in 20 years of architecture, could make almost anything happen. Office occupied the top floor of a steel and glass building downtown. The kind of aggressive modernity that James usually avoided designing. The attorney himself was younger than expected, maybe 35, with the kind of sharp suit and sharper eyes that suggested he didn't lose often. "Mr. Caldwell, my retainer is $50,000. Is that going to be a problem?" "No." "Good. Now tell me everything, and I mean everything. Things you think are irrelevant, things you're embarrassed about, things you think make you look bad. I can't help you if I'm surprised in court." James told him all of it. Dr. Morrison's revelation, Marina's confession, the names of the biological fathers, Marina's assault on the children. He showed Herta the photos he'd taken of Dylan's split lip, the broken closet door, the damaged room. Herta took notes on a yellow legal pad, his expression neutral. When James finished, the attorney sat back and steepled his fingers. "Okay, here's what's going to happen. Marina's attorney called this morning trying to intimidate you, make you panic, maybe do something stupid. That's standard practice. What's not standard is that she's alleging you're an unfit parent while simultaneously admitting, I assume she admitted this, that you're not the biological father of any of the children. She told all of us, me and the kids. That's incredibly stupid on her part." Herta made another note. "North Carolina is a pure no-fault divorce state, but adultery is still a factor in alimony determinations. And if she's requesting full custody while you're the only legal father, did you sign the birth certificates?" "All 3. Then legally, you're their father. Biology doesn't matter. She committed paternity fraud. And if we can prove she knew from the beginning, that goes to her character. Add in the assault on Dylan and we've got a strong case. Where to lean forward. But here's what you need to understand. James' family court is unpredictable. Judges have broad discretion. If Marina gets the right judge on the right day, she could spin this as a mother desperately protecting her children from a father who just discovered they're not biologically his. That's insane. I would never. I believe you. But we need to prove it. I want you to document everything. Every interaction with the kids, every meal, every homework assignment. I want character witnesses who can testify to your relationship with Dylan, Kayla, and Meryl. I want medical records showing you've been their father in every meaningful way for their entire lives. Done. I also want you to think very carefully about whether you want to pursue any legal action against the biological fathers. James had been thinking about nothing else. What are my options? Honestly, not many. You could potentially sue for intentional infliction of emotional distress, but that's a high bar. You'd need to prove they knowingly participated in the fraud. Did they know about the children? I don't know. Roy disappeared. Logan showed up at our wedding looking angry. Sterling coached Mariel's soccer team for a year before moving away. James paused. He coached his own son's soccer team. That might be enough for Sterling, but it's circumstantial. The bigger question is, what do you want, James? Revenge, money, justice? Because those are three different things, and you need to decide which matters most. James thought about Dylan bleeding, Kayla crying, Mariel too young to understand why his world was ending. He thought about 20 years of lies, of Marina crawling into bed next to him every night, knowing exactly what she'd done. He thought about Roy, Logan, and Sterling living their lives while he'd raised their children. Paid for their children, loved their children. All three, he said quietly. We're to smile for the first time. Then we're going to get along just fine. The restraining order hearing was scheduled for the following Tuesday. Marina's attorney had filed an emergency motion claiming James had threatened her, that she feared for her safety and the safety of the children. It was a transparent, tactical move. Keep James away from the house and kids while she consolidated her position. Was ready. The courtroom was smaller than James expected, more bureaucratic than dramatic. Judge Natalia Wall presided, a black woman in her 50s with reading glasses and an expression that suggested she'd heard every lie and excuse ever invented. Marina sat at the plaintiff's table with Amber Becker, wearing a conservative dress and minimal makeup, playing the part of frightened wife perfectly. James noticed Dylan sitting in the back row. His son met his eyes and nodded once deliberately. Support. Miss Becker, your client is requesting an emergency protective order based on allegations that Mr. Caldwell made verbal threats following a domestic dispute. Is that correct? Judge Wall's voice carried the particular weariness of someone who'd seen this exact script too many times. Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Caldwell feared for her safety and the safety of her 3 children after Mr. Caldwell became violent when she asked him to leave the marital home. Wera stood smoothly. Your Honor, if I may, Mrs. Caldwell has reversed the chronology of events. My client returned home to find his wife had locked their 3 children in a bedroom and assaulted their 15-year-old son with a baseball bat. We have photographs of Dylan Caldwell's injuries, a statement from Dylan himself, and phone records showing Dylan called his father in distress moments before Mr. Caldwell arrived. Judge Wall's eyebrows rose. Miss Becker, Your Honor, Mrs. Caldwell was attempting to discipline her children after discovering they'd been hiding concerning information about their father's behavior. She hit me with a bat. Dylan's voice rang out from the back row while I was protecting my brother and sister from her. The courtroom went silent. Judge Wolf fixed Dylan with a stern look. Young man, you'll have an opportunity to testify if called. Until then, I'd like to call Dylan Caldwell to testify. Your Honor, Herta said, this is a hearing, not a trial. But given that the protective order directly affects him and his siblings, I believe his testimony is relevant. Judge Wall considered and nodded. Bailiff swear in the witness. Dylan walked to the stand with his shoulders back, chin up. The bruise on his jaw had faded to a greenish yellow, but it was still visible. He swore to tell the truth with a steady voice. Kept it simple. Dylan, tell the court what happened on the day in question. Mom was acting weird all morning. She kept asking me and my sister and brother these strange questions about Dad, about whether we felt safe with him, stuff like that. Then she got a phone call and just lost it. She started screaming that Dad knew that we'd all find out that everything was ruined. She made us go upstairs, then locked us in my room. When I tried to leave, she pushed me back. That's when I called Dad. What happened after you called your father? Mom grabbed my baseball bat from the closet. She was yelling that we didn't understand, that Dad would leave us, that she was protecting us. Mariel started crying, and when Kayla tried to comfort him, Mom swung the bat. I got in the way. Your mother hit you with the bat. She was aiming for the door, I think. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, she hit me. Split my lip. Then Dad came home and made her leave. Has your father ever threatened you or your siblings? Never. Has your father ever been violent with you? He gave me a spanking when I was 8 for stealing from a store. That's it. One last question, Dylan. Do you want to live with your father? Yes. So, do Kayla and Mariel. We already talked about it. Ms. Becker's cross-examination was brief and ineffective. She tried to suggest Dylan was lying to protect his father, but the boy's composure didn't crack. When he stepped down, he walked back to his seat without looking at his mother. Marina took the stand next. Under Becker's questioning, she painted a picture of a man who'd become increasingly distant, who'd undergone a personality change after visiting the doctor who'd ordered her out of her own home with threats of violence. Whereas cross-examination was surgical. Mrs. Caldwell, were you aware that your husband is sterile and has been his entire life? Marina's eyes went wide. That's private medical information. It's relevant to the protective order, Your Honor. Mrs. Caldwell's state of mind on the day in question directly relates to her actions. Judge Wall nodded. Answer the question, Mrs. Caldwell. Yes, I knew. How long have you known? A pause. 16 years. And in those 16 years, how many affairs did you have? Objection. Becker shot to her feet. Relevance. It goes to Mrs. Caldwell's credibility and her claim that she feared for her safety. Your Honor, I'll allow it. Marina's face had gone pale. 3 affairs resulting in 3 children, none of whom are biologically related to your husband. Is that correct? Yes. Did you tell Mr. Caldwell about these affairs? No. Did you tell him he wasn't the biological father of Dylan, Kayla, and Merrill? No. So, for 16 years, you allowed your husband to believe he was raising his own children, to financially support them, to love them, to build his entire life around them while knowing it was based on a lie. Marina's hands twisted in her lap. It's not that simple. Did you or did you not commit paternity fraud against James Caldwell for 16 years? Objection. Withdrawn. Mrs. Caldwell, on the day in question, you locked 3 children, ages 15, 13, and 8, in a bedroom and assaulted the oldest when he tried to protect his siblings. Do you deny this? I was trying to protect them. From their father discovering the truth you'd hidden for 16 years, Marina's composure cracked. You don't understand. When James found out, I knew he'd leave. I knew he'd take them from me. Everything I did was to keep my family together. By hitting a 15-year-old boy with a baseball bat. Silence. Judge Wall removed her glasses and rubbed the bridge of her nose. I've heard enough. The request for a protective order is denied. Furthermore, I'm granting Mr. Caldwell temporary full custody of the 3 minor children pending a full hearing. Mrs. Caldwell, you'll have supervised visitation every other weekend, supervised by a court-appointed guardian. We're adjourned. The gavel came down like thunder. Marina stood frozen as Herta gathered his papers. James saw the moment she realized what had just happened. Her gambit to keep the children had not only failed but backfired spectacularly. She'd lost them entirely. Outside the courtroom, Dylan hugged James hard enough to hurt. You came through always, James said. Then quieter. Go wait in the car. I'll be there in a minute. He found Marina in the hallway outside. Amber Becker speaking to her in low urgent tones. When Marina saw James approaching, she dismissed her attorney with a gesture. Come to gloat. Her voice was brittle. Come to make you an offer. James kept his voice level controlled. Drop the divorce proceedings. Give me full custody. Sign over your parental rights voluntarily. You're insane. In exchange, I won't pursue fraud charges. I won't sue you for the money I spent raising children you knew weren't mine. I won't tell Dylan, Kayla, and Mariel the names of their biological fathers until they're adults and can make their own decisions about contact. He paused. And I'll give you $50,000 to start over somewhere else. Marina laughed bitterly. That's it. 20 years of marriage and you're buying me out for 50 grand. 20 years of lies, Marina. I'm being generous. What about my house? My life? Those are my children. Biologically, they're not mine. Legally, they are. And after what you did to Dylan, after you locked them in a room like animals, you're lucky I'm offering you anything. James's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Take the deal because if we go to trial, I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what you did. Your family, your friends, your employer. I'll make sure those 3 men know they have children they never claimed. I'll burn your entire life down and salt the earth behind you. You can't. I'm an architect, Marina. I plan for the long term. I build things meant to last. And right now, I'm building a case that will bury you so deep you'll never see daylight again. He straightened his jacket. You have 48 hours to decide. After that, the offer expires and I go scorched earth. He walked away without looking back, his hands trembling with adrenaline. The hard part was maintaining control, not letting the rage show. Everything had to be calculated, measured. He'd learned that in architecture, emotion was the enemy of precision. Behind him, he heard Marina start to cry. He didn't turn around. The house settled into a new rhythm. Over the following weeks, James hired Dolores Ramos, a recommended nanny and housekeeper who helped manage the chaos of 3 kids while he worked. The firm had been understanding about his reduced hours, but he couldn't stay away forever. His current project, a mixed-use development downtown, needed his attention. But the evenings belonged to Dylan, Kayla, and Meryl. Homework at the kitchen table, dinner together every night, movies on weekends. They didn't talk about Marina much. Her supervised visitations were awkward, brief affairs at a neutral location where she and the kids sat in uncomfortable silence while a social worker took notes. She hadn't signed the papers yet. The 48 hours had passed, then a week, then 2. AITA assured James this was normal. People needed time to accept that they'd lost. But James knew Marina better than that. She was planning something. The answer came on a Tuesday evening. James was reviewing blueprints in his home office when his phone rang. Unknown number. Portland area code. "Hello," James called. Well, the voice was familiar, but aged, roughened by years, and maybe alcohol. "It's Roy. Roy Hardy." James's hand tightened on the phone. "How did you get this number?" "Marina called me. Said, you know about Dylan? Said, you're threatening to ruin her life if she doesn't give up her kids." A pause. "Her kids, James, not yours. I signed a birth certificate. I raised him. I'm his father in every way that matters. Except biology. Except the truth." Roy's voice took on an edge. "Look, I didn't know about Dylan for years. Marina and I had a thing right after you two got married. I'm not proud of it. When she told me she was pregnant, I assumed it was yours. And she called me 8 years ago, told me the truth, asked for money. You gave it to her. I gave her $50,000 to stay out of my life. And Dylan's I have a family, James. A wife who doesn't know I cheated with my best friend's wife. Kids who don't know they have a half-brother. I paid for my silence and I paid for hers." James felt the puzzle pieces rearranging. "She blackmailed you. Call it what you want, but now you're threatening to blow up my life anyway and I can't let that happen. So, here's my offer. You back off, Marina. You don't pursue this vendetta. You don't tell Dylan who his biological father is, and I'll make sure you're compensated for your trouble." "How much trouble am I worth?" $200,000. Clean wire transfer. Untraceable. James laughed without humor. "You think this is about money? Everything's about money, James. You're an architect. You know that better than anyone. Buildings, marriages, families. It's all just capital and contracts. No," the word came out flat and final. "You don't get to buy your way out of this. You slept with my wife. You fathered my son. And you paid her to keep quiet while I raised him. That makes you complicit. I'm offering you a fortune. I'm offering you a choice. You can come clean to your family voluntarily. Establish a relationship with Dylan if he wants one when he's older and face the consequences of your actions like an adult. Or I can make sure everyone you know discovers exactly what kind of person you are. Your wife, your employers, your kids. I'll put ads in the Portland papers if I have to. You're bluffing. Try me. I've already lost everything that mattered. I'm raising 3 kids who aren't biologically mine, married to a woman who lied to me for 20 years, and dealing with 2 other men who helped her do it. What exactly do you think you can threaten me with?" The silence stretched long enough that James thought Roy had hung up. "Then you've changed." "No, I've just stopped pretending. I don't know how to fight." James ended the call. The second call came 2 hours later. Logan Nichols, his voice rough with the particular rasp of a long-time smoker. "Caldwell. Yeah. Marina said you'd be causing trouble. Said you're trying to take her kids away. They're my kids legally. Not according to blood. Look, I'll be straight with you. I knew about Kayla. Marina told me when the girl was 2. I was in a bad place back then. Drinking, fighting, couldn't hold down a job. Marina said Kayla was better off with you raising her. And she was right. I wasn't father material. And now I'm sober 2 years. Got a steady job. Got my life together. And I'm thinking maybe I should meet my daughter. See if there's room in her life for her real father." The threat was obvious. James kept his voice level. "Kayla is 13 years old. She just found out her mother cheated on her father, the man she's called dad her entire life, and that I'm not biologically related to her. She's devastated. And you think this is a good time to introduce more chaos into her life. I think I have rights. You have nothing. You never claimed paternity. You never paid child support. You never spent a single sleepless night when she was sick or helped with homework or taught her to ride a bike. You're a sperm donor with delusions of importance. Marina said. Marina is a liar and a fraud who's about to lose everything. If you want to hitch your wagon to her, go ahead. But understand this. I will fight you in court with every resource I have. I will prove you're an unfit parent. I will make sure Kayla knows exactly why you stayed away for 13 years. Because you were a drunk and a failure who couldn't be bothered to try. You son of a. And if by some miracle you do get visitation rights, I'll make sure Kayla knows that you only showed up now to help Marina hurt me. Not because you love her, not because you want a relationship, because you're being manipulated by a woman who's using you as a weapon. James paused. How do you think that'll go? How do you think a 13-year-old girl will react to meeting the father who abandoned her, who only appeared when it was convenient? The line went dead. James sat in his office, staring at the blueprints without seeing them. Marina was rallying her allies, trying to build leverage. Roy with money, Logan with legal rights, which meant the third call would come from Sterling Schwartz, and it would be the most dangerous. He didn't have to wait long. His phone rang at 10 p.m. after the kids had gone to bed. Mr. Caldwell, this is Sterling Schwartz. I believe we need to talk about my son. Mariel is my son. Biologically, he's mine. And I've been thinking a lot about that lately. About the year I coached his soccer team, watching him grow, seeing myself in his mannerisms, about moving away because Marina said it was too complicated, too risky. Sterling's voice was smooth, confident, the voice of someone used to closing deals. I made a mistake leaving. I'd like to correct it. By helping Marina by establishing my parental rights, Marina suggested we could work together. She gets primary custody. I get visitation. You get to walk away with your dignity intact. No messy trial, no public exposure of the affairs. No one needs to know the details. James stood and walked to the window. Outside, the suburban street was quiet, peaceful, a perfect facade. What did she offer you? Excuse me, Marina. To get you to call me to threaten to claim Mariel. What did she promise you? A pause? That's between me and her. She's using you, Sterling. The same way she used you 8 years ago when she needed a genetic donor and her husband wasn't available. The same way she's using Roy and Logan. You're all just tools to her. That's not. Did she mention that she assaulted Dylan with a baseball bat? That she locked all 3 kids in a room because she was afraid they'd tell me the truth? That she's already lost temporary custody because Judge Wall saw through her performance? She said you tried to poison me against her. I don't need to. You can read the court transcripts yourself. They're public record, James, let that sink in. But here's what I'm curious about. Your wife, Patrice, does she know about Mariel? The silence was answer enough. I'll take that as a no. So, Marina is asking you to claim parental rights to a child your wife doesn't know exists. To fight a custody battle that will become public record, and to do it all to help a woman who's demonstrably unstable and violent. Does that about sum it up? Mr. Caldwell, you're a real estate developer. Sterling, you understand contracts and leverage. So, here's mine. Stay out of this. Let me continue raising the boy I've been raising for 8 years, and I'll make sure Patrice never finds out about your affair. Walk away quietly and everyone keeps their secrets. And if I don't, then I'll make sure everyone knows. Your wife, your clients, your business partners. I'll let the soccer league know that you coached your biological son without telling anyone. I'll create such a comprehensive storm that your reputation will never recover. James' voice went cold. And then I'll still win custody of Merrill because I'm his legal father and you're a home wrecker who's been hiding a child from his wife for 8 years. You'll lose everything and gain nothing. You're threatening me. I'm offering you a choice. The same choice I offered Roy and Logan. Walk away or burn your call. James hung up and turned off his phone. His hands were shaking. Adrenaline flooding his system. 3 calls, 3 threats. 3 men who'd helped destroy his marriage now trying to take his children. He wouldn't let them. In the morning, he'd call Hura and brief him on the conversations. They'd adjust strategy, prepare for Marina's next move. But for now, James walked upstairs and checked on the kids. Dylan asleep with headphones still in his ears. Kayla curled around her stuffed elephant, the one James had won for her at a carnival when she was 5. Mariel sprawled across his bed like a starfish. Blankets kicked to the floor. His children, not by blood, but by every single day for 15, 13, and 8 years, respectively. No one was taking that away from him. No one. The divorce hearing was scheduled for 6 weeks later. In the intervening time, Marina had signed a lease on an apartment across town, started a new job as a medical receptionist, and begun attending court-ordered therapy. Her supervised visitations with the kids remained awkward and brief. Mariel cried. Kayla stayed silent. Dylan answered questions in monosyllables. AITA had filed a countersuit demanding sole custody, division of assets, and reimbursement for child rearing expenses. It's aggressive, he told James. But we're not trying to win the money. We're trying to show that you're serious, that you won't be intimidated, and that her lies have real financial consequences. Marina's attorney, Amber Becker, had responded with a motion to compel DNA testing, establishing legal paternity for Roy, Logan, and Sterling. AITA had blocked it on grounds that the children's welfare took precedence over biological curiosity and that forcing them to undergo testing would cause psychological harm. Judge Wall had agreed with one caveat. She wanted to speak to each child privately before making a final custody determination, which was how James found himself sitting in a courthouse hallway on a Friday afternoon, watching Dylan disappear into the judge's chambers. Sat beside him, reviewing notes. Kayla and Mariel waited with Dolores at the far end of the hall, playing a card game to pass the time. Stop worrying, AITA said without looking up. Dylan's a smart kid. He'll tell the truth. That's what worries me. What if the truth isn't enough? 20 minutes later, Dylan emerged. He gave James a small nod. Okay, it said. I did my part. Kayla went next, her thin frame seeming even smaller as she followed the bailiff into chambers. James wanted to follow her, to protect her, to make sure she didn't feel alone. But all he could do was wait. When Kayla emerged 30 minutes later, her eyes were red but dry. She walked straight to James and hugged him hard. I told her everything, she whispered. About Mom. About how you've always been my dad. About how I don't want to live with her. You didn't have to. Yes, I did. You've been fighting for us. It's time we fought for you. Mariel's interview was shorter. 15 minutes. When he came out, he was crying. James scooped him up despite the boy's protest that he was too old to be carried. What happened? The judge asked if I loved Mom. Mariel said into James' shoulder. I said, yes, but I'm scared of her. I told her about the bat, about how Mom's eyes looked wrong that day. James held his youngest son while the boy cried, aware that this was one of those moments that would define both their lives. Mariel would remember being scared, but he'd also remember being held. Judge Wall called them all back into chambers an hour later. This time, it wasn't the courtroom, but her actual office lined with law books and framed degrees. Marina sat in one chair, James in another. Becker and AITA flanked their respective clients. I've spoken with all 3 children, Judge Wall began, removing her glasses. I've reviewed the case files, the police reports, the medical records, the financial statements. I've considered the arguments from both sides, and I've made my determination. Marina's hands clenched in her lap. Mrs. Caldwell, I want to be very clear about something. I understand that family situations are complex. I understand that marriages fail and people make mistakes, but what you did, assaulting a 15-year-old boy, locking 3 children in a room, creating an atmosphere of fear and instability, that is not a mistake. That is abuse. Your Honor, my client was under extreme emotional duress. Miss Becker, I'm not interested in excuses. I'm interested in the welfare of 3 children who deserve better than this. Judge Wall turned back to Marina. You committed paternity fraud. You allowed Mr. Caldwell to raise and financially support 3 children while knowing they weren't biologically his. You maintained this deception for over 15 years. And when the truth came out, your first instinct was violence. Marina's face had gone pale. I love my children. I don't doubt that. But love isn't enough when it comes with a baseball bat. Judge Wall opened a folder. I'm granting Mr. Caldwell sole legal and physical custody of Dylan, Kayla, and Mel Caldwell. You'll have supervised visitation twice monthly, increasing to unsupervised visitation after 6 months of successful compliance with therapy and anger management. You will pay child support in an amount to be determined by the state guidelines. And you will have no say in major decisions regarding the children's health, education, or welfare. No. Marina stood, her chair scraping back. You can't. They're my children. I carried them. I gave birth to them. And you hit one of them with a baseball bat when he tried to protect his siblings. Judge Wall's voice could have cut glass. Sit down, Mrs. Caldwell. Marina sat, tears streaming down her face. As for the property division, I'm awarding the marital home to Mr. Caldwell given that he'll be the primary custodial parent and the children's stability should be prioritized. The retirement accounts will be split according to state law. Mrs. Caldwell will not receive alimony given the adultery and fraud. Judge Wall closed the folder. This is my final determination. If you wish to appeal, you're welcome to do so, but I'll warn you that the appellate court will have access to my notes from the children's interviews. All three of them were very clear about their wishes. The gavel came down. Marina's sobs filled the small office. Becker put a hand on her shoulder, but Marina shook it off. She looked at James with such raw hatred that it actually made him step back. I hope you're happy, she spat. You've taken everything from me. You took everything from yourself, James said quietly. I just made sure you couldn't take the kids, too. Outside the courthouse, James called the kids. Dylan answered on the first ring. Dad, it's done. You're staying with me. All three of you. The whoop on the other end was loud enough that James had to pull the phone away from his ear. He could hear Kayla and Marielle celebrating in the background. Dolores trying to quiet them down. We're going out to dinner, James decided. Wherever you want, and tomorrow we're going to talk about what comes next, but tonight we celebrate, Dad. Dylan's voice had gone serious. Thank you for fighting for us, for not giving up. I'd fight the whole world for you three. We know. That's why we love you. James hung up before his son could hear him cry. But victory in court didn't mean the war was over. 3 days after the hearing, James received a certified letter from an attorney in Portland. Roy Hardy was filing for parental rights and visitation with Dylan. 2 days after that, Logan Nichols filed similar paperwork for Kayla. Sterling Schwartz held out for a week before his attorney contacted AITA about establishing paternity for Merrill. Marina had played her final card. She coordinated this, AITA said, spreading the legal filings across his desk. Probably promised them all reduced child support if they helped her or threatened to name them publicly if they didn't. Either way, we're now fighting a three-front war. Can they win? Biologically, they're the fathers. Legally, they have standing to request paternity tests and seek visitation. As for custody, where to gaze? Probably not. You're the presumed father. You've raised these kids, and the courts don't like disrupting established relationships, but they can make your life hell with endless visitation hearings, modification requests, and legal fees. James stared at the paperwork. 3 men who'd never changed a diaper, never attended a parent-teacher conference, never sat up all night with a sick child, now demanding rights to the children they'd helped create and then abandoned. What if we flipped the script? Get a looked up. What do you mean? They're claiming parental rights. Fine, let them. But parental rights come with parental responsibilities. They want to be fathers. They can start paying child support retroactively. All 3 of them. James. That's where it paused. A slow smile spreading. That's actually brilliant. If they claim paternity, they're admitting they're financially responsible. We could potentially go back to the birth of each child. Dylan is 15. Kayla is 13. Marielle is 8. Add up 15 years of child support, 13 years, and 8 years. North Carolina guidelines are what? 15% of income for one child. James did the mental math. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe close to $1 million between the 3 of them. They'll never agree. Then they withdraw their petitions. Either they put their money where their mouths are or they walk away. Marina can't use them as weapons if they refuse to play. Quira started making notes. We need to prove they knew about the children, that they willfully avoided parental responsibility. Roy admitted on a phone call that Marina contacted him 8 years ago and he paid her $50,000 to stay quiet. That's proof he knew about Dylan and chose not to claim him. James pulled out his phone, checking his recordings. I saved the voicemail and I can get phone records showing the call came from his number. Logan told me Marina informed him about Kayla when she was 2 years old. Said he wasn't father material. That's admission of knowledge and willful abandonment. And Sterling, he coached Marielle's soccer team. There's no way he didn't know, especially if he saw himself in the boys' mannerisms like he claimed. James felt the pieces clicking together. We subpoena the soccer league records, get testimony from other parents about Sterling's involvement with Marielle. We build a pattern of knowledge and avoidance. Fully engaged now. His pin flying across the legal pad. This could work. It's aggressive as hell, but it could work. We file counterclaims against all 3 for retroactive child support. We attach liens to their property if necessary. We make this so expensive and painful that they run for the hills. And if they don't run, then they pay. Either way, you win. James leaned back, the weight of the past week settling on his shoulders. I want this done, Nick. I want them gone. I want my kids to have stability and peace and a life that isn't defined by their mother's lies and their biological father's cowardice. Then we go scorched earth. No mercy, no quarter, no compromise. Where met his eyes. You sure about this? Once we start, there's no going back. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. The countersuit was filed the next morning. By noon, James' phone was ringing. Roy Hardy, his voice tight with panic. Are you insane? You're suing me for $600,000. 15 years of child support adjusted for your income bracket plus interest. That's what you owe for Dylan. You want parental rights? Start paying like a parent. I can't. My wife will. This will destroy my marriage. Then you should have thought about that before sleeping with mine. Withdraw your petition, Roy. Walk away or pay. I don't have that kind of money. You're a venture capitalist. You made $3 million last year according to your LinkedIn. You can afford it. The question is whether you want to. James kept his voice level emotionless. You have 72 hours to withdraw your petition. After that, we go to court and I'll make sure every detail of your affair with Marina, your payment to keep her quiet, and your abandonment of Dylan becomes public record. Your wife will know, your kids will know, everyone you work with will know. This is blackmail. This is consequences. Welcome to them. Logan Nichols called 2 hours later drunk and belligerent. You think you can scare me with money? I don't have anything for you to take. Then you'll declare bankruptcy and spend the next decade rebuilding your credit while the state garnishes your wages. Or you can walk away from Kayla and let her have a normal life. She's my daughter. She's the daughter you didn't want when she was born. The daughter you ignored for 11 years. The daughter you only remembered when Marina needed you to hurt me. James paused. How do you think Kayla will feel when she learns that? When she reads the deposition where you admit you knew about her and chose not to be involved because you were too busy drinking. The line went quiet except for Logan's ragged breathing. I'm giving you a chance to do the right thing for the first time in 13 years. Take it. Withdraw the petition. Let Kayla remember you as the father who loved her enough to let her go, not the deadbeat who tried to use her as leverage. Logan hung up without answering. Sterling Schwartz didn't call. Instead, his attorney, a sharp woman named Ursula Cummings, contacted AITA directly. My client is prepared to withdraw his petition regarding Mel Caldwell in exchange for Mr. Caldwell withdrawing his demand for retroactive child support and signing a non-disclosure agreement regarding the circumstances of Mel's parentage. Where to put her on speaker. Miss Cummings, your client wants to preserve his marriage by hiding the son he fathered through an extramarital affair. I understand the motivation, but my client isn't interested in protecting Mr. Schwartz's secrets. Then we'll proceed to trial, establish paternity, and seek joint custody. Mr. Schwartz is prepared to be a father to Meryl. Is Mrs. Schwartz prepared to be a stepmother to her husband's love child? James interjected. Because we'll be deposing her as part of discovery. She'll learn everything. A pause. You're bluffing. Try me. I've already lost my marriage. Sterling still has his to lose. Who do you think blinks first? Another pause longer this time. What do you want? Sterling withdraws his petition. He signs an affidavit admitting he knew about Mariel and chose not to claim him. He pays a one-time settlement of $100,000. Call it conscience money. And he never contacts Mariel or my family again. That's negotiable. James said we can go to $50,000 if he signs today. Tomorrow it goes back to $100,000. Next week we pursue the full amount in court plus punitive damages. I'll need to consult with my client. You have until 5 p.m. Sterling signed at 4:47 p.m. The wire transfer hit James's account at 4:52 p.m. His attorney sent the withdrawal notice at 4:55 p.m. One down. Logan withdrew his petition at 2 a.m. A brief email from a clearly intoxicated man rambling about how the system was rigged and James was ruining lives. AITA responded with a formal acknowledgement and a reminder that if Logan attempted to contact Kayla before she turned 18, they pursue the full child support claim, which left Roy. The 72-hour deadline came and went with no word. Hutera filed the child support claim, attached liens to Roy's property, and sent subpoenas to his employer and his wife's divorce attorney because AITA's private investigator had discovered that Roy's marriage was already on rocky ground. Roy folded 3 days later with a phone call to James directly, bypassing the attorneys. You win, Roy said, his voice hollow. I'm withdrawing everything, but I want you to know what you've done. My wife is leaving me. My kids won't talk to me. I'm losing my job because the scandal is bad for the firm's reputation. You've destroyed my entire life. No, Roy. You destroyed your life when you slept with your best friend's wife. I just made sure you couldn't destroy mine, too. James felt no satisfaction, only a cold, empty finality. You could have been a father to Dylan. You could have claimed him when he was born, raised him, loved him. Instead, you paid Marina to hide him, and pretended he didn't exist. That's not on me. That's on you. I hope you can live with yourself. I can. Can you? Roy hung up without answering. 6 months later, the Caldwell house had settled into something resembling normal. Dylan had started driver's education and was talking about colleges. Kayla had joined the drama club and discovered a talent for stagecraft. Mariel had grown 3 and lost 2 front teeth. Marina's supervised visitations had graduated to unsupervised, 2 weekends a month. The kids came back from those visits quiet and withdrawn, but they went without complaint. James had learned not to ask too many questions. Whatever healing needed to happen between them and their mother would happen on their own timeline. The $50,000 from Sterling sat in an investment account earmarked for the kids' college funds. James had added to it from the life insurance policy he'd cashed in and the savings he'd accumulated. It wouldn't cover everything, but it was a start. On a Saturday morning in late spring, James was working in the garage when Dylan appeared in the doorway, his phone in his hand. "Dad, can we talk?" James set down his tools. "Always. What's up?" "I've been thinking about my biological father." "Roy." Dylan's voice was carefully neutral. "I know you said I could decide when I'm older whether I want to know him, but I'm curious. Not because I want him to be my dad or anything. You're my dad, but because I want to understand where I come from." James' chest tightened, but he kept his expression calm. "Okay. What do you want to know?" "Everything. Who he is, what he's like, why he stayed away." And Dylan looked down at his phone. "I want to know if I can contact him. Just to talk, to ask him questions." This was the moment James had been dreading and preparing for. The moment when his kids started seeking their own truths, their own connections. He wanted to say no to protect Dylan from the disappointment and pain that Roy would inevitably cause. But that wasn't his right. Roy Hardy lives in Portland. He's going through a divorce because his wife found out about you. He lost his job for the same reason. Last I heard, he was working as a consultant and living with his brother. James pulled out his phone, found Roy's contact information, and handed it to Dylan. "This is his email and phone number. If you want to reach out, I won't stop you. But I want you to understand something first." "What?" "Roy made choices. He chose to have an affair with your mother. He chose to hide when she got pregnant. He chose to pay her off instead of claiming you. And when he finally did try to be part of your life, it was because your mother manipulated him into it. Not because he woke up one day and decided to be a father." James met his son's eyes. "I'm not saying this to turn you against him. I'm saying it so you go in with your eyes open. Roy isn't the person you might hope he is." Dylan nodded slowly. "But you're okay with me talking to him?" "I'm okay with you making your own decisions. You're 15, old enough to handle complicated truths." Just James' voice caught. "Just remember that biology doesn't make a father. Time does. Presence does. Love does. And no matter what Roy tells you, no matter what relationship you might develop with him, you're my son. That doesn't change." Dylan crossed the garage and hugged James hard. "I know, Dad. I've always known." They stood like that for a long moment, surrounded by tools and half-finished projects. While outside, the spring sun warmed the driveway where James had taught Dylan to ride a bike 7 years ago. "I might not even contact him," Dylan said, stepping back. "I just wanted to know I could, that it was my choice. It always was. All of this, the fighting, the lawsuits, the custody battle, it was all about making sure you 3 got to choose your own futures. Not Marina, not Roy or Logan or Sterling. You." Dylan smiled. The same lopsided grin that James had seen in a delivery room 15 years ago, and instantly loved. Biology be damned. This was his son. "Want to help me with this deck?" James gestured to the lumber stacked against the wall. "I'm building a bigger outdoor space for summer. Figured we could use somewhere to hang out." "Sure, but I'm terrible at carpentry." "Then I'll teach you." That's what fathers do. They worked together through the afternoon, measuring and cutting and occasionally swearing when a nail went crooked. At some point, Kayla wandered out and started asking questions about theater set design, which led to a discussion of load-bearing walls and structural integrity. Mariel appeared with a soccer ball and convinced them all to take a break for a scrimmage in the backyard. James watched his 3 kids playing together, their laughter echoing off the house he designed and built for them, and felt something shift in his chest. Not forgiveness. He'd never forgive Marina or Roy or the others for what they'd done. But acceptance, maybe. Understanding that the family he'd thought he had was gone, but the family he'd fought for was right here. Imperfect, complicated, hard-won. His. That evening, after the kids had gone to bed, James sat in his office reviewing the architectural plans for the downtown development. His phone buzzed with an email from Marina's attorney. She wanted to discuss modifying the visitation schedule, increasing her time with the kids now that she'd successfully completed her therapy program. James forwarded it to Huarto with a note. "What do you think?" The response came back within minutes. "Up to the kids. They're old enough to have opinions. Ask them which was fair." James made a note to bring it up at breakfast tomorrow. If Dylan, Kayla, and Mariel wanted more time with their mother, he wouldn't stand in the way. The fighting was over. The winning was done. Now came the harder part. Living with the victory, building something new from the wreckage. Teaching his kids that strength wasn't about not falling down, but about getting back up. James closed his laptop and climbed the stairs, checking on each kid one last time before bed. Dylan asleep with a book on his chest. Kayla curled around her elephant. Mariel sprawled like a starfish. His children, his family, his life. And for the first time in 6 months, James Caldwell slept without nightmares. Story 2. At an event, my wife mocked my failing business and left for her boss. I didn't tell her, I just sold my patent for $173 million. When she and her lawyer tried to sue me, the judge destroyed them. Look, I'm not saying I wanted my marriage to implode in front of 50 strangers wearing rental tuxedos and knockoff Lubout tants. But if it had to happen, at least the appetizers were decent. The Downtown Children's Foundation Gala. Because nothing says I care about underprivileged youth quite like dropping $300 a plate to eat salmon that tastes like it was seasoned with good intentions and tax write-offs. I'm standing there in my department store suit. The one Leia said made me look approachable, which I'm pretty sure is wife code for poor but trying. Watching her work the room like she's campaigning for governor of Fake Laugh County. Her red dress, the sparkly one that cost more than my first car, catches every light in the ballroom, which I'm convinced was her entire strategy. Be seen, be remembered. Be anything except associated with the guy nursing ginger ale at table 7 because the wine tastes like somebody's regret fermented in a gym sock. That's when it happens. Graham Steele, her boss, her mentor, her walking LinkedIn post made flesh, leans back in his chair with that smile, rich people, where when they're about to say something they think is hilarious. You know the smile, the one that screams, I haven't faced real consequences since 2003. He's got this whole silver fox thing going on, complete with the kind of watch that costs more than most people's student loans. And he's holding court at our table like he personally funded the entire charity by cashing in his spare yacht. Eel is sitting beside him close enough that I'm starting to wonder if there's a corporate team building exercise I missed that involves aggressive personal space invasion. Someone at the table, I think it's Denise from accounting, but honestly, everyone in marketing looks the same after the third forced smile, asks me how my business is going. Before I can answer, before I can even formulate the words that would politely indicate my company exists and functions like a normal goddamn enterprise, Leia jumps in. And she doesn't just jump in, she cannonballs into the conversation with the confidence of someone who's been workshopping this bit. Oh, Miles is still tinkering with his little tech dream. She says, her laugh bright enough to signal aircraft. She touches Graham's arm and yeah, I notice I'm not blind and continues, poor guy doesn't realize his business is drowning faster than a goldfish in Red Bull. The table erupts. I mean, absolutely loses it. Graham's doing that thing where he throws his head back like her joke just wanna pull her. Denise is wiping her eyes. Some dude I've never met is slapping the table. Even the waiter pauses mid-pour to crack a smile, which honestly feels like a betrayal of the service industry code. I take a sip of my water, the fancy kind with cucumber slices floating in it like little life rafts of irony. And I smile. Not a big smile, just enough to indicate I'm a good sport, that I can take a joke. That I'm the kind of guy who doesn't make scenes at charity gall. Inside I'm doing calculations. $173 million. That's $173 million American after taxes sitting in my account as of 3:47 this afternoon when I signed the final wire transfer authorization while Leia was getting her hair done for this exact event. My little tech dream that's apparently drowning. Yeah, Irongate Security just threw at the mother of all life preservers. And that life preserver is made of government contracts and military-grade encryption patents. But I don't say any of this because here's what I've learned about rich people, about successful people, about people who win. They don't announce their victories at the same event where they're being mocked. That's amateur hour. That's what people do in movies right before everything falls apart. Real winners, we smile. We nod. We memorize every single face that laughed. And oh, am I memorizing Denise with her horse laugh and her off-brand Hermes bag, Graham with his hand now definitely too low on my wife's back to qualify as professional mentorship. The random tech bro who I think does something with blockchain because of course he does. Grinning like someone just validated his entire existence. I'm filing away every smirk, Every chuckle, every person who thought it was hilarious to watch a man get roasted by his own wife at a children's charity event. The irony isn't lost on me, by the way. We're here to help kids who've got nothing. And these people are getting their entertainment from mocking a guy they think is broke. Real humanitarian energy in this room tonight. Leia's still going, riding the high of her successful burn. I keep telling him, honey, maybe it's time to consider consulting work or teaching, she says, making air quotes with her manicured fingers. But he's stubborn. Thinks his little security camera encryption thing is going to revolutionize the industry. Graham leans in and Jesus, dude, personal space and says, well, we all need dreamers, right? Keeps the rest of us employed when reality hits. More laughter. The waiter's now actively eavesdropping. I'm pretty sure someone at the next table is filming this for their Instagram story with some caption about awkward charity dinner moments. LOL. I take another sip of my fancy cucumber water and think about the email sitting in my phone right now. The one from Elaine Porter, CEO of Irongate, with the subject line, "Congratulations, Mr. Carter." The one that confirms my little security camera encryption thing is now the backbone of digital security infrastructure for half the defense contractors in the Western Hemisphere. Leia catches my eye for just a second. And there's something there. Not guilt. She's way past that, but maybe a flicker of curiosity about why I'm not defending myself. Why I'm just sitting here smiling like an idiot, letting her turn our marriage into a comedy routine for her boss's amusement. I could tell her right now. I could pull out my phone, show her the wire transfer confirmation, watch her face go through all 5 stages of grief in real time while her colleagues try to figure out how to unlaw at their own jokes. It would be spectacular. It would be satisfying. It would be the kind of moment that gets reenacted in divorce court and talked about at future galas when people need a story about karma. But I don't, because that's not how you play this game. You don't show your cards when everyone's still betting against you. You wait, you smile. You let them think they've won. And then when they're absolutely convinced they've got you figured out, when they've committed fully to their narrative about the sad little husband with his failing business, that's when you show them what winning actually looks like. So, I finish my water, excuse myself from the table with a polite nod, and head home alone. Leia staying for the networking portion of the evening, which I'm 90% sure is code for Graham's hotel suite, has a mini bar, and poor judgment. I get back to our apartment. Well, technically her apartment now, since I'm already planning my exit strategy. And I make myself a peanut butter sandwich. Not because I can't afford better. Not because I'm depressed, but because sometimes when you've just sold your company for the kind of money that makes financial advisors weep with joy, you need something simple, something real, something that doesn't come with cucumber slices and passive-aggressive commentary. I sit on the couch eating my sandwich, replaying the entire evening in my head, every laugh, every smirk, every moment my wife chose her boss's validation over her husband's dignity. And I smile. Well, I say to my empty apartment, raising my sandwich like a toast. Guess I'm officially single, but also rich. So, really, I think I'm coming out ahead here. Tomorrow, I'll call Henry Wolf, my lawyer, and the only person who knew about the Irongate deal. Tomorrow, I'll start moving assets, restructuring accounts, and building the kind of legal fortress that makes divorce attorneys retire early. Tomorrow, I'll begin the process of excising Leia from my life with the precision of a surgeon and the pettiness of someone who just got mocked at a charity gala. But tonight, I'm just a guy with a peanut butter sandwich and $173 million worth of vindication waiting in the wings. And honestly, that's enough. Let me take you back to when I wasn't the guy with 173 million reasons to smile. Back when I was just Miles Carter, the idiot with a garage full of circuit boards and a dream that everyone, and I mean everyone, thought was adorable in that he still believes in Santa kind of way. My origin story isn't exactly Marvel material. No radioactive spiders, no dead parents motivating my journey, no mystical training montage in the Himalayas. Just me. A decent laptop I bought refurbished off eBay, a toolbox I inherited from my dad, and an unfortunate tendency to lie awake at 3 a.m. thinking about encryption algorithms while normal people were doing normal things like sleeping or having healthy relationships. Lockwave Systems started in my garage in 2019. And when I say garage, I don't mean some Silicon Valley legend where garage actually means facility funded by venture capitalists. I mean, an actual garage. The kind with oil stains on the concrete, a concerning spider population, and insulation so bad that I coated in a winter jacket from November through March. My first office chair was a folding lawn chair that gave me posture problems. I'm still paying a chiropractor to fix. The business model was simple, almost boring. Encryption modules for small business security cameras. See, everyone was freaking out about Ring doorbells and how they could be hacked. About security footage being accessed by randos in Belarus, about privacy being dead and buried somewhere between Facebook and that time Target predicted a teenager's pregnancy before her parents knew. Small businesses, your mom and pop shops, local gyms, small medical practices, they all had cameras and they all had zero idea how vulnerable they were. So I built something that made their systems actually secure. Not. We promise your data is safe, secure, but you need a quantum computer and the patience of a monk to crack this secure military-grade encryption for people who could barely afford a decent point-of-sale system. It wasn't sexy. It wasn't going to get me on magazine covers or invited to TED Talks, but it worked and it mattered and it paid the bills. Well, most of the bills. Sometimes when clients actually paid on time, which was about as frequent as honest politicians. That's where I was when I met Leia. Small Tech Expo 2020, right before the world decided to shut down and make Zuma a verb. She was working the marketing booth for some startup that sold organic dog food or sustainable yoga mats or whatever middle-class guilt was trending that quarter. I was demonstrating my encryption software to absolutely nobody because my booth was between the bathrooms and the emergency exit. Prime real estate for being ignored. She walked over during a lull, probably because she was bored and I looked harmless. Dark hair, sharp eyes, smile that could sell ice to Eskimos or convince you that cryptocurrency was a sound investment strategy. We started talking. She asked what I did. I explained the whole security camera encryption thing, expecting her eyes to glaze over like everyone else's did when I got technical, but she didn't glaze over. She leaned in. Asked questions. Good questions, too. Not that I'm pretending to care kind. She understood the business potential before I did. Honestly, told me I was thinking too small, that I should be pitching to corporate clients, that my Ashuk small business routine was leaving millions on the table. I fell for her right there between the organic dog food and the emergency exit. Sue me, I'm a sucker for anyone who takes my weird little encryption obsession seriously. We dated for 6 months before moving in together. She loved the dreamer thing back then. Called me her brilliant weirdo. Brought coffee to the garage while I worked. Posted Instagram stories about supporting your partner's hustle with pictures of my workspace that she'd artfully arranged to look charmingly chaotic instead of just chaotic. The proposal happened in that same garage. Not because I'm unromantic. Okay, maybe a little, but because that's where we'd spend our best moments. I just landed my first major contract, $30,000 from a regional bank chain. I was flying high, convinced I'd made it, that this was the beginning of something huge. I proposed with a ring I'd saved 6 months to buy. Nothing fancy, but honest. She said yes. She cried. She told me she believed in us, in me, in our future. And for a while, she meant it. I think she actually meant it. The wedding was small. Her parents didn't quite know what to make of me. The guy who worked in a garage and talked about encryption like it was poetry. My mom loved her immediately, which should have been a red flag because my mom loves everyone, including the Jehovah's Witnesses who show up quarterly to discuss salvation. We honeymooned in Sedona because it was cheap and beautiful, and neither of us had ever seen red rocks that made you question your life choices in a good way. Year 1 of marriage was decent. Lockwave was growing, not exploding, but growing. I hired my first employee, a kid named Marcus, who was better at code than I was and willing to work for equity and pizza. Leia got promoted to senior marketing associate at some firm downtown. We had date nights. We laughed. We talked about maybe buying a house, having kids someday, doing all the things people do when they think they've figured out the formula. Year 2, things shifted. Subtle at first, like a car alignment that's slightly off, but you don't notice until you've been driving crooked for months. Ila's job became more demanding. She started working later, bringing stress home like a contagious disease. I was working crazy hours too, chasing contracts, debugging code, trying to scale a business with the resources of a lemonade stand. We started existing in the same space instead of sharing it. She'd come home, pour wine, complain about her boss, Graham, the same Graham who'd eventually become her emotional affair partner. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'd listen, nod, offer solutions that she didn't want because she wasn't looking for solutions. She was looking for validation that her problems were the worst problems anyone had ever had. My business became the punching bag. When money was tight, it was because I wasn't hustling hard enough. When I landed a contract, it was nice, but when does it become real money? When I explained the long-term strategy, the patent applications, the potential for government contracts, she'd pat my hand like I was a kid who just explained his plan to become an astronaut cowboy. Year 3 was when I believe in you became, why can't you be more like Graham? Graham Steele, her boss, her mentor, the walking embodiment of everything I apparently wasn't. Successful, polished, corporate, the kind of guy who says synergy without irony and thinks a good weekend is playing golf with clients. He drove a Tesla before they were cool and wore suits that probably cost more than my monthly revenue. At first, it was professional admiration. Graham taught me this presentation technique. Graham says I have real potential. Fine, normal, healthy, even. Everyone needs mentors. But then it became personal. Graham thinks we should renovate the apartment. Graham's wife has this meal delivery service she loves. Graham says young marriages struggle when there's income disparity. I'm not an idiot. I saw where this was heading. The late meetings, the new perfume, the way she'd light up when her phone buzzed with his name, the receipts for dinners at restaurants that apparently required reservations made by someone's assistant because they were too exclusive for normal humans to access. When I'd bring it up gently, carefully like I was diffusing a bomb made of insecurity and denial, she'd flip it on me. You're being paranoid. Maybe if you focused on your business instead of stalking my credit card statements, we'd be in a better position. Graham is married, Miles. Happily married. Stop projecting your inadequacies onto my professional relationships. So, I stopped bringing it up, not because I believed her, but because I realized something important. I didn't care anymore. Not in the way you're supposed to care when your marriage is circling the drain. I cared in the analytical way. I cared about debugging code. This relationship has a fundamental flaw. The architecture is compromised. Time to rebuild from scratch. That's when I called Henry Wolf. Henry and I went to college together back when we were both broke and idealistic and convinced we'd change the world through sheer force of will and coffee consumption. He went to law school. I went into tech. We stayed friends because we both had a healthy appreciation for cynicism and bourbon. Henry's the guy who says things like, marriage is a contract where one party agrees to be disappointed and the other agrees to be blamed. He's been divorced twice, which either makes him the worst person to take relationship advice from or the most qualified, depending on your perspective. I met him at his office downtown, a place with leather furniture and law books that probably cost more than they should because lawyers love expensive things that make them look smart. I told him everything. The distance, the suspicion, the Graham situation, the fact that my business was about to explode in ways Leia couldn't imagine. Henry leaned back in his chair, poured 2 glasses of bourbon, even though it was 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, and said, "So, you want to divorce her before she figures out you're about to be obscenely wealthy?" "I want to protect what I've built," I corrected. "Same thing," he grinned. "I love it. Let's burn this thing down legally and precisely." We spent the next 3 months building a fortress, moved Lockwave ownership to an offshore trust, filed patents under corporate entities Leia didn't know existed, restructured everything so that when the Argate deal went through, it would be invisible to anyone not looking at the right paperwork. It was beautiful, surgical, the kind of legal work that made Henry actually smile, which was concerning because Henry didn't smile unless someone was about to get magnificently screwed by contract law. "You know what the best part is?" Henry said one night reviewing documents. "She's going to leave you thinking she's trading up and you're going to let her think that right up until she Googles you 6 months later." I raised my glass to delayed gratification to revenge served so cold it's got freezer burn. Henry countered. We drank to that, to patience, to planning. To the beautiful petty satisfaction of letting someone underestimate you right up until the moment they realize they've made a catastrophic error in judgment. Back in the garage, my real office now upgraded but still humble. I worked. Marcus and I pulled 18-hour days refining the encryption protocols that would eventually catch Irongate's attention. We built something beautiful, something that actually mattered. And every night, I'd come home to Leia, who'd barely look up from her phone, who'd ask about my day in that tone that meant she wasn't actually listening, who'd mention Graham at least 5 times before dinner. I'd smile, nod, play the role of the struggling husband with the cute little business that was definitely absolutely certainly going nowhere. And I'd think, just wait, sweetheart. Just wait. The thing about watching your marriage die in slow motion is that you start noticing all the little details you missed when you were too busy, actually trying to make it work. Like how Hila stopped asking about my day and started making statements about hers. Or how we became I in every sentence that mattered, or how her entire personality got swallowed whole by her job until I wasn't married to a person anymore. I was married to a LinkedIn profile that occasionally slept in my bed. It started innocently enough, the way most disasters do. She'd come home from work buzzing with energy, talking about campaigns and demographics and some viral post they'd created for a client that sold overpriced water bottles to people who think hydration is a personality trait. I'd listen genuinely interested at first because I loved seeing her passionate about something. That's what you do when you love someone, right? You care about the things they care about, even when those things are objectively boring to everyone else on the planet. But somewhere between year 2 and year 3, Her job stopped being something she did and became something she was. Every conversation circled back to the office like we were stuck in some corporate gravity. Well, I'd mention maybe taking a weekend trip and she'd launch into how Graham, always Graham, had this philosophy about work-life balance being a myth perpetuated by people who weren't serious about success. Graham says the most successful people don't clock out at 5, she'd tell me. Scrolling through her phone while I tried to have an actual conversation. They're always on, always thinking about the next move. I'd nod, shoving food around my plate, thinking about how Graham was probably always on with his wife, too. And look how well that was working out for him. The guy was on his second marriage and looked like he survived on scotch and the tears of interns. But sure, let's take life advice from him. The name dropping became pathological. Graham thinks my presentation skills are elite. Graham says I should start my own agency someday. Graham believes I'm wasted in my current role. It was like she'd joined a cult, except instead of a charismatic leader promising enlightenment, she'd found a middle-aged executive promising career advancement and validation. If Graham thought she should jump off a bridge, she'd ask if there'd be cameras and whether the lighting would be good for her personal brand. I started keeping a mental tally of how many times she mentioned him per day on average. 17. 17 times my wife would bring up her boss in casual conversation. That's more than most people mention their own spouse. I mentioned it once jokingly during dinner. You know, babe, I'm starting to think Graham lives rentree in your head. She didn't even look up from her phone. That's not funny, Miles. Graham is my mentor. He's invested in my success. Maybe if you had someone investing in yours, you'd understand. And there it was. The shift from we're building our future together to you're dragging me down. It wasn't explosive. It wasn't dramatic. It was death by 1,000 corporate buzzwords. I threw myself into work because what else was I going to do? Sit around and watch my wife emotionally affair her way up the corporate ladder. Lockwave was getting traction, real traction with government contractors and security firms. I was filing patents, refining algorithms, building something that actually mattered in a world where most tech was just shinier versions of things we didn't need. But Leia couldn't see it or wouldn't to her. I was still the guy tinkering in a garage while she was conquering the marketing world, one synergistic paradigm shift at a time. The late-night strategy calls started around month 8 of year 3. She'd take her phone into the bedroom, close the door, and I'd hear her laughing, actually laughing at whatever Graham was saying. The same woman who'd respond to my jokes with a courtesy smile was giggling like a teenager on the other side of that door. I'm not proud of this, but yeah, I checked the phone records. Sue me, when your wife is spending more time talking to her boss at 11 p.m. than she spends talking to you during daylight hours, you get curious. 2-hour calls, 3-hour calls, one memorable night, a 4.5-hour marathon that she later explained was crisis management for a client launch. Right? Because nothing says crisis management like whispering and giggling at midnight. The perfume changed, too. She'd always worn this jasmine scent I love, the one she was wearing when we met. Then suddenly, she's coming home smelling like something called Noir that probably costs more per ounce than my car payment. When I asked about it, she said Graham's wife recommended it. Of course, she did. I'm sure Graham's wife was thrilled to be helping my wife smell good for her husband. That's just good friendship right there. The restaurant receipts were almost comical in their obiosity. Maestro's, the Capitol Grill, some place called Uchi that apparently required reservations 6 weeks in advance and served fish that cost more than reasonable fish should cost. Client dinners, she'd explain, waving her hand dismissively. Part of the job. Funny, I'd say. I don't remember client dinners requiring perfume changes and new lingerie. Her eyes would flash with that particular anger people get when they're caught, but not quite ready to admit it. Are you seriously going through my drawers now? This is exactly why we're struggling, Miles. You're paranoid and controlling instead of focusing on fixing your own situation. The gaslighting was almost impressive in its consistency. Every concern I raised got flipped into evidence of my inadequacy. Worried about her relationship with Graham. I was insecure about my career. Noticed she was emotionally checked out. I was too needy and couldn't handle her success. Mentioned the late nights and suspicious behavior. I was paranoid and clearly projecting my own failures onto her professional achievements. It was like arguing with a corporate training video on how to deflect accountability. But here's the thing about being gaslit by someone who thinks you're stupid. They get sloppy. Leia started leaving her laptop open, her phone unlocked, her guard down because she was so convinced I was too pathetic to be a threat. She'd lost respect for me so completely that she didn't even bother covering her tracks anymore. I saw the emails, not the smoking gun once. She wasn't that careless, but the tone. Can't wait for our meeting today. Last night was exactly what I needed. You always know how to make me feel valued. Signed with little inside jokes and emoji I'd never seen her use with me. I could have confronted her. Could have printed everything out, thrown it on the table, demanded explanations and apologies and all the dramatic relationship intervention stuff that makes for good television but terrible reality. But I didn't, because by that point, I'd already made my decision. This marriage was a sinking ship, and I wasn't going down with it. Instead, I called Henry. We met at his office with bourbon and spreadsheets, my two favorite things when planning the systematic dismantling of a relationship. She's definitely cheating, Henry said, reviewing the phone records. Probably not physically yet. Graham seems like the type who needs plausible deniability, but emotionally, yeah, she's gone. I know, I said. Question is, how do I protect Lockwave when this implodes? Henry grinned. The way lawyers do when they get to use their powers for something entertaining. Oh, buddy, let me show you how beautiful contract law can be. We restructured everything. Moved Lockwave ownership to an offshore trust that Leia didn't know existed. Filed new patents under corporate entities with names so boring they put insomniacs to sleep. Shifted my assets into accounts that would be invisible during any divorce proceedings. Every move documented, time-stamped, and legal enough to make the IRS weep with joy at my compliance. The Irongate deal was happening. Elaine Porter, their CEO, had reached out after seeing my encryption protocols at a security conference. She wanted to buy not just the technology, but the entire company. The number she threw out made me physically dizzy. $173 million with an M after taxes. When does this close? Henry asked, doing calculations on his legal pad. 3 months, I said. Maybe 4 if their lawyers are thorough. Perfect, Henry leaned back, steepling his fingers like a cartoon villain. That gives us time to make sure when Leia leaves you for Graham. And she will. She'll think she's escaping poverty. Then 6 months later, she'll Google you and realize she traded a lottery ticket for a guy whose idea of foreplay is probably explaining quarterly projections. I laughed. Actually laughed for the first time in months. That's evil. That's justice. Henry corrected. Evil would be contesting the divorce and dragging it out. We're going to let her win. Let her take the apartment, the car, whatever she wants from this version of your life, because this version. He gestured around at my worn jeans and off-brand watch. This version is about to stop existing. We toasted to that, to patience, to the long game, to the beautiful, petty satisfaction of letting someone underestimate you so completely that they don't realize they're committing financial suicide. Back home, Lala was on another strategy call, her laughter seeping under the bedroom door like toxic gas. I made myself a sandwich, opened my laptop, and reviewed the latest patent approval for Lockwave's quantum-resistant encryption module. My phone buzzed. Elaine Porter, legal team approved. Moving to final due diligence. This is happening, Miles. Congratulations. I smiled, took a bite of my sandwich, and listened to my wife laugh at another man's jokes in our bedroom. Enjoy it while it lasts, sweetheart, I whispered to the empty kitchen. Because the free trial on this marriage is about to expire and the cancellation fee is going to be spectacular. 3 months, maybe 4. Then everything changes. Then she'd realize that the guy she mocked, the husband she outgrew, the dreamer she'd left behind, he was never behind at all. He was just waiting for her to show her cards before playing his hand. And in poker, as in life, patience beats arrogance every single time. The annual Tech Connect Expo is basically Comic-Con for people who think wearing Patagonia vests is a personality trait. 3 days of networking, which is just a fancy word for pretending you care about strangers' elevator pitches while secretly checking how many LinkedIn connection requests you've accumulated. Normally, I'd rather get a root canal than attend, but this year was special. This year, Leia's firm was handling all the PR and event management, which meant she'd been insufferable for 6 straight weeks leading up to it. This is the biggest event of my career, she'd announced over breakfast one morning, not looking up from her phone, where she was probably texting Graham about synergistic brand alignment or whatever corporate foreplay they were into. Everyone who matters will be there. I need you to come, but don't embarrass me, okay? Don't embarrass her. That was rich coming from the woman who'd spent the last charity gala turning our marriage into a comedy roast for her boss's entertainment. But I smiled, nodded, and said, wouldn't dream of it, babe. Because here's what Leia didn't know. Irongate Security was one of the platinum sponsors of Tech Connect. And Elaine Porter, their CEO, and my soon-to-be favorite person on the planet, had specifically requested a private meeting room at the venue to finalize our deal. Same building, same day, different universe of success. The irony was so perfect it felt scripted. I showed up in my nice blazer, the one Leia had picked out 3 years ago, back when she still pretended to care about my appearance and khakis that had seen better days. I looked exactly like what Leia wanted me to look like, the supportive but ultimately irrelevant husband who wouldn't steal her spotlight. A prop, arm candy without the candy. The expo center was packed with the usual suspects. Tech brothers in expensive sneakers explaining their disruptive AI solutions that were definitely not just chat bots with better marketing. Venture capitalists pretending to be interested while calculating ROI in their heads. Corporate recruiters with fake smiles and real desperation. And scattered throughout, like glitter you can't quite get rid of, were the marketing people, Leia's tribe, armed with branded tote bags and the unwavering belief that visibility equals value. Leia was in her element, working the crowd like a politician at a fundraiser. She'd gone full power suit, navy blue, probably cost more than my monthly car payment, paired with heels that screamed, "I'm important but approachable." She introduced me to exactly 3 people in the first hour, each time with the same script. "This is my husband, Miles. He does tech stuff. Tech stuff. 3 years of marriage." And that's what she'd reduced my life's work to. Tech stuff. Like I was the Geek Squad guy who shows up to fix your router. But I played along, shook hands, made small talk, laughed at appropriate moments. The perfect supportive spouse who knew his place in the background of her professional achievements. Around 2 p.m. things got interesting. The mainstage programming included something called Innovator Spotlights. Basically speed dating for entrepreneurs trying to get attention. Leia had convinced the organizers to include a segment called Lighter Moments in Tech where they'd bring up a few attendees and roast them good-naturedly about common tech struggles. I had a bad feeling about this immediately. Sure enough, during the networking lunch, sad sandwiches and sadder fruit cups, Leia pulled me aside with that smile that meant she'd done something she thought was clever. "So, I might have signed you up for the Lighter Moment segment," she said, already talking fast like she knew I'd object. "It'll be fun. They just ask a few questions. Everyone laughs. It's super casual. Plus, Graham thought it would be good for your visibility," Graham thought. Of course, he did. Graham probably thought public humiliation built character or some other corporate nonsense he'd read in a leadership book written by someone who'd never actually led anything. "I don't think, Miles, please, for me it's 5 minutes, you'll be great, and honestly it might actually help your business to get some exposure." The audacity, the sheer breathtaking audacity of thinking my business needed exposure from her PR stunt. But I agreed because at this point I was committed to the role, the humble husband, the guy who didn't know his company was about to make him richer than everyone in this room combined. The spotlight segment happened at 3 p.m. They brought up 5 of us, me, 2 other entrepreneurs, and a couple of tech employees who'd been voluntold by their companies. The host was some local comedian who did corporate events. The kind of guy whose entire personality was relatable observational humor about Wi-Fi passwords. He started with softball questions for the others. Funny stories about coding disasters, embarrassing client meetings, the usual crowd pleasers. Then he got to me and Miles Carter. "Miles, what do you do?" "I run a cybersecurity company called Lockwave Systems," I said into the microphone. Professional, clear, exactly what I'd rehearsed. Lockwave? That's a great name. Very secure sounding. "So, what's it like running a tech startup in this economy?" Before I could answer, before I could say literally anything, Leia's voice cut through from the front row where she was standing with Graham and her team. "Oh, you should ask him about his laptop," she called out, laughing. "Miles, tell them about your lucky laptop." The audience chuckled, sensing entertainment. The host's eyes lit up because nothing saves a mediocre comedy set like unexpected material. "Lucky laptop," he prompted. I hesitated, but Leia was already committed to the bit. She grabbed a microphone from somewhere because of course she did and addressed the crowd directly. "Everyone, I should explain. My husband has this ancient laptop he refuses to upgrade. Like this thing is probably running Windows Vista. He's convinced it's lucky that all his best ideas come from this old dinosaur machine." She paused for effect, working the room. "I keep telling him, honey, maybe it's time to upgrade your equipment and your expectations. But he still believes his little operation is going to change the world." The crowd ate it up. Laughter rolled through the ballroom. Phones came out recording. I saw Graham in the front row grinning like this was the best entertainment he'd had all year. The host was practically crying with laughter. "Well, Miles," the host said, wiping his eyes. "What do you say to that?" I looked at Leia. Really looked at her. She was glowing with the attention, feeding off the crowd's energy, probably already planning how to spin this into some anecdote about authentic marketing or vulnerability in leadership or whatever buzzword would make her look good at the next team meeting. And I smiled. Not a big smile, just enough. "You know what?" I said into my microphone, voice steady. "She's absolutely right. I do still believe my old laptop can change the world. More laughter. Yila beamed, thinking I was playing along. The host moved to wrap up the segment, ready to end on that perfect note of self-deprecating humor. But I wasn't done. In fact, I continued talking over the noise. That laptop just helped me change it. The laughter faded to confused murmurs. Ila's smile faltered slightly. The host looked at me, unsure if this was still part of the bit. See that ancient laptop she's talking about? That's where I developed the quantum-resistant encryption protocols that are about to revolutionize digital security infrastructure for defense contractors across the Western Hemisphere. But hey, what do I know? I'm just the guy with the old computer. Dead silence. You could hear the air conditioning. Someone's phone notification went off, sounding absurdly loud. Ila's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Confusion, realization, anger, and something that might have been fear. Actually, I said, checking my watch with theatrical precision. If you'll excuse me, I have a meeting. Funny story, it's in this exact building, conference room 12B. I'm selling that little operation my wife mentioned. Should be wrapping up the final signatures in about 20 minutes. I stepped off the stage, handed the microphone back to a stunned production assistant, and walked toward the exit. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. Nobody knew whether to clap, laugh, or check their phones to see if I was lying. Graham's face had gone pale. Leia stood frozen, microphone still in her hand, looking like someone had just explained quantum physics using only interpretive dance. I paused at the door, turned back, and gave a little wave. Thanks for the exposure, babe. Super helpful. Conference room 12B was on the third floor, tucked away in the VIP section where actual business happened instead of performative networking. Elaine Porter was already there with her legal team. 3 lawyers who looked like they billed by the Nankind and 1 financial advisor who'd probably forgotten what normal people's bank accounts looked like. Mr. Carter, Elaine said, standing to shake my hand. She was mid-50s, sharp as a tack with the kind of presence that made you sit up straighter without realizing it. Ready to make history? Ready to make $173 million? I said, the history part is just a bonus, she laughed. We sat. The lawyers pushed papers across the table. I signed and signed and signed some more. Each signature felt like deleting a part of my old life and installing an upgrade. Every page brought me closer to a reality where Ila's opinion of my business was not only wrong, but spectacularly, cosmically, catastrophically wrong. Congratulations, Mr. Carter. Elaine said 40 minutes later, shaking my hand again. You've just revolutionized digital encryption. IronGate is proud to bring Lockwave into our portfolio. Thanks, I said, trying to keep my voice steady even though my hands were shaking slightly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a comedy show to get back to. My wife's performing tonight, and I'd hate to miss the finale. I walked back downstairs. The expo was still in full swing, but there was a weird energy now. People kept glancing at me, whispering. Word had clearly spread. In the age of social media, you can't drop a bomb like that without it detonating across every group chat and Slack channel in the building. I found Leia in a corner with Graham, their heads together in urgent conversation. When she saw me, she marched over, heels clicking like gunshots. What the hell was that? She hissed, keeping her voice low enough that nearby people had to strain to eavesdrop. That I smiled. That was me not embarrassing you. You wanted visibility, right? I'd say we're both pretty visible now. Did you really? Did you actually sell my company for $173 million? I finished. Yeah, signed the papers about 15 minutes ago. IronGate Security. Great people. You should network with them since you're so good at that. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. She looked like a fish trying to understand calculus. Graham appeared at her elbow, looking like he'd aged 5 years in the last hour. Miles, perhaps we should talk about this privately. Why? I asked innocently. I thought we were all about public visibility and authentic vulnerability. Besides, I have nothing to hide. Unlike some people, I let that land, watched them exchange glances, then turned to leave. Miles, wait, Leia started. See you at home, I said over my shoulder. Or not. I'm flexible these days. I walked out of Tech Connect Expo with my hands in my pockets and my head high, leaving behind a ballroom full of people frantically Google searching my name and finding exactly what I wanted them to find. The sad husband with the failing business. He just left the building and the guy who replaced him was just getting started. The thing about watching a marriage implode in real time is that you'd expect fireworks, screaming, maybe some dramatic plate throwing like in the movies. But when Ela came home that night after the expo disaster, it was worse than that. It was quiet. The kind of quiet that happens right before a tornado touches down when the air pressure changes and every animal with survival instincts runs for cover. I was on the couch with a beer. Nothing fancy, just a regular Corona. Because suddenly being able to afford Don Perignon doesn't mean you instantly develop taste for it. Scrolling through my phone and watching the Tech Connect footage go viral across LinkedIn and Twitter. Someone had titled it Tech Husband's Revenge and it already had like 2 million views. The comments were pure gold. My man really said I'll wait. One read another. She roasted a medium rare and he came back with a flamethrower. My personal favorite homegirl fumbled a 173 million bag for a dude named Graham. The door opened around 11 p.m. Leia walked in still wearing her power suit, but she looked like she'd been through a war zone. Makeup smudged, hair disheveled, that shell-shocked expression people get when their entire worldview collapses in the span of an afternoon. She dropped her bag on the floor, designer, probably cost $2,000, now just lying there like abandoned luggage, and stared at me. I took a sip of my beer, waited. I learned in business that whoever speaks first loses the negotiation. And this was definitely a negotiation, just one where I held all the cards and she was sitting there with a pair of twos, wondering how the game had changed. Is it true? She finally asked, voice barely above a whisper. Is what true? I took another sip, playing dumb because why not? I played dumb for 3 years while she emotionally cheated her way up the corporate ladder. Fair's fair, Miles, don't. She stopped, recalibrated. When she spoke again, her voice had that edge it got when she was trying to be strategic, trying to manage a situation the way she managed campaigns and client relationships. The sale, Iron Gate, the money, all of it. Is it real or were you just trying to humiliate me? I laughed. Actually laughed and she flinched like I'd slapped her. Humiliate you? Ela, I literally just sat there and took it while you turned our marriage into a comedy routine for your boss's entertainment. Again, I just corrected the record. If the truth is humiliating, maybe examine why that is. She moved toward the kitchen, probably needing something stronger than water, which made sense because I'd probably need whiskey, too, if I'd just publicly obliterated my marriage while trying to mock my husband. She poured herself wine. The expensive stuff she kept for special occasions, though apparently emotionally devastating realizations qualified. When did this happen? She asked, back still turned. When did you sell the company? Today. Signed the final papers at 3:47 p.m. while you were probably doing damage control with Graham and trying to figure out how to spin the fact that your husband just became more successful in 20 minutes than you'll be in your entire career. Low blow. Maybe deserved. Absolutely. She turned around, wine glass gripped so tight I thought it might shatter. You lied to me. You've been lying for months. I didn't lie. I corrected. I just didn't share. There's a difference. You never asked about my business except to mock it. You never showed interest except to compare it unfavorably to Graham's opinions. Why would I tell you anything when you made it crystal clear you thought I was a failure? I never said you were a failure. You didn't have to say it, Leia. You said it with every eye roll, every comparison to Graham. Every late-night strategy call where you laughed at his jokes while treating our marriage like an inconvenient afternoon meeting you could reschedule. You said it loud and clear without using the actual words. She slumped against the counter, wine sloshing dangerously close to the rim. For a second, just a second, I almost felt bad. Almost. Then I remembered the charity gala, the expo, the countless small humiliations she'd served up with a smile, and the sympathy evaporated like water on hot pavement. What happens now? She asked quietly. Well, I said, finishing my beer and setting it down with deliberate care. I guess that depends on what you want, doesn't it? She looked up at me, and I saw something flicker across her face. Calculation. She was doing math, running scenarios, figuring out angles. The marketing brain never turns off, even when your marriage is actively disintegrating. We could work this out, she said. Voice shifting into something softer, more vulnerable. The voice she used to use when we first dated back when she wanted something from me instead of just wanting me to be less of a disappointment. Miles, I know I've been distant. Work has been crazy. And Graham, he's just a colleague. You know that. I got caught up in the pressure and I lost sight of us. But we could fix this. We could be amazing together now that the business stress is gone. And there it was, the pivot, the realization that maybe the guy she'd been planning to leave for her boss was actually the winning lottery ticket she'd been about to throw away. You could practically see the strategy forming behind her eyes, how to salvage this, how to reframe the narrative, how to stay married to the multimillionaire instead of running off with middle management Graham. I stood up slowly, walked to where she was standing, close enough to smell her perfume. Still that expensive 1 gram's wife supposedly recommended. Still not the Jasmine I used to love. Layla, I said gently. You were already planning to leave me. Don't pretend otherwise. I know about the apartment viewings in Graham's building. I know about the joint checking account you opened with him last month that you thought I wouldn't find out about. I know you've been strategizing your exit for weeks, waiting for the right moment to announce you were moving on to someone who inspires you or whatever corporate therapy speak you'd workshopped with your life coach. Her face went pale. The wine glass trembled. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out because what could she say? I just laid out her entire plan like reading from a script she thought she'd kept hidden. So, here's what's going to happen. I continued, voice still calm, still reasonable, because getting emotional now would be giving her ammunition, and I was way past that. You're going to leave. You're going to move in with Graham like you already planned. You can take the furniture, the car, whatever you want from this apartment. I honestly don't care about any of it anymore. Miles, please. I'm not finished. I held up a hand. You can take whatever you want from our life together because none of it matters. It's all stuff from when I was the guy you're embarrassed by. I'm not that guy anymore. And I don't need reminders of who I was when I thought this marriage was salvageable. She was crying now. Real tears. Not the strategic kind she could turn on for client presentations. You're really going to throw away 3 years of marriage? Me? I laughed again, but this time it was bitter. Leia, you threw it away months ago when you decided Graham's validation mattered more than your husband's dignity. I'm just acknowledging reality and moving on. Something you've been planning to do anyway, except now I'm doing it first and you're mad because the math changed. What about the money? She asked. And there it was. The real question, the bottom line. Always the bottom line with Leia. What about it? We're married. That means you should talk to a good lawyer. I interrupted. Henry Wolf can probably recommend someone though, given he's been my lawyer for 6 years and helped structure the Lockwave sale to be completely separate from marital assets. You might want someone else. Someone who specializes in helping people who made catastrophically bad decisions and need to minimize the damage. Her tears stopped. Just stopped like someone flipped a switch. You planned this. You've been planning this. I protected myself. I corrected. There's a difference. You decided I wasn't worth your respect or fidelity. I decided my life's work wasn't going to fund your exit strategy with your boss. We both made choices, Leia. Mine just worked out better. Henry had been right when he said she'd go from loving wife to legal adversary in record time. I could see it happening in real time, watching her face shift from vulnerable to calculating to cold. The marketing executive came back online assessing, strategizing, figuring out how to spin this into something she could work with. I'll call a lawyer tomorrow, she said, voice flat now. All emotion packed away like files in a cabinet. Probably smart, I agreed. I want the apartment. Take it. I'll be out by the end of the week. The car, too? Sure. It's in your name anyway. She blinked, surprised I wasn't fighting. But why would I fight? Why would I argue over an apartment I'd been planning to leave in a car that was 3 years old when I could buy a dealership if I wanted to? Let her have the remnants of our life together. Let her sit in this apartment and drive that car and remember every single day that she traded a fortune for a middle manager who smelled like expensive cologne and poor judgment. That's it, she asked. You're just giving me everything. Not everything, I said. Just the stuff that doesn't matter. The stuff you can see and touch and convince yourself means you want something. You can tell Graham you took me to the cleaners. Got everything in the divorce. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I grabbed my phone and wallet, headed toward the door. I get some clothes tomorrow when she was at work, but right now I needed to be anywhere but here. Breathing air that didn't smell like failure and regret and expensive perfume chosen by someone else's wife. Where are you going? She called after me. I stopped at the door, hand on the knob, and turned back one last time. She looked small suddenly, standing in that big kitchen in her power suit with her wine, looking like someone who'd just realized they'd miscalculated something fundamental. Honestly, no idea. Hotel, maybe. Henry's couch if he's feeling generous. Anywhere that isn't here watching you pretend you didn't blow up our marriage because you thought you were trading up. Miles, don't. I said quietly. Don't try to make this something it isn't. You made your choice months ago. I just made mine tonight. The only difference is I have $173 million to make the transition easier. And you have Graham. I hope he's worth it, Leia. I really do. I walked out, closing the door softly behind me because slamming it would have been too dramatic, and honestly, she didn't deserve the emphasis. As I rode the elevator down, I pulled out my phone and texted Henry. She's all yours tomorrow. Keep the scorched earth policy in the holster unless she starts something. His response came back immediately. Divorce lawyer roulette is my favorite game. Get some sleep, rich boy. Tomorrow we make this official and you start your actual life. I stepped out into the parking garage into air that smelled like oil and concrete and possibility. And I smiled. Not a bitter smile or an angry smile. Just a real smile. The smile of someone who'd finally stopped carrying weight that was never his to carry. Some people chase revenge, I muttered to myself, walking toward my old Honda that Leia would probably repo by morning. I prefer dividends, but first, I preferred a hotel room service, and sleep that didn't involve listening for my wife's phone to buzz with messages from her boss. The rest could wait until morning. The Riverside Hotel wasn't fancy, but it had clean sheets and didn't ask questions when you showed up at midnight with no luggage and paid cash for a week. The kind of place where the night clerk had seen everything and cared about nothing except whether your credit card cleared. I tipped him $100 just because I could, watched his eyebrows shoot up, and took my key to room 412. I slept better that night than I had in 6 months. No Lila on her phone, no passive-aggressive sighs, no pretending everything was fine while my marriage rotted from the inside out. Just me, a decent mattress, and the white noise of the AC unit that probably hadn't been serviced since the Clinton administration. Morning came with texts 17 from Leia ranging from "we need to talk to you're being childish" to "I deserve half of everything." You backstabbing. The progression from conciliatory to furious took about 45 minutes according to the timestamps. I deleted them all without responding because what was there to say? She'd figure it out when her lawyer called Henry and got laughed off the phone. Henry texted around 9. She hired Vanessa Clean. Buckle up. This is going to be entertaining. Vanessa Clean was infamous in Austin legal circles. Shark in a pencil skirt. Made her career destroying cheating husbands and bleeding them dry in divorce court. She was expensive, ruthless, and apparently Leia's first call, which told me everything about where her head was at. Not grief, not reconciliation, pure calculated warfare. Good. I was ready for war. I'd been preparing for it while she was busy planning her exit strategy with Graham. I spent that morning at a coffee shop doing something I should have done years ago. Thinking about what I actually wanted, not what Leia wanted, not what success was supposed to look like, just what Miles Carter, newly single and obscenely wealthy, actually gave a damn about. The answer surprised me. I wanted to keep working. Not because I needed money. I had enough to retire at 32 and spend the rest of my life on a beach somewhere drinking drinks with umbrellas, but because Lockwave wasn't just a paycheck. It was proof that the stuff in my head, the weird encryption obsessions and security protocols actually mattered. And selling to Irongate didn't end that story. It just opened a new chapter. I called Elaine Porter that afternoon from my hotel room, looking out at Austin traffic and feeling lighter than I had in years. "Miles," she answered, voice warm. "How's it feel to be independently wealthy?" "Honestly, weird. Listen, I've been thinking about the transition plan. You mentioned wanting me to consult for 6 months, help integrate the Lockwave systems into your infrastructure. That's right, though it's optional. You've earned the right to disappear if you want. What if I didn't want to consult?" I said, "What if I wanted to build something new under the Iron Gate umbrella, but something fresh? Take everything I learned from Lockwave and apply it to the next problem." Silence. Not the bad kind, the thinking kind. "What problem?" she finally asked. "Quantum computing is coming. Maybe 5 years, maybe 10, but it's coming. And when it does, every encryption system we currently use becomes toilet paper. I want to build quantum-resistant infrastructure before the quantum computers arrive. Not react to the threat. Prevent it." More silence. "Then how much are we talking?" "Initial funding. 20 million. Staff of 15. Mix of cryptographers and engineers. Office space in Austin because I'm not moving to the Bay Area and pretending overpriced avocado toast is culture. 3-year timeline to viable product. And what do you want from Irongate besides funding, access to your government contracts, your client base, your reputation? I bring the tech and the vision. You bring the credibility and the connections. We split ownership 60-40 my favor and I run it independently with quarterly check-ins." She laughed. "You just made $173 million and you're already pitching me for more funding. I like it. Send me a proposal detailed. I want to see exactly what you're building before I write that check. You'll have it by Friday." I promised. "Miles, one more thing. Whatever's happening in your personal life and the internet tells me it's messy. Keep it separate from this. I don't care who you're divorcing or why. I care about results. Understood? And Elaine, thanks for taking a chance on the guy working in his garage. That guy made me a fortune and solved problems nobody else could solve. I'll take that chance every time." I hung up and immediately opened my laptop. If I was doing this, building a new company from scratch, I needed people, not just any people. The right people who understood that the real work wasn't about getting rich. It was about being right. First call, Marcus Chun, my original Lockwave hire. The kid who'd worked for equity and pizza when we were too broke to offer actual salaries. Marcus, it's Miles. Dude, I saw the Tech Connect video. That was legendary. Your wife's face when you ex-wife soon. Listen, I'm starting something new. Quantum-resistant encryption. Ground floor opportunity. You interested? What's the pay? $200,000 base plus equity in the new company. Full benefits, reasonable hours because I'm not trying to kill anyone with burnout, and a signing bonus that'll cover whatever student loans you're still carrying. Pause. When do I start? Monday. I'll send details. Next call. Tara Vega. We met at a cybersecurity conference where she'd presented research on cryptographic vulnerabilities that made half the audience uncomfortable and the other half take notes. She was brilliant, abrasive, and exactly the kind of person who'd tell me when my ideas were stupid instead of just agreeing because I was the boss. This is Tara. Hi, this is Miles Carter. We met at DEF CON 2 years ago. You called my presentation adequate but unimaginative. She laughed. I remember. You didn't cry or threaten to sue me, which put you in the top 10% of male egos I've encountered. What do you want? I'm building a quantum-resistant encryption company. I need someone to tell me when I'm wrong and build systems I'm too stupid to imagine. You want in? What's the catch? No catch. Competitive salary, equity, interesting problems, and I promise not to be the kind of boss who thinks work-life balance is a myth perpetuated by lazy millennials. I'm a lazy millennial. Perfect. You'll fit right in. Send me the details. If it's not, I'll consider it. By the end of the week, I had a team, 15 people, mix of experienced engineers and hungry recent grads who understood that joining a startup funded by IronGate with a proven founder was basically hitting the career lottery. We signed a lease on office space in East Austin, the kind of renovated warehouse with exposed brick and terrible parking that screams tech startup without being obnoxiously Silicon Valley about it. Henry called Friday afternoon while I was reviewing contractor bids for the office build-out. So, Vanessa Klein finally called me. He said, voice dripping with amusement. That was the most fun I've had in court filing since the Johnson case where the husband tried to hide assets in his mistress's dog's name. What did she say? She's demanding half of everything. The Lockwave sale, the new company, your future earnings, your retirement accounts, probably your kidneys. If she thought she could get a judge to sign off. Standard scorched earth strategy. And what did you say? I sent her the timeline. Every patent filed before the separation. Every corporate structure established while you were still married, but she was too busy with Graham to notice. Every piece of documentation proving the IronGate sale was your separate property. Then I attached the photos. I grinned. You used the photos. Oh, I used the photos. Graham and Leia having their professional lunch at that Italian place. Timestamps showing it was during work hours, multiple occasions, always just the two of them. Her car parked at his apartment building overnight. Nothing explicit enough to be revenge porn. Everything explicit enough to establish a pattern of behavior that legally qualifies as marital misconduct. How'd she take it? There was silence. Long silence. Then Vanessa said, and I quote, I need to speak with my client about realistic expectations, which is lawyer speak for, your client is screwed, and I need to figure out how to break that to her without getting fired. So, we're looking at what? Standard no-fault divorce with asset division based on what we brought in. Exactly. She keeps the apartment because it's in her name and you've already moved out. She keeps the car. You keep everything related to Lockwave, the IronGate money, and the new company. Split the minor shared accounts down the middle, which amounts to maybe 30 grand done by Christmas. If nobody gets stupid, and if she gets stupid, Henry's voice turned cold, then I bury her. I've got documentation of the corporate espionage attempt when Graham tried to access your Lockwave servers using her credentials. That's not just divorce court material. That's potential criminal charges. But I'd rather not go nuclear if we don't have to. Agreed. Let's give her the easy out. I don't want revenge. I want this over. You're a better man than me, Henry said. I'd want to watch her squirm. I'm watching her squirm just fine from a distance. She's about to realize she traded a multimillionaire for a guy whose wife is probably filing her own divorce papers right about now based on those photos. Henry laughed. True. By the way, Graham's firm is apparently conducting an internal review of his conduct. Turns out having an affair with a subordinate spouse while using company resources to help access competitor systems is frowned upon, even in marketing. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. We hung up. I sat in my hotel room. I'd upgraded to a suite because why not, and looked at my laptop screen. The Carter Quantum Systems logo was still placeholder quality, just text on a white background. But beneath it was a roster of brilliant people, a business plan that would revolutionize digital security and funding from one of the biggest defense contractors in the world. 6 months ago, I was the guy Leia mocked at charity galas. The dreamer working in a garage while his wife fell in love with her boss's validation. The husband who wasn't enough, wasn't successful enough, wasn't Graham enough. Now I was the guy building the future of encryption with a team who actually respected the work. The guy who turned humiliation into motivation and betrayal into fuel. The guy who'd proven that sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. Sometimes it's just being right. My phone buzz. Tara, boss man, chill. I just reviewed your quantum lattice proposal. It's actually not terrible. We should probably hire someone smarter than both of us, though. I know a guy from MIT who's obsessed with this stuff. I typed back, hire him and stop calling me boss man, chill. Never going to happen, BC. See you Monday. I smiled, closed my laptop, and ordered room service. Not because I couldn't afford a nice restaurant, but because sitting alone in a hotel suite, eating a burger and fries while building a company worth potentially billions, was somehow more satisfying than any 5-star meal I could have had with Leia. Funny how perspective changes everything. 6 months is apparently how long it takes for reality to fully sink in when you've made catastrophically bad life decisions. For me, those 6 months were productive as hell. Carter Quantum Systems went from concept to functioning company with actual government contracts and a waiting list of clients who wanted quantum-resistant encryption before quantum computers made their current security systems about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. For Leia, those 6 months were apparently spent in denial, bargaining, and finally rage when Forbes published an article titled "The Quiet Cybersecurity Millionaire." How Miles Carter reinvented digital security while everyone was looking the other way. The article was fair, factual, and featured a photo of me in our new office looking significantly less pathetic than the guy she'd mocked at the charity gala. They interviewed Elaine Porter, who said nice things about vision and innovation. They quoted Tara, who called me annoyingly competent for someone who codes in hoodies. They mentioned the Irongate sale, the new company, and estimated my net worth somewhere north of $200 million when you factored in equity and future projections. What they didn't mention was Leia. Not once. She'd been erased from my success story completely, which I'm sure burned worse than any direct insult could have. Henry called me at the office on a Tuesday morning, voice tight with barely contained glee. So, remember how we had that nice, clean divorce settlement all ready to go? Simple split. Nobody gets nuclear. Everyone moves on with their lives. Yeah. I said, already knowing this wasn't going to be good news about that plan. Leia just filed a motion to reopen the case. She's claiming you hid assets, engaged in fraud, and deceived her about the true value of your business holdings during the marriage. Vanessa Klein is going full scorched earth. I leaned back in my chair, looking out at my team working in the open office space. Marcus was arguing with another engineer about lattice-based cryptography. Tara was on a call, probably telling some potential client exactly why their current security was garbage. This was my life now. Building things that mattered with people who gave a damn. Let me guess, I said. She saw the Forbes article. Bingo. And apparently Graham's wife divorced him. He lost his job. And Leia's been unemployed for 4 months because her reputation in Austin marketing circles is radioactive. She's desperate, broke, and convinced that you owe her half of everything because she was supportive during the difficult early years. She was supportive right up until she decided I was embarrassing and started planning her exit with her boss. How supportive? Preaching to the choir, buddy. Anyway, we've got a court date in 3 weeks. Judge Morrison presiding. And before you ask, yes, she's seen some and no, she doesn't suffer fools. This should be entertaining. The next 3 weeks were a masterclass in legal warfare. Vanessa Klein filed motion after motion, each one more desperate than the last. She demanded access to all my financial records, which Henry provided with timestamps proving every major transaction happened after the separation. She claimed I'd been planning the divorce while secretly building wealth, which we countered with my detailed documentation, showing I'd only protected assets after Ila's affair became obvious. The chess match was beautiful in its precision. Every move Vanessa made, Henry had anticipated. Every claim she filed, we had evidence to refute. It was like watching someone play poker when you could see their cards and they didn't know you had cameras on the table. Court day arrived with that particular Austin weather that can't decide if it's spring or summer. So it just does both simultaneously and makes everyone miserable. I showed up in a suit, actual nice suit this time tailored, because looking like you have money is important when you're defending how much money you have. Henry met me on the courthouse steps looking like a lawyer who'd been waiting his whole career for this exact case. Remember, he said, let me do the talking. You're calm, factual, and slightly disappointed that it came to this. You're not angry. You're not vindictive. You're just a guy who built something and wants to move on. Got it. I'm the reasonable one. Exactly. She's going to be emotional. Let her be emotional. Judges hate emotional. We walked into the courtroom and there she was, Leah, sitting next to Vanessa Clean at the plaintiff's table, looking like she'd aged 5 years and 6 months. The power suits were gone, replaced with something more: wronged wife seeking justice, which was probably Vanessa's strategy. Graham was there, too, sitting in the gallery like moral support, which was either brave or stupid, given he was part of why we were here. Judge Morrison entered and everyone stood. She was exactly what you'd hope for in a judge. 60-some, zero patience for eyes that said she'd seen every trick in the book and had written a few chapters herself. Be seated, she said, voice carrying authority like some people carry designer handbags. Miss Clean, you filed this motion. Make your case. Vanessa stood smooth and professional, laying out her argument like she was selling a product. Leah had been a supportive spouse during the marriage. She'd sacrificed her own career advancement to support Miles's dreams. She'd been his partner, his cheerleader, his foundation. And Miles had repaid that loyalty by hiding the true value of his business, structuring the sale to Irongate in secret and deceiving her about their financial situation to avoid his marital obligations. It was a good performance. Very standing by her man until he stabbed her in the back. The kind of narrative that plays well on TV and occasionally in courtrooms if you don't have evidence. Unfortunately for Vanessa, we had all the evidence. Henry stood when it was our turn and I swear the temperature in the room dropped 5 degrees. Your Honor, this case is simple. Mr. Carter built a business before, during, and after his marriage. He filed patents, developed technology, and ultimately sold that technology to Irongate Security. All of this is documented with timestamps, filing dates, and corporate records that show exactly when everything happened. He pulled up the first exhibit on the courtroom screen. Patent filings all dated and timestamped. Corporate structure documents showing when Lockwave was moved to the offshore trust. After Leah's affair became apparent, email records showing my communication with Irongate, starting negotiations after the separation. Everything Mr. Carter did was legal, ethical, and properly documented. Henry continued. The sale to Irongate was finalized after the couple had separated. The new company, Carter Quantum Systems, was founded after separation. There was no hidden wealth because there was no wealth to hide during the marriage. Vanessa objected. Your Honor, the technology that became valuable was developed during the marriage using marital resources. Marital resources? Henry interrupted. You mean the garage that Mr. Carter rented separately, paid for separately, and worked in separately while Mrs. Carter was advancing her own career? Your Honor, we have documentation showing Mrs. Carter contributed nothing to Lockwave Systems. No capital, no labor, no intellectual property. She wasn't even aware of half the work Mr. Carter was doing because she was too busy with her career and her extramarital affair. Objection. Vanessa shot up. There's no proof of but there is. Henry smiled, and I knew this was the moment he'd been waiting for. Exhibit F, Your Honor. Photographs, timestamped, and geotagged, showing Mrs. Carter and her supervisor Graham Steele at various restaurants, hotels, and his apartment. Phone records showing calls lasting hours, primarily late at night. And most damning, email evidence showing Mr. Steele attempted to access Mr. Carter's company servers using Mrs. Carter's credentials in what appears to be corporate espionage. The courtroom went silent. Even Judge Morrison looked surprised, which probably took some doing given her experience. Leah's face went white. Graham, sitting in the gallery, looked like he was calculating how fast he could get to the exit. Vanessa's jaw actually dropped for a second before she recovered her professional composure. Your Honor, Henry continued, voice now gentle like he was explaining something to a child. Mrs. Carter didn't leave Mr. Carter because he was unsuccessful. She left because she thought he was unsuccessful. She was planning her exit with Mr. Steele, preparing to file for divorce and take what she assumed would be half of nothing. The only reason we're here today is because she miscalculated dramatically and is now experiencing what we call in legal terms buyer's remorse. Judge Morrison held up a hand. Miss Clean, do you have evidence to refute any of this? Vanessa looked at Leah, who was staring at the table like it might offer an escape route. Your Honor, we'd like to request a recess, too. No. Judge Morrison's voice was flat. I've seen enough. This case is dismissed. With prejudice, Your Honor, Vanessa tried. With prejudice, Miss Clean, that means it's over. Mrs. Carter has no claim to assets acquired after separation. The original divorce settlement stance. Furthermore, I'm awarding Mr. Carter legal fees because this was clearly a frivolous attempt to renegotiate a settlement that was already more than fair. She banged her gavel. We're done here. Both parties are divorced as of today. Move on with your lives. The courtroom erupted in murmurs. Lala looked like she might cry or throw up or both. Graham was already heading for the exit, probably calculating his own legal exposure from the corporate espionage mansion. Vanessa was packing her briefcase with the efficiency of someone who wanted to be literally anywhere else. Henry leaned over to me. That might be the fastest I've ever seen Morrison shut down a case. She was offended you even had to be here. How much are the legal fees? I asked for this circus. I'm billing Leia about 60 grand, which she doesn't have, so she'll probably be paying that off for the next decade. I should have felt triumphant, vindicated, maybe even a little smug. But mostly, I just felt tired. Tired of the drama, tired of the fighting, tired of being reminded that I'd wasted 3 years of my life with someone who valued me less than her career prospects. Leia caught my eye as we were leaving. She looked broken in a way that would have killed me 6 months ago. Now, it just made me sad. Miles, she said quietly. Vanessa having abandoned her to deal with reporters outside. LLA, I'm sorry for all of it. I thought I don't know what I thought. You thought I was your backup plan until something better came along. Then something better didn't come along, so you wanted the backup plan back. I get it. That's not. She stopped. Okay, maybe that's exactly it. The settlement stands. I said, you keep the apartment, the car, and whatever dignity you can salvage from this. I keep everything else. We're done. Yila, actually done this time. I know. She looked down. For what it's worth, I really did love you. Once. Yeah. I said, heading for the exit where Henry was waiting. Once was a long time ago. Outside, the Austin sun was bright enough to hurt. Henry clapped me on the shoulder. Congratulations. You're officially divorced and significantly richer than you were this morning, thanks to legal fees. Best money I ever spent. Wanna grab lunch? Celebrate your freedom. Can't. We have a client meeting at 2 and Tara will murder me if I'm late. He laughed. Look at you. Already moved on. This is beautiful. I got in my car, new car, nothing flashy, just reliable and mine. And drove back to the office. My phone buzzed with messages. Marcus, how'd it go? Tara, please tell me you destroyed her. My mom, proud of you, sweetie. Call when you can. I texted back. All good. See you at the office. Because that was the truth. It was all good. Not perfect, not triumphant, just good. The marriage was over. The lawsuit was done. Leia and Graham could figure out their own disasters without me. I had quantum-resistant encryption to build and a future that didn't include anyone who thought I was their consolation prize. And honestly, that felt like winning enough. Turns out when you publicly humiliate someone who then tries to sue you and loses spectacularly, the internet has opinions. Lots of opinions. Most of them involving popcorn emojis and variations of she really fumbled the bag. The Forbes article was just the beginning. Within 2 weeks of the court case, I'd been profiled in TechCrunch, interviewed by Bloomberg about the future of quantum-resistant encryption, and somehow ended up on a podcast called Startup Stories, where the host spent 20 minutes trying to get me to trash talk Hila before realizing I genuinely didn't care anymore. So, no hard feelings? The host asked, clearly disappointed. Hard feelings require feelings, I said. I'm too busy building the future of digital security to worry about the past. It became a soundbite, memes, t-shirts on Etsy that said, too busy building the future with my face photoshopped onto various superhero bodies, which was simultaneously flattering and deeply weird. But the real fallout wasn't online. It was local, personal, and honestly more satisfying than any viral moment. Graham's company didn't just fire him. They publicly announced an internal investigation into ethical violations and misuse of corporate resources. His LinkedIn went dark, his Twitter protected. Last I heard through Austin's surprisingly efficient gossip network, he was working sales for a mid-tier software company in Dallas, making a third of what he used to and driving a Kia. Karma uses express delivery now. Must have got Prime. Leia's situation was worse. Austin's marketing world is small and everyone talks. Word spread fast about the lawsuit, the affair, the corporate espionage attempt. Companies that might have hired her suddenly had budget constraints or different directions for the role. Her LinkedIn showed she'd taken a position as marketing consultant, which everyone knows is code for unemployed, but pretending. I didn't celebrate it, didn't post about it, Or gloat. Honestly, I felt nothing, which was probably the healthiest sign that I'd actually moved on. Carter Quantum Systems, meanwhile, was thriving. We landed a Department of Defense contract worth $40 million over 3 years. NASA called about securing their satellite communications, banks, hospitals, government agencies. Everyone suddenly realized that quantum computers weren't science fiction anymore, and their current security was about to become obsolete. I moved out of the hotel and bought a ranch property outside Austin. Nothing crazy. 30 acres, main house, guest house, horses. I had no idea how to care for, but figured I'd learn. It was quiet, private, mine. Tara became CTO officially, which she celebrated by immediately instituting No Fridays, where we banned all meetings and just coded. Marcus led our cryptography division and started publishing research papers that other companies cited like scripture. We hired recent grads from state schools instead of just rating MIT and Stanford, giving opportunities to kids who reminded me of garage-dwelling me. Henry finally bought his dream boat 40-foot yacht he named Alimony Express because subtlety was never his strong suit. He invited me sailing one weekend, got drunk on champagne, and toasted to women who think they're trading up but are actually trading down into a dumpster fire of their own creation. That's oddly specific. I said, I've been divorced twice, Miles. I know from dumpster fires. The texts from Leia started around month 8. Not frequent, just occasional messages that all said basically the same thing. She was sorry. She'd made mistakes. Could we talk? I never responded. Not out of cruelty, just because there was nothing to talk about. That chapter was closed, published, and already being adapted into a cautionary tale for marketing conferences. Then month 9, she called. Actual phone call, which was bold given I had ignored 17 texts. I answered on the third ring, standing on my porch, watching the sunset paint the Texas sky colors that reminded me why I love this state. Miles, she said, voice cracking. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for everything. You remember that night you mocked my business at the charity gala? I asked, silence. Then I do. Well, I said, smiling despite myself. Turns out my little business bought your old company last week. IronGate acquired them as part of expanding our market share. So, technically, you work for me again. Small world, huh? She gasped. Actually gasped. You're joking. Relax. I'm kidding. I wouldn't hire you to refill the coffee machine, but I did buy the company. That part's true. Your old boss is now reporting to my VP of operations. Life's funny like that. Miles, I got to go. Yila, horses need feeding, and I've got a video call with the Pentagon in an hour. Take care of yourself. I hung up, blocked the number, walked back inside my house that smelled like coffee and possibility instead of regret and expensive perfume. My phone buzzed. Tara, boss man, chill, stop ignoring my texts. The lattice algorithm works. We just solved the problem everyone said was impossible. Get back here Monday. We're celebrating. I typed back. Told you to stop calling me that, but yeah, I'll be there. This is huge. Huge doesn't cover it, BC. We just changed the game again. I poured myself a bourbon. Good stuff now because I could afford it. And sat on my porch watching the stars come out. Somewhere in Austin, Leia was probably checking LinkedIn, seeing the acquisition news, doing math she should have done a year ago. Somewhere else, Graham was probably explaining to his Kyo why life was unfair. And here I was building things that mattered. Working with people who respected the work, living in a place where the only drama was whether the horses preferred apples or carrots. Some people chase revenge. Some people chase money. Some people chase validation from others. I preferred dividends and solving impossible problems. And knowing that every time someone Googled my name, they found exactly what I wanted them to find. Proof that underestimating people is expensive and betting against the quiet ones is how you end up broke and bitter while they're changing the world. The Texas night was clear and cool. My bourbon was smooth. My company was revolutionizing digital security. My ex-wife was someone else's problem now. I raised my glass to the empty sky. To the dreamers they laughed at, I said to nobody. May we always have the last laugh. 3 years post-divorce, Carter Quantum Systems wasn't just successful, it was inevitable. The kind of company people studied in business schools with case titles like Strategic Timing and Market Disruption or How One Garage Startup Rewrote Cybersecurity. We'd gone from 15 employees to 200. Our quantum-resistant encryption was now standard for 70% of US government communications and spreading internationally faster than conspiracy theories on social media. The valuation hit $2.3 billion after our Series C funding, which meant my personal net worth had crossed in a territory where financial advisors started using phrases like generational wealth and legacy planning. I was 35 and had more money than I could spend in 3 lifetimes. So, I started giving it away. Not all of it. I'm not insane, but enough to matter. I established the Carter Foundation with a $50 million endowment focused on tech education for underfunded schools. We built computer labs in rural Texas districts where STEM education meant one ancient desktop in the library, funded full-ride scholarships for kids who showed promise, but had bank accounts that showed poverty. The applications that came through broke my heart and rebuilt it simultaneously. Kids coding on phones because they couldn't afford laptops. Teenagers teaching themselves encryption theory from YouTube videos. First-generation college students who reminded me of garage-dwelling Miles. Convinced their weird obsessions could matter if someone just gave them a chance. I heard a bunch of them. Not out of charity, out of strategy. These kids were hungry in ways Ivy League graduates had forgotten how to be. They didn't want cushy jobs. They wanted to prove everyone who doubted them catastrophically wrong. I understood that motivation intimately. Terra ran operations like a benevolent dictator, instituting policies that made us the kind of company people bragged about working for. Unlimited PTO that people actually used. Mental health days without questions. Salaries that let people buy houses instead of just dreaming about them. Parental leave that didn't destroy careers. Profit sharing that meant when the company won, everyone won. You know you're ruining capitalism, right? Henry joked during one of our quarterly bourbon sessions on my porch. I'm fixing capitalism. I corrected. Turns out when you treat people like humans instead of resources, they build better products and don't leave for competitors. Military contracts kept rolling in. We secured communications for embassies, protected financial transactions for the Federal Reserve, encrypted medical records for the Virginia. Every contract felt like validation, not of my bank account, but of those nights in the garage when everyone thought I was wasting my time. Tech magazines called me for quotes. Conference organizers offered keynote slots. Universities wanted me on advisory boards. I said yes to the things that mattered and no to everything designed to feed ego instead of impact. When asked about motivation during a Bloomberg interview, I kept it simple. My wife called me a failure. Turns out I'm allergic to being wrong. The clip went viral again because apparently my origin story of spite and vindication resonated with every person who'd ever been underestimated. But the real legacy wasn't the money or the company or even the technology. It was the email I got from a kid named Jesse Rodriguez, recipient of our first scholarship, now a junior cryptographer on our team. Mr. Carter, I grew up in a town where people thought computers were for rich kids and dreamers. Your scholarship didn't just pay for college. It proved my parents weren't crazy for believing in me. It showed my teachers that the weird kid doing math problems for fun could actually matter. I'm not just working here. I'm building the future because you built a bridge for people like me. Thank you. I read it 3 times. Saved it, printed it, and put it on my office wall next to the Forbes cover. That mattered more than any court victory or viral moment or watching Leia's career implode. Because pain built focus, and betrayal built discipline, but purpose built legacy. And my legacy wasn't going to be the guy whose wife left him. It was going to be the guy who changed cybersecurity and then opened doors for everyone who'd been told their dreams were too big for their circumstances. Some people build empires to prove they're worthy. I built mine to prove that worthiness was never the question. Opportunity was. And now I had enough success to create opportunities for everyone who reminded me of the guy working in his garage while the world counted him out. That guy won. And now he was making sure other versions of that guy could win, too. 5 years after the divorce, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I almost sent it to voicemail. Usually, unknown numbers meant either spam about my car's extended warranty or reporters asking the same tired questions about triumph over adversity. But something made me answer. Maybe curiosity, maybe boredom, maybe the universe's sense of timing. Miles, the voice was familiar in that way that makes your stomach drop before your brain catches up. It's Leia. I stood on my ranch porch, coffee in hand, watching morning fog roll across the pasture. 5 years. She'd been a ghost for 5 years. And now, suddenly, she was a phone call. How'd you get this number? I asked, not unkindly. Just curious. I've been trying to reach you. I know you blocked me. I understand why. I needed to talk to you to apologize. Really? Apologize? Not the half-assed attempts from before. I sipped my coffee, said nothing. Let the silence stretch. I've been in therapy, she continued, words tumbling out like she'd rehearsed this. Dealing with a lot of stuff. My therapist says I need to make amends. And Miles, I'm so sorry for the gala. For Graham, For not seeing what I had until it was gone. For treating you like you were my backup plan instead of my partner. You deserved better. I did. I agreed simply. I've been following your success. The company, the foundation, everything you've built. It's incredible. You were always capable of this. And I was too blind and selfish to see it. You remember that night you mocked my business at the charity gala? I asked, God, Miles, every day? It haunts me. Well, turns out my little business just got acquired by Google for $4.2 billion. Announced yesterday. So technically your old marketing firm, the one you're consulting for now, according to LinkedIn, they're going to be pitching campaigns to my division next quarter. Funny how things work out. Silence. Long heavy silence. You're joking about the acquisition. No. About you pitching to my division also. No. Life's hilarious like that. Miles ILYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYL. I appreciate the apology. I do. Therapy is good. Self-awareness is healthy. I'm genuinely glad you're working on yourself. I'm in it, too. No sarcasm, no edge, just truth. But here's the thing. I don't need your apology anymore. I needed it 5 years ago. Now, I'm good. Really, genuinely good. I know I don't deserve forgiveness. This isn't about forgiveness. I interrupted gently. I forgave you years ago because holding grudges is exhausting and I had better things to do. This is about relevance. You're not relevant to my life anymore, Leia. Not in anger, not in regret, not even in vindication. You're just someone I used to know. Her breathing was shaky. I miss you. I miss us. The real us before everything got complicated. That us never existed, I said, watching a hawk circle over the field. You loved the idea of me until reality didn't match your ambitions. I loved the idea of you until I realized you loved validation more than partnership. We were never the people we thought we were together. So that's it. 5 years of marriage, just nothing. Not nothing. A chapter. One that taught me what I don't want and showed me what I'm capable of. I learned from it, grew from it, and moved on. You should, too. I don't know how to move on from this. Start by stopping calling ex-husbands looking for closure. Closure comes from inside, not from the people who watched you self-destruct. I finished my coffee. Take care of yourself, Leia. Really? I hope you find whatever you're looking for, but you won't find it here. Miles, goodbye, Leia. I hung up, blocked the number again, walked back inside where my calendar showed meetings with Pentagon officials, a foundation scholarship ceremony, and dinner plans with Terrara's team to celebrate our latest patent approval. My phone buzzed. Henry, saw the Google News. You magnificent bastard. Drinks tonight. Me can't Pentagon briefing and scholarship event tomorrow. Henry, you're living the dream and I'm insanely jealous. Tomorrow works. I poured another coffee, opened my laptop, reviewed the day's agenda. Somewhere in Austin, Leia was probably processing that conversation, maybe crying, maybe angry, maybe finally understanding that some bridges don't just burn, they get demolished and replaced with superhighways going the opposite direction. And here I was, not bitter, not triumphant, just busy building things that mattered with people who got it. I glanced at Jesse Rodriguez's email, still pinned on my wall. Read the last line again. I'm not just working here. I'm building the future. Yeah, kid. We all are. Some people chase revenge. Some chase redemption. Some chase closure from people who can't give it. I chased problems worth solving and let everything else fade into background noise that couldn't touch me anymore. The Texas morning was clear and beautiful. My coffee was perfect. My company had just made me a billionaire several times over. My ex-wife was someone else's cautionary. Story 3. After the divorce, my rich wife threw me out without a cent. I went to use the old card my mother had left me, but the banker turned pale and shouted, "Sir, quickly, look at this." I was in shock when I discovered that the rain hadn't stopped for 3 days. I remember that detail because Elena kept complaining about it. How the weather was ruining her birthday week. How the gray skies made everything feel so dreary. How she couldn't wear the new Louise Vuitton she'd bought because the streets were flooded. She said all of this while cutting into a $200 steak at Maria, her favorite restaurant in Central Park South, the one where the waiters knew her by name and always kept her preferred table by the window available. I wasn't eating. My plate sat untouched in front of me. The food growing cold while I watched her. Really watched her. The way she laughed too loudly at something her friend Marcus said over the phone. The way she didn't even glance at me when she finally hung up. The way her diamond earrings caught the candlelight. Earrings I'd given her for our 5th anniversary back when I still believed we were building something together. "You're not eating," she said, finally noticing me. Her voice had that edge to it. The one that always appeared when I wasn't performing my role correctly. "Are you trying to make some kind of statement, David?" I wasn't. I was just tired. Tired of being the husband she paraded around at charity galas while whispering to her friends that I was decent enough. Considering. Tired of living in her penthouse, sleeping in her bed, wearing clothes purchased with her family's money. Tired of being reminded in 1,000 subtle and not so subtle ways that I was a guest in her life, not a partner. "I'm fine," I said quietly. "Just not hungry." She rolled her eyes, actually rolled them like a teenager annoyed with a bargain, and went back to her steak. The waiter appeared asking if everything was satisfactory, and Elena launched into a detailed critique of the wine pairing. Using words I'd learned meant absolutely nothing except that she enjoyed making service workers scramble. That's when I knew. Sitting there in that overpriced restaurant, watching my wife of 7 years treat a stranger with more attention than she'd given me in months, I knew our marriage was over. Had been over probably for longer than I wanted to admit. The question wasn't whether we'd end. It was when and how much of myself I'd lose in the process. I didn't have to wait long for the answer. We didn't speak in the car ride home. Elena scrolled through Instagram, double-tapping photos of people I'd never met. People from her world, the world of trust funds and summer homes in the Hamptons, of prep schools and country clubs where memberships cost more than most people earned in a year. I'd never quite fit into that world despite 7 years of trying. My mother used to tell me that love didn't care about bank accounts. She'd say it while we sat in our small apartment in Queens, her working double shifts as a nurse, while I studied for the scholarship exams that would eventually get me into a decent college. She'd say it while we ate pasta for the 4th night in a row because that's what we could afford. She'd say it with such conviction that I believed her. She was wrong. Or maybe she was right. And what Elena and I had was never love at all. The penthouse was dark when we arrived. 23rd floor, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan. The kind of view that makes tourists press their faces against glass barriers and dream. I used to stand at those windows and feel like I'd made it. Like the kid from Queens had somehow cracked the code, married the princess, entered the castle. Now I just felt like an imposter waiting to be found out. "We need to talk," Elena said, kicking off her heels and walking to the bar. She poured herself a Scotch Malt 25 because of course without offering me one. Not that I wanted it. "Here it comes. I thought this isn't working," she continued, her back still to me. "You know it isn't working." I did know. But hearing her say it out loud made something crack open in my chest. Something I'd been keeping carefully sealed for months. "What do you want, Elena?" She turned then and I saw something in her face I'd never seen before. Not anger, not sadness, just a cold clinical assessment, like she was evaluating a bad investment. "A divorce," she said simply. "A clean one, quick, no drama." The word hung in the air between us. Divorce. The end of everything we'd built or everything I thought we were building. While she'd apparently been planning her exit strategy. "'Kay," I said. Because what else was there to say? Her eyebrows lifted slightly. She'd expected a fight, maybe. Tears, begging. But I'd learned something in 7 years of marriage to Elena Whitmore. She always got what she wanted. Fighting only prolonged the inevitable and gave her ammunition to use against you later. "Okay," she repeated. "That's it? What do you want me to say? That I'll fight for a marriage you clearly checked out of months ago? That I'll make this difficult? I won't. If you want a divorce, we'll get a divorce." Something flickered across her face. Surprise, maybe, or disappointment that I wasn't giving her the scene she'd rehearsed for. Then it was gone, replaced by that same cool efficiency. "Good. My lawyer will send over the papers tomorrow. You can have Harold look them over." "Oh, wait." She smiled and it was not a kind smile. "You can't afford Harold, can you?" "Well, I'm sure there are plenty of adequate attorneys who work for less." There it was. The knife slipped between the ribs so smoothly, I almost didn't feel it at first. "I'll find someone," I managed. She took a sip of her scotch, studying me over the rim of the glass. "You should probably start packing. I'd like you out by the end of the week. The penthouse is in my name, obviously, as is well, everything really." My throat tightened. "Everything. Did you contribute to the down payment, David? The mortgage, the renovations? Do you pay the maintenance fees?" Each question was delivered with surgical precision. "No." "So, yes, everything." I'd known this, of course. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I'd always known that nothing in this life was actually mine. But knowing it theoretically and having it laid out in such stark terms were different things. I have some savings, I started. Do you? Her smile widened. That joint account we opened when we got married. I closed it this afternoon. Transferred everything to my personal account. My lawyer says it's perfectly legal. It was my money funding it. Anyway, you're welcome to whatever's in your old checking account from before we met. I'm sure though she paused, pretending to calculate. $700 will take you far. The room tilted slightly. $700. That's what 7 years of marriage had left me with. $700 and a closet full of designer clothes I'd never wanted. Paid for with money that was never mine. Elena. Oh, and David. She set down her glass and walked toward the bedroom, pausing in the doorway. I'd appreciate it if you were gone by Monday morning. I have someone coming over for brunch, and it would be awkward if you were still here. Someone, not even a name, just someone. Someone who was probably already sleeping in our bed on the nights I worked late. Someone she'd been planning this escape with while I'd been naive enough to think we were just going through a rough patch. The bedroom door closed with a soft click. I stood there in the living room for a long time, staring at those windows I'd once loved. At the city spread out below like a glittering promise. From up here, New York looked beautiful, magical, like anything was possible. From where I was standing, it just looked cold. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. Instead, I pulled out my old duffel bag, the one from college, worn and patched, shoved in the back of the closet behind garment bags of suits I'd never paid for, and started packing. It was amazing how little was actually mine. The clothes, hers, the watch, a gift from her parents, the laptop, purchased with her credit card. I found myself sorting through 7 years of my life and realizing I could fit what was truly mine into a single bag. Some old books, a few photos of my mother, the Columbia hoodie I'd worn so much in grad school that the letters were cracking, my phone, which I'd insisted on paying for myself, one of the few small rebellions I'd maintained. And there at the bottom of my drawer, buried under socks I'd never worn, my mother's card. I'd forgotten about it, honestly. She'd given it to me a week before she died, pressed it into my hand while she lay in that hospital bed, the cancer having eaten away everything except her determination to see me settled, cared for, safe. Promise me you'll keep this, she'd whispered, her voice thin as paper. Don't use it unless you absolutely have to. But keep it. Promise me, David. I'd promised, even though I didn't understand why. It was just an old bank card, worn smooth at the edges, the numbers barely visible. She'd never had much money. Nurses don't get rich, and a single mother raising a kid in New York even less so. I'd assumed whatever account it connected to held maybe a few hundred, if that. A small emergency fund she'd somehow kept hidden from her own dire emergencies. Now, sitting on the floor of a penthouse I was being evicted from, I turned the card over in my hands. The plastic was warm from being buried in the drawer. The bank's logo faded almost to nothing. Chase I could just barely make out. An account number. My mother's name embossed in raised letters. Margaret Chen. She'd gone by her maiden name after my father left. Kept it even after he died. Years later, as if erasing the name Sullivan from her identity could erase the pain of being abandoned with a 2-year-old and nothing else. I'd taken her name when I turned 18. Legally changed it. David Sullivan died with the man who'd created him. David Chen was my mother's son, wholly and completely. Elena had hated that. Insisted I should go back to Sullivan for professional reasons. That Chen made me sound too ethnic for the circles we moved in. I'd refused, one of the few times I'd stood firm against her will. My mother had given me everything. I'd be damned if I erased her from my name. I slipped the card into my wallet, though I wasn't sure why. Habit, maybe, or sentimentality, or the desperate hope that my mother somehow had left me something that could help me survive the next few days until I figured out what came next. The sun was rising by the time I finished packing. Gray light filtered through those expensive windows, washing everything in shades of nothing. I could hear Elena in the bedroom. Her alarm going off, the sound of her morning routine beginning, shower, skin care, the ritual of constructing the perfect Elena Whitmore that the world would see. I left before she came out, didn't say goodbye. What was there to say? The streets were still wet from the rain, but it had finally stopped. I walked for hours, my duffel bag over my shoulder, my phone dying slowly in my pocket because I hadn't thought to grab my charger and it had probably been purchased with her money anyway. I'd called my friend Marcus, not her. Marcus, my Marcus from grad school, and he'd said I could crash on his couch for a few days. Not long, he'd warned. His girlfriend was already annoyed about how small their apartment was. But a few days, enough time to figure out next steps, except there weren't many steps to figure out. I'd been working at Elena's family's investment firm, a cushy position I'd gotten not through merit, but through marriage. That would end with the divorce, obviously. I had no real savings. $700 might cover a week in a shitty motel if I was lucky. My credit cards were all connected to accounts she'd controlled. I didn't have a car. We'd sold mine years ago because it's ridiculous to have two cars in Manhattan, David, and mine is nicer anyway. I'd willingly dismantled my own independence piece by piece, thinking I was building a partnership. Thinking love meant merging everything, sharing everything, becoming a unit instead of two separate people. I'd been an idiot. By noon, I found myself standing outside a Chase Bank branch in Midtown. I don't know what made me walk in. Desperation maybe, or the vague thought that I should at least see if my mother's account had anything in it before I started pawning what little I owned. The branch was nearly empty. Just a few people at the ATMs and a banker sitting at one of the desks, scrolling through his phone with the look of someone bored beyond measure on a Saturday morning. I approached the ATM first, slid in my mother's card, waited for it to be rejected to tell me the account was closed, expired, invalid. Instead, it asked for a PIN. I stood there staring at the screen, trying to remember. Had my mother ever told me? I entered her birthday. Invalid. My birthday. Invalid. One more try before the card would be locked. On impulse, I entered the date she'd given me the card. The day before she died. The screen changed. Account accepted. Would you like to check your balance? My hand trembled slightly as I pressed yes. The machine thought for a moment and then error. Please see a banker for assistance. Of course, the account probably had $12 in it, and the ATM couldn't even process something that pathetically small. I pulled out the card and walked to the desk where the bored banker looked up with the expression of someone about to deliver bad news. He delivered 1,000 times before. Can I help you? Yeah. I have this card from my mother. She passed away 6 years ago and I'm just trying to see if there's anything in the account. I slid it across the desk feeling like I was begging. Maybe I was. He picked it up, glanced at it, started to insert it into his computer with that same bored expression. And then his face changed. It was subtle at first, just a slight widening of the eyes, a pause in his movements. But then he looked at the screen, looked at the card, looked at me, and the blood literally drained from his face. Sir, he said, his voice suddenly very different, very careful. Can you wait here for just one moment? Is something wrong? No, not wrong. Just please wait here. He stood up so quickly his chair rolled backward and then he was walking, almost running to the back offices, the card still in his hand. I watched him go, confused, a sick feeling building in my stomach. Had my mother done something illegal? Was this some kind of fraud? Was I about to be arrested for trying to access a dead woman's account? Minutes passed. Long minutes. Other bankers started glancing my way, whispering to each other. A woman in a suit came out of the back office, looked at me, said something sharp to the first banker I couldn't hear. And then they were both walking toward me, and the man's face was still pale. And the woman was carrying a folder. And Mr. Chen, she said, and her voice was gentle in the way people's voices get when they're about to change her life. I'm Rebecca Stein, the branch manager. Could you come with me, please? To somewhere more private. The sick feeling intensified. What's going on? Sir, the first banker said, and his voice was shaking slightly. Please, you need to see this. They led me to a private office in the back, closing the door behind us. The manager sat down across from me, opened the folder, and pulled out a statement. Mr. Chen, I need to verify your identity first. Can I see your driver's license? I handed it over with shaking hands. She studied it, compared it to something on her computer screen, nodded. It's you, she said quietly. You're really you. What are you talking about? She slid the statement across the desk. I looked down at it at the account number that matched my mother's card at the name Margaret Chen, primary account holder. David Chen, beneficiary upon death. And then I saw the balance. I stopped breathing. I had to be reading it wrong. Had to be. That many zeros didn't exist in my mother's world. Couldn't exist. It was impossible. I couldn't even finish the sentence. $247 million, the manager said softly. Give or take a few hundred, The account has been accruing interest for 6 years. Your mother set it up as a trust that would transfer to you automatically upon her death, but only if you used the card she gave you. Until you did, it remained dormant. $247 million. My mother, Margaret Chen, who'd worked double shifts and worried about grocery bills and died in a hospital bed wearing a nightgown I'd bought at Target because it was all I could afford. $247 million. There must be a mistake, I whispered. But Rebecca Stein was shaking her head, Pulling out more papers, more documents I couldn't focus on because the number kept swimming in my vision. No mistake, Mr. Chen, though I imagine you have questions about where this came from. Your mother left you something else. She pulled out an envelope sealed, my name written on it in my mother's careful handwriting. She instructed that this be given to you when you access the account along with this. She slid across a business card, heavy stock, embossed lettering. A law firm in London I'd never heard of. They've been managing your mother's estate. Well, your estate now. There are significant holdings beyond this account. Properties, investments, a trust that's been growing for decades. They'll need to speak with you immediately to begin the transfer process. I couldn't speak, couldn't think, could barely breathe. Mr. Chen, the manager said gently, I know this is shocking, but sir, whoever you thought your mother was, whoever you thought you were, everything just changed. I looked down at the envelope in my hands, at my mother's handwriting, at the card with the London law firm's information, and I thought about Elena in her penthouse, celebrating my departure with someone whose name she couldn't even be bothered to mention. Everything just changed. I sat in that office for 20 minutes before I could move. The envelope felt impossibly heavy in my hands. Just paper, just ink, but weighted with 6 years of questions I hadn't known to ask. Around me, the bank hummed with its usual Saturday rhythm. ATMs beeping, people shuffling papers, the soft murmur of transactions that meant everything and nothing to the people conducting them. But in this small room with its generic corporate art in its desk that had probably witnessed 1,000 financial revelations, my entire reality was fragmenting like a mirror struck dead center. $247 million. I kept trying to make the number feel real, to connect it to the woman who'd raised me in a 3-room apartment where we could hear the neighbors arguing through walls thin as wishes. The woman who'd clipped coupons religiously, who'd made a game out of seeing how cheaply we could eat each week, who'd actually cried when I got that full scholarship to Columbia because she'd been saving every penny she could spare. And now she could finally stop working herself to death. Except she hadn't stopped, had she? She'd kept working those double shifts right up until the cancer made it impossible. Kept living in that same apartment. Kept pretending we were barely scraping by while $247 million sat in an account I didn't know existed. Why? My hands shook as I opened the envelope. The letter inside was written on the same cheap notepad paper she'd always used, the kind you buy in bulk from the dollar store. Even now, even revealing whatever she was about to reveal, she'd stayed true to character. My mother, who'd apparently been sitting on a fortune that would make Elena's trust fund wealth look like pocket change, had written this final confession on paper that cost pennies. The handwriting was shaky, she'd been so sick by then, could barely hold a pen, but still recognizable, still hers. My dearest David, if you're reading this, it means I'm gone. It means you finally used the card I gave you, which means you've hit rock bottom or close enough that you've remembered your mother's last gift. I'm sorry it had to be this way. I'm sorry for so many things. I lied to you your entire life. Not about loving you. Never about that. But about everything else, about who I was, about who your father was. About why we lived the way we lived when we never had to. Your father wasn't Thomas Sullivan, the accountant who abandoned us when you were 2. That man existed. Yes, and he did leave. But he wasn't your father. I let you believe it because it was easier than the truth. Because the truth would have destroyed the childhood I wanted to give you. A normal childhood, one where you weren't defined by money or legacy or the weight of a name that would have consumed you. I stopped reading, my vision blurring. The walls of the office seemed to be closing in, the air growing thick and hard to breathe. Not my father, Thomas Sullivan, whose name I'd eventually rejected, whose abandonment had shaped so much of who I became, whose absence had taught me what kind of man I didn't want to be. He wasn't even real. Not in the way that mattered. I forced myself to keep reading. Your real father was Richard Chen. Not Chen by marriage. That was my maiden name. But it was also his family name. We were distantly related, third cousins, which is how we met at a family reunion when I was 23. He was 15 years older than me, already wealthy beyond imagination, already married to a woman his parents had chosen for him, already trapped in a life he never wanted. We fell in love anyway. It was stupid and reckless and wrong, and it was the most real thing I'd ever felt. He couldn't leave his wife. Not without destroying his family's business empire. Not without losing access to the children he already had. Not without causing a scandal that would have ruined dozens of lives. So we existed in the margins in stolen moments in a secret that grew heavier with every passing year. And then I got pregnant with you. Richard wanted to leave his wife then, was ready to burn it all down. But I wouldn't let him. I'd seen what that life did to people. David, the money, the power, the way it twisted everything it touched, made people into symbols instead of human beings. I didn't want that for you. I didn't want you raised in that world, suffocated by expectations and duty and the constant weight of wealth you'd never asked for. So, I left. Took the name Sullivan from a man who'd briefly meant something to me, created a fiction about abandonment, and raised you as if we were poor, as if we were struggling, as if we were normal. But Richard made me promise, made me swear that I would keep the money safe for you. That when you were old enough, strong enough, when you'd become whoever you were going to become without the wealth defining you, you'd have access to everything. Not just his fortune, but the truth. My hands were shaking so badly now I could barely hold the paper. He died when you were 7. Heart attack. I went to his funeral and stood in the back, anonymous, watching his legitimate family grieve. His wife never knew about us. His other children, your half-siblings, never knew about you. His company went to them, his public legacy, all the things he'd built in the world that mattered to people who measure worth in headlines and stock prices. But his personal fortune, the wealth he'd accumulated separately, the investments in properties and accounts he'd kept private, all of that he left to you through trusts and holding companies and legal structures so complex it would take a team of lawyers to untangle them. All of it waiting for the day you'd need it. I wanted you to need it, David. I wanted you to live a real life first. To struggle and fail and succeed on your own merit. To know what it feels like to earn something, to build something, to be someone without money making every door fly open before you even knocked. I wanted you to be strong enough to handle what's coming. Because this money, it's not a gift, sweetheart. It's a burden. It will change how people see you. It will make you question every relationship, every friendship, every kindness. It will attract parasites and predators and people who will smile to your face while calculating how to extract value from your existence. But I also know that by the time you're reading this, you've probably learned those lessons anyway. You've probably already experienced betrayal. You've probably already discovered that people can love the idea of you without loving you at all. You've probably already had your heart broken by someone who saw you as a means to an end. I thought of Elena of 7 years spent being exactly that, a means to an end, though what end I'd never quite figured out. Legitimacy may be the appearance of normally something to parade around while she lived her real life elsewhere. So now you get to choose, my darling boy. You can take this money and build something beautiful with it. Or you can let it destroy you the way it destroys so many people. You can use it to become the man I raised you to be. Amplified, or you can let it turn you into someone I wouldn't recognize. The lawyers in London have all the details. Property in 8 countries, investment portfolios that span industries I don't even understand. A trust that's been growing since before you were born. You're not just wealthy, David. You're dynasty-level wealthy. You're change the world wealthy if you want to be. I'm sorry I lied. I'm sorry I'm not there to guide you through this. I'm sorry for all the nights we ate pasta and you went to bed thinking we couldn't afford better when the truth was I could have bought the entire building we lived in without blinking. But I'm not sorry for giving you a real childhood. I'm not sorry for teaching you the value of $1, the dignity of work, the importance of building yourself from the ground up. Those lessons will serve you better than any trust fund ever could. You're going to be angry with me. That's okay. Be angry. Rage at me if you need to. I'm dead. I can take it. But then when the anger fades, I need you to do something for me. Be good, David. Be careful. Be smart. And be happy. God, please be happy. This money is your inheritance. Yes, but it's also your revenge. Revenge against every person who ever underestimated you, whoever treated you as less than, whoever made you feel small. Not revenge through destruction. That's too easy, too crude. Revenge through success, through thriving, through building a life so magnificent that everyone who doubted you has to witness it. You don't owe anyone anything anymore, sweetheart. Not explanations, not apologies, not your presence in their lives. You're free. Use that freedom well. All my love always and forever, Mom. P.S. There's a safety deposit box at the London office. In it, you'll find photos of your father, of us together, of the life we had in secret. You deserve to know where you came from, even if I spent your whole childhood hiding it. P.P.S. I saw the woman you married. I died before the wedding, but I saw her picture. Heard you talk about her. She's beautiful, David. Poised, elegant, everything the world tells us we should want. But she doesn't love you the way you deserve to be loved. I could tell even then, could hear it in your voice when you talked about her. A note of uncertainty, of trying to convince yourself. I hope I'm wrong. I hope by the time you read this, you've had a wonderful marriage and I'm just a paranoid dying woman projecting. But if I'm right, if she's hurt you the way I suspect she will, don't let her take anything from you that matters. Not your dignity, not your kindness, not your belief that real love exists. It does exist, baby. It's just rare. And it never ever uses money as a weapon. The letter ended there. I sat staring at it, reading and rereading those final lines until the words blurred together, and I couldn't tell if the wetness on my face was tears or sweat or some combination of both. My mother had known, had seen through Elena from hundreds of miles away from a hospital bed, with nothing but my tone of voice to guide her, had known, and had still said nothing, had trusted me to figure it out on my own, had left me this letter like a time bomb set to detonate at exactly the moment I'd need it most. She doesn't love you the way you deserve to be loved. I thought about Elena's face last night, the coldness in it, the calculation, the way she'd smiled when she told me about closing our joint account, about how I'd be leaving with $700 and whatever dignity I could salvage. $700. I almost laughed. Would have laughed except the sound that came out was closer to a sob. Mr. Chen. Rebecca Stein's voice pulled me back to the present. She was standing in the doorway holding a bottle of water and wearing the expression of someone who'd witnessed this scene before in different variations with different people whose lives had just been detonated by the past. I'm sorry, I managed. I just need a minute. Take all the time you need, but Mr. Chen, the lawyers in London, they'll need to hear from you soon. There are time-sensitive matters related to the estate, properties that need management decisions, investments that require authorization, legal structures that have been in holding patterns waiting for you to claim them. I looked down at the business card she'd given me earlier. Whitmore and Associates London, the firm that had been managing my inheritance for 6 years, waiting for me to materialize. Whitmore, the same last name as my soon-to-be ex-wife. The universe apparently had a sick sense of humor. What do I need to do? I asked. Call them today if possible. They'll arrange for you to fly to London. First class, all expenses covered from your account. There's a team waiting to brief you on everything. The full extent of your holdings, the legal structures in place, the various entities your father created. She paused, choosing her words carefully. It's complicated, Mr. Chen. Dynasty-level wealth is always complicated. Dynasty-level wealth. The same phrase my mother had used. I thought about the penthouse I'd been evicted from. The one Elena was so proud of, the 23rd floor apartment that had seemed like the pinnacle of success. Thought about her family's wealth, old money from banking and real estate, the kind of fortune that bought influence and memberships, and the right to look down on people like me. Dynasty-level wealth made that look like a rounding error. There's one more thing, Rebecca said quietly. She pulled out another folder, this one thicker. Your mother left very specific instructions about privacy. She set up multiple layers of protection to ensure that when you claim the inheritance, you could do so anonymously. Shell corporations, trusts, legal barriers between your name and the money. If you want, and I strongly recommend you do, you can keep this completely private. No one needs to know who you are or what you have. Not until you are ready to reveal it. Why would she do that? Rebecca smiled sadly. Because she was protecting you, Mr. Chen, from exactly the kind of people who'd come out of the woodwork if they knew. The distant relatives suddenly remembering family bonds. The investment opportunities that are too good to pass up. The charitable causes that desperately need your support. The romantic interests who find you fascinating for reasons they can't quite articulate. The romantic interests who'd throw you out with $700 and a smirk if they thought you were poor, but who'd cling like drowning swimmers if they knew the truth. So what do? You go to London. You learn about your inheritance. You make decisions about how you want to move forward. And in the meantime, she glanced toward the door, then back at me. In the meantime, you live your life as if nothing has changed. You don't tell anyone. You don't show any signs of sudden wealth. You let whatever's happening in your personal life play out naturally without the money influencing anything. You mean my divorce? She didn't answer directly, but her expression said enough. I mean, whatever relationships you're in the middle of resolving, let them resolve on their own terms, Mr. Chen. Let people show you who they really are without the variable of wealth confusing things. Let Elena show me who she really was. Except she already had, hadn't she? Last night in the penthouse with her casual cruelty and her talk of someone coming for brunch this morning, probably rolling over in bed and feeling nothing but relief that I was gone. Okay, I said. Okay, I'll call London. I'll figure this out. Good. Rebecca stood, then paused. Mr. Chen, for what it's worth. Your mother sounds like she was an extraordinary woman. She was. She'd been a nurse who worked herself to exhaustion while sitting on a fortune. She'd raised me to value things that mattered, kindness, education, work ethic, integrity, instead of things that impress people. She died in a hospital bed wearing a Target nightgown while holding the keys to a kingdom she never told me existed. She'd lied to me my entire life and somehow it was the most loving thing she could have done. I left the bank in a daze. The city looked different now, though nothing about it had actually changed. Same streets, same people rushing past with their coffee and their phones and their lives. Same noise encased in beautiful, brutal indifference. But I was different. I walked for blocks without direction. My mother's letter folded carefully in my pocket. The bank card heavy in my wallet. The London law firm's number saved in my phone. The duffel bag over my shoulder felt absurd now. All my worldly possessions carefully packed. Ready to move into Marcus' cramped apartment and figure out how to rebuild from nothing. Except it wasn't nothing. It was $247 million, give or take, plus properties in 8 countries, plus investment portfolios, plus whatever else was waiting in London to be explained by lawyers who'd been managing my dynasty-level wealth while I'd been living in my wife's shadow. My phone buzzed. A text from Marcus. You close? Sarah's making lunch. Nothing fancy, but you're welcome to join. I stared at the message. Marcus and Sarah, who were letting me crash on their couch out of friendship and pity, who had no idea that I could buy their entire building without making a dent in my account, who were making me lunch, nothing fancy, while trying to figure out how to gently tell me I couldn't stay long. I should tell them, should tell someone. This secret felt like it was burning a hole through my chest, too big to contain. But Rebecca's words echoed, let whatever's happening in your personal life play out naturally. Let people show you who they really are. And my mother's, you don't owe anyone anything anymore. Not explanations, not apologies, not your presence in their lives. I texted back 30 minutes out. Thanks, man. Then I called the London number. A woman answered on the second ring. British accent, professional, but warm. Whitmore and Associates, how may I direct your call? My name is David Chen. I was told to call about an estate matter. A pause then. Mr. Chen, we've been waiting for you. Please hold for Mr. Whitmore. Another pause, longer this time. I kept walking, letting the city flow around me, thinking about how my life had been split into before and after without my permission. Before the bank, after the bank, before the letter, after the letter, before I knew who my father was, after I knew I'd never actually known him at all. Mr. Chen, the voice was male, older, cultured in that way British lawyers seem to have perfected. Alexander Whitmore, I had the privilege of knowing your father and the honor of serving as executive for your mother's wishes. I cannot tell you how pleased we are that you finally accessed the account. We were beginning to worry. Worried I'd never use it. Worried about what that would mean for you. Yes. Your mother was very specific. You were to receive nothing until you needed it. The fact that you needed it concerns me. I thought about Elena, about the penthouse, about $700 in a smirk. I'm fine, I lied. Forgive me, Mr. Chen, but I've been managing family fortunes for 40 years. No one accesses an emergency inheritance when they're fine. However, that's neither here nor there. What matters now is bringing you up to speed on your holdings and ensuring proper transfer of authority. How soon can you fly to London? I don't know. I need to do what? I had nowhere to go. No job to request time off from. No obligations tying me anywhere. The divorce papers would come whether I was in New York or London. Elena didn't want me at the penthouse. Marcus' couch was a temporary solution at best. I had nothing keeping me here except momentum, the weight of routine, the illusion that my life still existed in the shape I'd built it. I can come Monday, I heard myself say. Excellent. I'll have my assistant arrange everything. Flights, accommodation, transportation, everything will be handled. Mr. Chen, I know this is overwhelming, but I promise you by the time you leave London, you'll understand not just your inheritance, but your father's vision for what you might do with it. Mr. Whitmore. Yes. My mother, in her letter, she said my father wanted this money kept from me until I was strong enough to handle it. How did he know I'd ever be strong enough? A long pause, then softly. He didn't. Mr. Chen, that was your mother's gamble. Your father wanted you to have everything immediately, full access from birth, your legacy secured regardless of character. It was Margaret who insisted otherwise. She believed that struggle creates strength, that hardship builds wisdom, that a fortune given too early destroys more lives than it saves. And if she was wrong, if I'd never used the card, then the money would have gone to various charities upon your death with a letter explaining why your mother was willing to sacrifice your inheritance and her relationship with you, even posthumously. Rather than risk you becoming the kind of person wealth creates too easily, the kind of person Elena was, he meant, but didn't say. The kind who measured worth in zeros and treated people like accessories, beautiful and disposable. I'll see you Monday, Mr. Whitmore. Monday and Mr. Chen, welcome to your new life. Try to enjoy it. He hung up. I stood on the corner of 5th Avenue and 42nd Street, surrounded by thousands of people who had no idea that everything had just changed, watching the city pulse and breathe and continue forward like it always did. Somewhere uptown, Elena was probably still asleep or maybe already entertaining her someone, celebrating her freedom from the burden of a husband who'd never quite measured up. Somewhere in my pocket, my mother's letter described a fortune that would make Elena's trust fund look like pocket change. And somewhere deep in my chest, something I'd thought was broken started to resemble something else entirely. Not quite hope, not yet, but possibility. The revenge of simply becoming who I'd always been, only more so, only amplified, only free. Marcus's apartment smelled like garlic and burnt toast. I stood in the doorway of the 5th floor walk-up in Hell's Kitchen, my duffel bag still over my shoulder, and tried to reconcile the person I'd been when I left this morning with the person standing here now. Same clothes, same face in the reflection of their hallway mirror. Same David Chen who'd woken up in a penthouse and gone to sleep or tried to knowing he'd be homeless by Monday. Except nothing was the same at all. "Dude, you look like hell," Marcus said, pulling me inside. "Sarah's making grilled cheese. It's basically her only recipe. So, prepare yourself for mediocrity. But it's food." He was trying to be cheerful, trying to make this less awkward than it was. Marcus had always been like that. The friend who showed up, who made room, who asked questions later. We'd met in grad school, bonded over being the scholarship kids in a sea of trust fund economists, stayed friends even after I'd married into the world we'd both resented. He'd never liked Elena, had been too polite to say it directly, but I'd seen it in his face at the wedding, in the way he gradually stopped inviting us to things. In how our friendship had winnowed down to occasional texts and the kind of surface-level catch-ups that mean you were not really friends anymore, just people who used to be. And now I was here on his couch pretending to be the person he thought I was. "Thanks for this," I said, dropping my bag by the door. "I know it's not ideal. It's fine. Really, Sarah's a little stressed about the space, but she'll get over it. You're my boy. We take care of each other." He punched my shoulder lightly. That male affection that doesn't know how to express itself properly. "So, you want to talk about it?" "Not really." Elena finally pulled the trigger. "Something like that." He nodded, not pushing. Marcus understood the value of silence, of letting things breathe instead of forcing them into the open before they were ready. Sarah emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of sandwiches that were indeed slightly burnt. She was small and fierce with the kind of energy that made their tiny apartment feel even smaller. I'd met her a handful of times, always at gatherings where Elena had dominated the conversation and Sarah had watched with barely concealed judgment. She'd never liked Elena either. "I was starting to realize how many people hadn't David," she said, not unkindly, but not warmly either. "Marcus said you needed a place to crash for a few days." "Just a few days," I assured her. "I'm figuring things out." "Aha." She set the plate down on their coffee table, which was also their dining table, which was also their workspace. "Look, I'm going to be straight with you because that's who I am. You can stay here through the week. We've got Marcus's cousin coming Friday for a visit. So, you'll need to be out by Thursday night. That gives you 5 days to find something more permanent." 5 days. In another timeline, the one from this morning, 5 days would have been a crisis. Nowhere near enough time to find an affordable apartment in New York, even a studio in the outer boroughs. Not with $700 and no job and a divorce in progress. In this timeline, I could buy this building before Thursday. Could buy the whole block. Could solve every one of their problems with a phone call. The thought made me feel sick and powerful in equal measure. 5 days works, I said. "Thank you both of you." We ate the sandwiches, which were exactly as mediocre as advertised. Marcus talked about as well something in data analysis for a marketing firm. The kind of work we'd both sworn we'd never do back when we thought we'd change the world through economic policy. Sarah complained about her supervisor, about the tiny kitchen, about the landlord who kept promising to fix the water pressure and never did. Normal problems, small problems. The kind that consumed your entire world when you lived in 600 square feet and split rent 3 ways with your salary and your partner's salary and the side hustle you pretended was a temporary thing, but knew deep down was probably permanent. I listened and nodded and contributed nothing about my own situation. And the whole time I felt like a fraud, like I was playing a part in a show where everyone else thought it was real life. My phone buzzed. An email from Whitmore Associates. Flight confirmation attached. British Airways First Class JFK to Heathrow Monday 8 a.m. car service will collect you at 5:30 a.m. from the address on file. Please confirm receipt. I stared at the screen. The address on file would be the penthouse, the one I'd been evicted from. I typed back quickly. Address has changed. We'll send updates shortly. Another buzz, almost immediate. Understood. Please provide current location at your earliest convenience. Accommodation in London has been arranged at the Connaught. Any preferences or requirements, Please advise. The Connet. I'd walked past it once years ago when Elena had dragged me to London for some charity thing her mother was involved in. We'd stayed at Claridge's, which had seemed impossibly luxurious at the time. The Connaught had been the place Elena had pointed to and said, "That's where real wealth stays. Not people like us, people who've had it for centuries. People like my father, apparently." I set my phone down before Marcus could see the screen. "You okay?" he asked. "You look weird." "Just tired. Long day." "Yeah, I bet. Divorce is exhausting." He leaned back, the couch groaning under his weight. "So, what's your plan? You still working at Elena's family firm? That's done obviously, right? So, you need a job, too." Yeah, it wasn't technically a lie. I did need a goo, or at least the appearance of one. Needed something to tell people when they asked what I did. Needed a reason to be somewhere during the day. Needed the structure that kept people from asking too many questions. Unless I didn't. Unless I just disappeared into the money, became one of those people whose occupation was managing their wealth, whose calendar was filled with investment meetings and portfolio reviews, and all the other euphemisms rich people use to avoid saying they didn't actually work. The thought made my skin crawl. I'd spent 7 years watching Elena and her circle do exactly that. Pretend their trust fund management was a career. Pretend their charity board positions were jobs. Pretend they'd earned anything they had. I wouldn't become that. Couldn't. My mother had raised me better, but I also couldn't stay here. Couldn't keep lying to Marcus and Sarah. Couldn't maintain the fiction that I was the person they thought I was. "I'll figure it out," I said. Finally. "I've got some leads." Another lie. They were stacking up, building a wall between who I was now and who everyone thought I'd always been. That night, I lay on Marcus's couch, lumpy, too short, smelling faintly of the takeout they ate too often, and stared at the ceiling. The apartment was quiet except for the sounds of the city filtering through thin walls, sirens, voices, the constant hum of 8 million people living on top of each other. In the bedroom, I could hear Marcus and Sarah's muffled conversation. Something about bills and whether they could afford to order in tomorrow or if they should finally learn to cook something besides grilled cheese. I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app, the one I'd used to check my personal account this morning and confirm Elena's claim that I had $700 to my name. Then I added the new account, the one from my mother, the one the banker had helped me link before I'd left in a daze. The balance loaded slowly as if the app itself couldn't believe what it was seeing. 247-384-62943. I watched the number waiting for it to change to reveal itself as a glitch or a mistake or a hallucination brought on by stress. But it just sat there solid and real and impossible. More money than I could spend in 10 lifetimes even if I tried. I thought about Marcus in the next room, worried about whether they could afford Thai food. I thought about the water pressure that didn't work. The landlord who didn't care. The cousin coming Friday who would displace me because they literally didn't have room for both. I thought about how easy it would be to fix all of this. One phone call, one transfer, problem solved, friendship secured, gratitude eternal. But Rebecca Stein's warning echoed, "Let people show you who they really are without the variable of wealth confusing things." And my mother's, "It will make you question every relationship, every friendship, every kindness." Marcus was my friend. Had been my friend through grad school, through the early days with Elena, when I'd still been naive enough to think love conquered all. Through the slow dissolution of our regular hangouts, as my wife had gradually isolated me from everyone who remembered who I'd been before, he was helping me now because that's what friends did. Not because of what I had, but because of who he thought I was. If I told him if I fixed his problems with my newfound fortune, I'd never know for sure. Never know if he'd have stayed my friend without it. Never know if the help was genuine or strategic. Never know if our relationship was real or just another transaction in a world that ran on them. I closed the banking app and opened my email instead. The message from Elena's lawyer had arrived while I'd been walking to Marcus' place. I'd seen the notification and ignored it, not ready to face whatever legal dissolution of our marriage looked like in stark black and white. Now lying in the dark, I forced myself to read it. "Mr. Chen, please find attached the dissolution of marriage agreement for your review. As discussed with my client, this is intended to be a straightforward separation with minimal conflict. Key terms: all property acquired during the marriage remains with Mrs. Whitmore, including the primary residence, vacation properties, and jointly titled vehicles. All joint financial accounts have been closed with assets returned to their original sources. Mrs. Whitmore. No alimony or spousal support in either direction. All personal property to be collected by you within 72 hours or it will be donated to charity. A non-disparagement clause preventing either party from making negative public statements about the other. Mrs. D. Whitmore is prepared to sign immediately and hopes for your cooperation in expediting this matter. Please confirm receipt and indicate whether you'll be retaining counsel. Regards, Harold Chen, no relation. Senior Partner, Morrison & Associates. Harold Chen, the lawyer Elena had mockingly mentioned I couldn't afford, who now revealed himself to share my last name in a coincidence that felt like the universe's idea of a joke. I read through the terms again, slowly this time. She was taking everything, every physical asset from 7 years of marriage. The apartment I'd lived in, the car I'd driven, the furniture I'd helped pick out. All of it legally hers because she'd paid for it. Because I'd been too grateful to be loved by someone like her to insist on contributing, to maintain any independence, no alimony. That made sense. She didn't need my money, and I apparently had none to give. A clean break for her, a financial catastrophe for me, bombs. Or it would have been this morning. Now it was just insulting, petty, the kind of power play people made when they thought they held all the cards and you held none. A non-disparagement clause. That was interesting. That meant she was worried about what I might say, what stories I might tell, what truths I might reveal about our marriage. It meant she understood on some level that she'd behaved badly enough that she needed legal protection from the consequences. I should sign it, should take the easy way out, let her have her clean break and her clear conscience and her certainty that she'd won. But something in me, something my mother had maybe known would be there when she designed this whole elaborate test. Refused. Not yet. Not until Elena had shown me fully who she was. Until this played out to its natural conclusion, until I understood exactly what 7 years of my life had meant to the woman who promised to love me forever. I drafted a response. Mr. Chen, I've received the dissolution agreement and am reviewing the terms. I'll need a few days to consider my options. I'm currently in the process of relocating and securing counsel. Regarding the 72-hour personal property deadline, I'll arrange to collect my belongings this week. Please inform Mrs. Whitmore that I'll be in touch to schedule a time. I'll respond to the broader agreement by end of week. David Chen, professional. Calm, giving nothing away. I hit send before I could second guess myself. Sunday morning arrived with rain again, as if the weather had decided to match the general misery of my circumstances. Marcus and Sarah left early for some brunchy thing with friends, inviting me with the kind of forced enthusiasm that made it clear they hoped I'd decline. I did, claiming exhaustion, grateful for a few hours alone in the apartment. The moment the door closed behind them, I called London. Alexander Whitmore answered on the first ring. Mr. Chen, I hope you have had time to process yesterday's revelations. Process is a strong word. I'm still mostly in shock. Understandable. These matters take time. However, I do need to brief you on certain urgent issues before your arrival Monday. Do you have somewhere private to speak? I glanced around the empty apartment. Yes. Excellent. First, regarding your identity protection, your mother established several shell corporations and trusts to act as intermediaries between you and your assets. The primary entity is called Providence Holdings, registered in the Cayman Islands. All property, investments, and accounts are technically owned by Providence, which is in turn controlled by a trust of which you are the sole beneficiary. Which means David Chen, the individual, appears to own nothing. David Chen, the trust beneficiary, controls everything. It's a legal distinction that provides enormous privacy protection. No one can trace your wealth back to you unless you explicitly choose to reveal it. My mother really thought this through. Your mother was extraordinarily thorough, Mr. Chen. She spent the last 5 years of her life working with us to ensure every detail was perfect. She anticipated scenarios we thought were paranoid. Vengeful spouses, predatory relatives, opportunistic acquaintances. She wanted you protected from all of it. Vengeful spouses. Like she'd known, like she'd seen Elena for what she was and had built a fortress around me just in case. What else do I need to know? Your property portfolio includes residences in London, New York, Paris, Tokyo, Sydney, Cape Town, Sao Paulo, and Dubai. Some are investment properties generating rental income. Others are personal residence maintained but unoccupied waiting for you. The New York property is a penthouse in Tribeca, significantly more valuable in private than anything in Midtown or the Upper East Side. A penthouse in Tribeca, probably 2 blocks from where I was sitting on a lumpy couch pretending to be homeless. You mentioned urgent matters. Yes. Several of your properties require immediate decisions about lease renewals or sale opportunities. There are also investment positions that need your authorization to proceed. Your father had started several ventures that were put on hold when he died, waiting for you to take over. And there's the matter of your position on various boards. Boards. Your father held seats on the boards of 6 major corporations. Upon his death, Those positions were held in trust to be transferred to you when you claimed your inheritance. You're now legally entitled to those seats and the rather significant stipends that come with them. Several of the companies have been inquiring when you'll assume your responsibilities. Board positions at major corporations. Me, David Chen, who'd been working a mid-level position at his wife's family firm because he'd never quite managed to advance on his own merit. I don't know anything about running a corporation. You don't need to. Board members provide oversight and strategic guidance, not day-to-day management. And you have voting rights on major decisions. It's quite lucrative and requires relatively little time, a few meetings per quarter, some reading of reports. Many board members treat it as semi-retirement. How significant are the stipends? Averaging 2 to 3 million per year per board seat plus stock options? I did the math. 12 to 18 million per year just for showing up to meetings. That was more than Elena's entire trust fund generated annually. Mr. Chen, are you still there? Yeah, sorry. This is just a lot. It is, which is why Monday's meetings are so critical. We need to walk you through everything systematically. Establish your priorities. Create a management structure. You'll need a personal attorney, a financial advisor, a tax specialist, possibly a public relations consultant, depending on how visible you want to be. I don't want to be visible at all. Understood. However, some visibility is inevitable once you take up your board positions. The business press will take note. Your father was relatively well known in certain circles. Not celebrity level, but respected. They'll be curious about his son finally emerging. His son, David Chen, heir to Richard Chen's fortune and legacy. A person who didn't exist until yesterday, who had no history in that world, no credentials, no network, a person Elena knew nothing about. Can I delay taking the board seats? A pause. 1. You can, though I'd advise against it. The positions generate substantial income and provide legitimacy. They establish you as a serious person in the business world, not just a trust fund recipient. Your mother was quite insistent that you not become the latter. Right? Because she'd spent my whole life teaching me that dignity came from work, from contribution, from building something rather than simply consuming. Even now, even from beyond the grave, she was guiding me away from becoming the thing I'd hated in Elena. Okay, I'll take the seats, but I need help. I can't just show up and pretend I know what I'm doing. Of course, we'll provide comprehensive briefing materials on each company, their industries, current challenges, and strategic opportunities. We'll also connect you with advisors who specialize in preparing new board members. You won't be unprepared, Mr. Chen. I promise you that. I heard the apartment door opening. Marcus and Sarah returning earlier than expected. I need to go, I said quickly. I'll see you Monday morning. Monday morning. The car will collect you at 5:30 a.m. Pack for a week. This will take time. He hung up. I shoved my phone in my pocket just as Marcus walked in, looking annoyed. Brunch place had an hour wait, he explained. Sarah's in the bathroom having a meltdown about it. I think she's stressed about you being here, to be honest. Not that it's your fault, just, small space, big feelings. I get it. I'll be out of here soon. You find a place. I'm working on it. Another lie. They were coming easier now. Sliding off my tongue like a skill I'd practiced for years. The truth was in my pocket. A penthouse in Tribeca. Probably empty. Definitely mine. Waiting for me to claim it. A life in London for the week. First-class flights and 5-star hotels and lawyers who said Mr. Chen like it meant something. A fortune that would solve every problem Marcus and Sarah had, that would make this awkward housing situation disappear. That would prove I was still the friend who showed up, who helped, who cared. But I couldn't tell them. Not yet. Not until this thing with Elena played out. Not until I understood what my life looked like on the other side of this transformation. Not until I knew for certain who I could trust and who was just performing friendship while calculating their angle. So, I sat on the lumpy couch and let Marcus complain about brunch wait times and pretended my biggest problem was finding an apartment I could afford with a job I didn't have. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I heard my mother's voice. This is the burden, David. A dim. Not the money itself, but the secret. The knowing that you could fix everything, but choosing not to. Because fixing it would ruin the only thing you were trying to save, the truth about who people really are. She'd been right about so much. I was starting to suspect she'd been right about this, too. Monday morning came too early and too loud. Marcus's alarm went off at 6:02 a.m., a piercing electronic shriek that penetrated the thin bedroom door and dragged me out of the half-leap I'd been pretending was rest. I heard him stumble to the bathroom. Heard Sarah groan something unintelligible. Heard the shower start and the pipes groan in protest. That water pressure problem they'd been complaining about. I lay on the couch and stared at the ceiling, calculating. My flight to London left at 8:00 a.m. The car service would have arrived at 5:30 a.m. to collect me from an address I'd never updated. Probably sitting outside the penthouse right now with a driver checking his watch and wondering where I was. I'd need to text them, reroute to Marcus's address, explain the delay. Except I couldn't do that without Marcus asking questions. Couldn't have a black car service pull up to this building. Couldn't disappear for a week to London without explaining where I was going or how I was affording it. Couldn't maintain the fiction that I was a broke, jobless divorce while simultaneously living like someone who just inherited a fortune. Because that's exactly what I was. I pulled out my phone and typed quickly to the number Whitmore and Associates had given me. Need to reschedule flight. Can we push to Tuesday morning, same time? Something came up that needs handling today. The response came within seconds. Of course, Mr. Chen, I'll rearrange everything. Car service will collect you tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. Please confirm address. I sent Marcus's address, then added discreet vehicle, please, residential area. Understood. Crisis averted temporarily, but that still left the larger problem. I couldn't just vanish to London without Marcus asking questions. And I couldn't answer those questions without either lying more elaborately or revealing the truth I wasn't ready to reveal. The bathroom door opened, releasing a cloud of steam and Marcus in a towel. You're up early, he observed. Couldn't sleep. Yeah, that couch is brutal. Sorry, man. He disappeared into the bedroom to dress, calling back. You got plans today? Job hunting? Here was my opening. Actually, yeah. Got some leads to follow up on. Might be out most of the day. That's good. That's great. Where at? I hadn't thought that far ahead. A consulting firm downtown. Friend of a friend thing. You know how it goes. Right on. Hope it works out. He emerged dressed for his own job. Looking tired in the way people do when they're juggling too much with too little. Listen, Sarah and I were talking last night. We want to help more, but the space thing is real. Her cousin's definitely coming Friday, and after that, I know. I'll be out by Thursday. Promise. He looked relieved, then guilty about being relieved. It's not that we don't want to help. Marcus, I get it. Really, you've already done more than I had any right to ask. He nodded, grabbed his bag, kissed Sarah goodbye. She was still in bed, pretending to sleep through this awkward conversation, and left. The moment the door closed, I texted the Whitmore and Associates number again. Change of plans. Can someone meet me in New York today instead? Need to access the Tribeca property and handle some personal matters before flying to London. The reply came fast. I'll have someone there by noon. The property manager can meet you at the building. Do you need anything prepared? Furnishings, provisions, etc. I looked around Marcus' apartment. The peeling paint, the cramped space, the couch that had destroyed my back. Yes, make it livable. I may need to stay there this week. Understood. I'll coordinate with the property management team. They'll have everything ready just like that. Money made things happen, made problems dissolve, made the impossible become a simple matter of coordination and cost. I understood suddenly why people got addicted to this. Why Elena moved through the world expecting every inconvenience to evaporate, every desire to be instantly gratified. When you had enough money, reality itself became negotiable. The thought made me uncomfortable in ways I couldn't quite articulate. But first, I had to deal with the penthouse. Elena's penthouse. The one where 7 years of my life still sat in a closet waiting to be collected within the 72-hour deadline her lawyer had imposed. I texted her at 9:00 a.m. Need to collect my things today. Will noon work? No response. I tried again at 9:30. Elena, the lawyer gave me 72 hours. I'm respecting your space, but I need access. Please. Still nothing. At 10 a.m., her lawyer responded instead. Mrs. Whitmore will not be present. Building concierge has been notified to provide access. Please complete your collection by 22:00 p.m. Not even the courtesy of a direct response, just her lawyer maintaining the buffer, keeping everything clinical and distant. Fine. I packed my duffel bag, still mostly empty since I'd barely unpacked at Marcus, and headed uptown. The subway was crowded with Monday morning energy. People pressed together in that particularly New York way of being physically intimate with strangers while maintaining absolute psychological distance. I used to hate the subway. Elena had insisted we take cars everywhere, Ubers when she was feeling casual, her driver when she wanted to feel important. She'd made fun of people who took public transportation. Called it unnecessarily democratic, like rubbing shoulders with regular New Yorkers was beneath her. Now standing in a car packed with delivery workers and students and office drones, I felt more real than I had in years. These were people who worked for what they had, who counted dollars, who understood that time was money because they sold their time in hourly increments. These were people my mother had wanted me to understand, to be in the ways that mattered. The penthouse building looked exactly the same as it had Saturday night. Imposing, expensive, dripping with the kind of luxury that whispered rather than shouted. The doorman I'd said good morning to 1,000 times, looked through me like I was already a ghost. "I'm here to collect some belongings," I told him. "From 23B, the lawyer should have." "Yes, sir." Mrs. Whitmore's attorney called. "You have until 2ish p.m. He handed me a temporary access key. "Please return this to the desk when you're finished." "Mrs. Whitmore." "Not Elena. Not even your wife. The divorce wasn't final. Wouldn't be for weeks." But in the doorman's eyes, I was already erased. Already nobody. I took the elevator to the 23rd floor, my hands shaking slightly as the numbers climbed. The hallway was silent. It always was, insulated by money and architecture from the chaos of the city below. The key worked. The door swung open. The apartment had been cleaned. Professionally, thoroughly, like they were erasing evidence of a crime. The surfaces gleamed. The air smelled of expensive lemon polish and something floral. Fresh flowers sat in the vase by the window. White orchids, Elena's favorite, definitely not their Saturday night. She'd already moved on. Already begun the process of erasing me from this space, from her life, from her story. I walked through rooms I'd lived in for 7 years and felt like a stranger. The furniture was the same, but it looked different somehow, more like a magazine spread than a home. Had it always been like this, or had I just stopped noticing at some point, stopped seeing the carefully curated perfection that left no room for actual living? The bedroom was where it hit me hardest. Our bed, her bed, I had to remind myself, was perfectly made. New sheets, I noticed white instead of the blue ones we'd had. The photos that had sat on the nightstand were gone. My nightstand was completely empty, cleared of the books and glasses and random accumulated debris of shared sleeping space. On my pillow sat an envelope. I recognized Elena's handwriting on the front. "David." My hand shook as I opened it. "David, I'm not good at confrontation, so I'm doing this in writing. Cowardly, I know, but honest at least. Our marriage is over. Has been over for a long time. If I'm being truthful with myself, we both know it. We've been performing for months, maybe years, going through motions, pretending we're something we're not. I don't hate you. I want you to know that you're a good person. Kind, smart, everything my mother said I should want in a husband. But good isn't enough. Kind isn't enough. I need more than nice dinners and comfortable silences and someone who fits the picture. I need someone who excites me, who challenges me, who makes me feel alive instead of just settled. You deserve that, too, even if you don't realize it yet. You deserve someone who loves you for who you are, not who they're trying to make you into. I tried to make you into someone you're not. Someone comfortable in my world, someone who could keep up with my friends, someone who wanted the life I wanted. It wasn't fair to either of us. The prenup was always about protecting my family's assets, not about not trusting you. But I'm not going to pretend it doesn't make this easier. You get a clean break. I get about a clean break. No alimony, no fights about money, no dragging this out in court while lawyers get rich and we both get bitter. Take your things. Take whatever matters to you. The rest is just stuff. And I have plenty of stuff. I'm sorry it ended this way. I'm sorry I wasted 7 years of your life. I'm sorry I couldn't be who you needed and that you couldn't be who I needed. But I'm not sorry for the good parts. There were good parts, David. Remember those if you can. Be well. I read it twice, then a third time. It was honest. I had to give her that. Brutally casually honest in the way of people can be when they're already emotionally checked out and just want permission to stop pretending. She didn't hate me. She just didn't love me, didn't want me, didn't find me exciting or challenging or alive enough. I was too kind, too good, too comfortable. And the prenup that had protected her family's assets, the one I'd signed without really reading because I'd been too in love to imagine needing protection from the person I was marrying, made everything easy. Made me disposable without complication. Take your things. I looked around the bedroom at the life we'd built. The closet full of clothes she'd bought me. The watch she'd given me. The cuff links from various anniversaries and birthdays. The leather toiletry bag. The expensive shoes, the suits tailored to fit me perfectly. All of it purchased with her money. All of it chosen by her for her version of who she wanted me to be. None of it mine in any real sense. I pulled my old duffel bag off my shoulder and started packing what actually belonged to me. The Columbia hoodie I'd hidden in the back of the closet. A few t-shirts I'd bought myself. Some jeans. My old running shoes worn through at the heels. The photo of my mother I'd kept on my dresser until Elena had suggested it was too depressing for the bedroom and I'd moved it to a drawer. The watch could stay, the suits could stay. All the expensive performance she dressed me in could stay. I took my mother's photo, my old books, and Stiglitz and Sen, the economists who'd shaped my understanding of inequality before I'd married into the 1%. My notebook from grad school full of ideas I'd once had about policy and change and making the world more fair. When I was done, my duffel was half full. 7 years of marriage fit in half a duffel bag. I walked through the apartment one more time, saying goodbye to nothing in particular. The kitchen where we'd barely cooked. The living room where we'd entertained her friends, and I'd felt like a prop in her performance. The study where I'd worked remotely while she'd done whatever she did during the days, which I'd never quite figured out. And then I saw it on the coffee table, partially hidden under a fashion magazine. Another phone, not Elena's primary phone. She was surgically attached to that one. A second phone, the kind people have when they're conducting business they don't want traced or conversations they don't want discovered. I picked it up. It was unlocked. She'd either forgotten to secure it or hadn't expected me to find it. The messages loaded. My stomach turned. Marcus. Not my Marcus. Her Marcus. Saturday 11:43 p.m. He's gone. Finally. I thought he'd make it more difficult. Elena. Saturday 11:45 p.m. He was always easy to handle. Too grateful to put up a fight. Marcus. Saturday 11:47 p.m. When can I come over? Elena. Saturday 11:48 p.m. Now I sent the staff away. Bring champagne. We're celebrating. I scrolled up. Weeks of messages, months maybe, planning the divorce, strategizing how to minimize what I could take, laughing about how I'd been completely clueless, that she'd been seeing someone else. And then from 3 months ago, Marcus, are you sure about the joint account thing? Seems harsh. Elena, he never contributed to it anyway. It's my money. He's just been living off me like a leech for 7 years. I'm taking back what's mine. Marcus, I guess. Still feels cold. Elena, that's business, baby. Emotions are for people who can't afford lawyers. I took a photo of the screen, then another, and another. Every message that showed premeditation showed the affair, showed exactly who Elena Whitmore really was when she thought no one was watching. The non-disparagement clause in the divorce agreement suddenly made a lot more sense. I put the phone back exactly where I'd found it, returned to the bedroom, grabbed my half-full duffel bag, and walked out. At the door, I paused, looked back at the penthouse one last time. The gleaming surfaces, the perfect furniture, the white orchids that had replaced me so seamlessly. Good riddance, I thought, and I meant it. The Tribeca property was everything the uptown penthouse wasn't. The building was understated, converted factory, red brick, the kind of place that whispered wealth instead of screaming it. The lobby was industrial chic, all exposed beams and polished concrete with a single desk where a woman in her 40s sat reading a tablet. Mr. Chen, she said, standing as I approached. Not a question. She'd been expecting me. I'm Patricia Walsh, the building manager. Welcome home. Home? The word felt strange. Thank you. Mr. Whitmore's team called this morning. We've had the unit fully prepared. Linens, provisions, everything you should need for an extended stay. There's also a welcome packet with building information, local service, and contact numbers for anything you might require. She handed me a key card and what looked like a tablet. The unit is fully smart, climate, lighting, security, everything controlled through the app. I've programmed your preferences based on what the London office provided. What preferences? They don't know. From your mother's notes, Mr. Chen, she was very thorough. Of course, she was. Even dead, my mother was taking care of me. We took the elevator to the top floor, the penthouse, naturally, because apparently I was a penthouse person now, whether I liked it or not. The doors opened directly into the apartment. I stepped inside and stopped breathing. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the Hudson River. The space was open concept, but warm somehow. Exposed brick walls, hardwood floors, furniture that looked comfortable instead of just expensive. There were bookshelves actually full of books. Art on the walls that looked like someone had chosen it for beauty rather than investment value. It looked like a home. Your mother designed it, Patricia said softly. Years ago, when she bought the property, she said it should feel like you, who you really were, not who you might pretend to be. My throat tightened. She never lived here. No, she visited a few times during construction to oversee the details, but she never stayed. She said it wasn't for her. It was for you, for when you needed it. I walked through the space in a daze. The kitchen had a coffee maker, my preferred brand, the one Elena had made fun of as pedestrian. The bathroom had the same cheap shampoo I'd used in college, the kind I'd stopped buying when Elena had stocked our bathroom with $100 bottles of product I couldn't pronounce. In the bedroom on the nightstand sat a framed photo I'd never seen before. My mother and a man I didn't recognize. Younger versions of themselves laughing at something beyond the camera's view. They were standing in front of what looked like a Chinese restaurant, his arm around her shoulders, her hand on his chest. Richard Chen, my father, the man I'd never met, never known existed until 3 days ago. He looked happy. They both did. I picked up the frame, studying their faces. He had my eyes, or I had his, I supposed. My mother's smile was different in this photo than any smile I'd seen in person. Unguarded, genuine, lit from within by something that had nothing to do with putting on a brave face for her son. This was what she'd given up. This happiness, this love, this man who'd made her laugh like that. For me, to give me a normal childhood, to protect me from the burden of wealth, to let me become whoever I was going to become without the weight of dynasty crushing me. I set the photo down gently and walked to the windows. The city spread out below looked different from this angle. Not the tourist view I'd had uptown, all glitter and performance. This was the working city. The piers, the warehouses being converted to luxury spaces, the river that had once meant commerce and now meant views for people who could afford them. My phone buzzed. A text from Marcus. How'd the interview go? When will you hear back? Right. My fictional consulting job interview went well. I typed back, they want me to do a trial project this week. Might need to stay elsewhere for a few days. Don't want to disturb you guys with my schedule. Not technically a lie. I did have a project. Learning to be David Chen, heir to a fortune, board member, person of consequence, and I would be staying elsewhere. That's great news, man. Where will you crash? Friend's place downtown. Sublet situation. I'll explain later. Another lie. They were piling up, building a wall between my old life and my new one, between who Marcus thought I was and who I was becoming. Patricia appeared with the welcome packet. Is there anything else you need, Mr. Chen? No, this is perfect. Thank you. She smiled. Your mother loved you very much. We all knew that. Everyone who worked on this project, she talked about you constantly, what you liked, what you needed, what would make you happy. She wanted this space to be a refuge, not just a property. She succeeded. Patricia left me alone in the apartment. My apartment, I had to keep reminding myself. I walked through the rooms again, slower this time, taking in the details. Books on the shelves I'd mentioned loving and passing conversations with my mother years ago. A coffee table that was the right height for someone my size to work at comfortably. A desk positioned to catch the afternoon light with a view that inspired rather than distracted. Every detail chosen with care. Every element designed around the person I actually was, not the person someone wanted me to be. Elena's penthouse had been a stage set. This was a home. I sat on the couch, comfortable, perfect, exactly right, and pulled out the photos I'd taken of Elena's secret phone. The affair, the planning, the calculated cruelty of someone who decided I was a leech, a burden, a 7-year mistake to be corrected with maximum efficiency and minimum cost. Emotions are for people who can't afford lawyers. I thought about my mother's letter. This money is your inheritance, yes, but it's also your revenge. Not revenge through destruction. That's too easy. Revenge through success, through thriving, through building a life so magnificent that everyone who doubted you has to witness it. Elena had no idea what was coming. Had no idea who I was now, what I had access to, what I was becoming. She thought she'd won. Thought she'd cast off the dead weight, upgraded to someone more exciting, freed herself from the burden of a husband who'd never quite been enough. She thought I'd be scrambling for apartments I couldn't afford, jobs I was lucky to get, a life rebuilt from scraps. She had no idea I was sitting in a penthouse worth 10 times what hers was. With access to resources that made her family's wealth look like a rounding error with lawyers in London waiting to brief me on my dynasty-level fortune. She'd played her hand completely. Now it was my turn to play mine. But not yet. Not until London. Not until I understood the full scope of what I had, what I could do, who I was becoming. Let her celebrate with Marcus. Let her think she'd gotten away clean. Let her sign the divorce papers and move on with her exciting new life. The truth would find her eventually. And when it did, I'd make sure every word of her non-disparagement clause was worth its weight in gold because I wouldn't need to say anything at all. The truth would speak for itself. Tuesday morning, 5:15 a.m. I stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Tribeca penthouse, watching the city wake up in shades of gray and gold. Across the river, the lights of Jersey City flickered like distant stars. Below, early joggers trace paths along the waterfront, their breath visible in the October cold. I'd barely slept, had spent most of the night sitting on the couch my mother had chosen, reading through the documents Whitmore and Associates had sent. Property portfolios, investment summaries, corporate board information, legal structures so complex they required glossaries to understand. My phone showed 5:17 a.m. the car would arrive in 13 minutes. I'd packed differently this time, not the old duffel bag. That felt wrong somehow, like clinging to a version of myself that no longer existed. Instead, I'd found luggage in the apartment storage closet, expensive leather pieces monogrammed with my initials in subtle stitching. My mother had thought of everything, including the baggage I'd need when I finally stepped into the life she'd been preparing for me. The irony wasn't lost on me. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Car's downstairs, Mr. Chen, take your time." I took one last look around the apartment at the bookshelves and the comfortable furniture and the photo of my parents laughing in front of a restaurant at the space that had been waiting for me for 6 years, maintained and prepared and kept ready for the moment I'd need it. "Thank you, Mom," I whispered to the empty room. Then I grabbed my bag and left. The car was exactly what I'd requested. Discreet, a black sedan, unmarked, the kind that could have been an Uber or a private car or anything else. No ostentatious display. No screaming wealth. The driver was a woman in her 50s. Professional but not stiff. "Good morning, Mr. Chen. I'm Caroline. I'll be taking you to JFK, thank you, Caroline." She took my bag, loaded it efficiently, and within minutes, we were moving through the empty streets of pre-dawn men. The city looked different at this hour. Quieter, more honest, stripped of the performance it wore during daylight hours. "First time flying first class?" Caroline asked after a while. "Is it that obvious?" She smiled in the rearview mirror on you. "Keep checking your ticket on your phone. People who fly first regularly don't do that. They know it'll be there." I laughed, embarrassed. "Yeah, first time. It's nice. You'll enjoy it. British Airways does it right. Lie flat seats, actual food, people who leave you alone if you want to be left alone." That last part sounds perfect. We drove in comfortable silence for a while. The sunrise was beginning now, painting the sky in colors that made the city look almost beautiful, almost forgivable. My phone buzzed. "Elena's lawyer. Mrs. Whitmore has signed the divorce papers. Please review and return your signature by end of week to expedite the process." She'd signed already. We'd been married 7 years and she'd signed away the whole thing in less than 72 hours. I should have felt something. Pain, anger, loss. Instead, I just felt tired. Tired of being the person she'd wanted me to be. Tired of performing gratitude for being allowed into her world. Tired of making myself smaller so she could feel bigger. I didn't respond to the message. "Let them wait." "Bad news?" Carolyn asked, watching me in the mirror. "Just the end of something that it should have ended a long time ago." She nodded, understanding in a way that suggested she'd been there herself. Those are always the hardest endings. Not because you're losing something good, but because you're mourning all the time you wasted trying to make something work that was broken from the start. "Yeah, exactly that." "Well, wherever you're going, I hope it's better than where you've been." London, a city I'd visited once where I'd felt like a tourist in my wife's world, gawking at buildings and history while she glided through it all with the ease of someone who belonged. Now I was going back as someone different, someone with property there, with lawyers waiting, with a father's legacy to claim and a life to figure out. "Me too," I said. JFK at 6:20 a.m. was a study in controlled chaos. Business travelers moving with grim efficiency. Families wrangling children and luggage. The eternal hum of announcements and rolling wheels and people going somewhere, anywhere, away from wherever they'd been. Caroline pulled up to the British Airways terminal. "Have a good flight, Mr. Chen. And whatever you're running from, let it stay behind you. Whatever you're running toward, let it be worth it." "How do you know I'm running?" She smiled. "Everyone who takes a 5:30 a.m. car to catch an international flight is running from something. The question is whether they're running towards something better or just running." I thought about that as I walked through the terminal. Was I running or was I finally moving forward after years of standing still? The first-class check-in had no line. The agent took my passport, looked at her screen, and her entire demeanor changed. "Mr. Chen, welcome. You're all set. We've upgraded you to our new first-class suite at no additional charge. You'll board through the expedited security line. And the Concord Lounge is available if you'd like to wait there." "The what?" "The Concord Lounge for our premium passengers. Complimentary breakfast, showers, quiet workspace, whatever you need. Premium passengers." That's what I was now. Not a guy grateful to be flying at all, But someone airlines upgraded without being asked. Someone lounges were available too. Someone the system recognized as mattering. It felt wrong and right in equal measure. The lounge was exactly what you'd expect. Leather chairs, abundant power outlets, a breakfast spread that could have fed a small village. A few other travelers scattered throughout. All of them carrying themselves with that particular confidence that comes from never having worried about money. I loaded a plate with food I didn't particularly want and found a corner seat away from everyone. Pulled out my phone and started reading through the briefing documents Whitmore and Associates had sent. Chen Family Holdings Overview. Total estimated value $1.2 billion as of current fiscal quarter. Primary components: liquid assets of securities 247 mm, real estate portfolio 340 milliseconds, corporate holdings and investments 520 mm, art and collectibles own 93 meters, $1 billion, not 247 million like the banker had said. That was just the liquid cash. The full portfolio was $1 billion. I read the number 3 times trying to make it feel real. Failing the real estate section was particularly overwhelming. London 5-bedroom penthouse, Mayfair Zoo, value 45 some, New York Tribeca penthouse 4-bedroom in value 38 arms, Paris historic apartment 6 Mon value 22, Tokyo modern residence Shibuya Eastern value 18 inches, Sydney waterfront home Point Piper Eastern value 28 million. Cape Town Villa Clifton Est value 2 S Paulo penthouse Jardines Eastern value 8, Dubai apartment Burj Khalifa Eastern value 15 mm, Moss additional investment properties generating rental income 23 units across various markets, total Australian laws value 154 miles. I own property on 4 continents, had homes in cities I'd barely heard of, let alone visited. The apartment in Paris alone was worth more than most people would earn in multiple lifetimes. And I'd been living in Elena's penthouse, grateful for the privilege, never knowing I had my own property sitting empty, waiting for me. The corporate holdings were even more staggering. Board positions with voting rights and stipends. Tech Venture Capital Partners, annual stipend 2.8. Global Logistics International annual stipend C3.2. Chen Pacific Investment Group annual stipend 22.1 M. Renewable Energy Holdings Lua annual stipend 1.9 M. Healthcare Innovation Fund annual stipend 22.4 M. Asian Markets Development Corporation annual stipend 3.1, $15 million per year just for attending board meetings. That was more than Elena's entire family generated from their supposedly impressive trust fund. I was richer than the woman who'd thrown me out for being poor. The absurdity of it would have been funny if it wasn't so devastating. First time seeing the big picture. I looked up. A man in his 60s had taken the seat across from me. Silver hair, expensive suit, the kind of face that had spent decades in boardrooms making decisions that affected thousands of lives. I'm sorry, he gestured at my tablet. The way you're staring at those documents, the particular expression of someone seeing their net worth laid out for the first time and trying to process what it means. I've seen that look before, usually on the faces of lottery winners or people who've just inherited something significant. I should have been annoyed at the intrusion of instead. I was curious. Which were you? Neither. I built mine the old-fashioned way. 60-hour weeks for 40 years, 3 failed marriages, and more stress ulcers than any human should survive. He extended a hand. Jonathan Chen. No relation, I assume, though the name made me notice your documents. I shook his hand. David Chen. And no, probably not related, though. I'm learning my family history is more complicated than I thought. Isn't everyone's? He settled back in his chair. Word of advice if you want it. Don't let the numbers define you. I see a lot of people, young people usually, who inherit or suddenly acquire significant wealth and it destroys them. They stop being people and become portfolios. Stop having goals and start having acquisition strategies. You think that's what happens? I think money is a tool or a trap depending on how you approach it. Used right, it gives you freedom. Freedom to pursue what matters to help you want to help to build something meaningful. Used wrong, it becomes your identity, your only identity. I thought about Elena, about her friends, the ones who'd never worked a day in their lives but talk constantly about being busy with their foundation boards and charity galas. People who'd let their money become their entire personality. How do you know the difference? I asked. Ask yourself what you'd do if you lost it all tomorrow. If the answer is panic or not know who I am anymore, you've let it become a trap. If the answer is figure it out and rebuild, you're using it as a tool. And which are you? He smiled. I'd be fine. Annoyed definitely, but fine because I know who I am, independent of the bank balance. Took me 3 divorces and a heart attack to figure that out, but I got there eventually. 3 divorces sounds expensive. 3 divorces to women who loved my money more than they loved me was the expensive part. The divorces themselves were just a correction. He stood, grabbed his bag. They're calling my flight. But David Chen, not related. Remember, wealth is an amplifier. It makes you more of what you already are. If you're generous, it lets you be more generous. If you're cruel, it lets you be more cruel. If you're lost, it makes you more lost. And if you're angry, he paused studying me, then it lets you be more angry, which can be useful. If the anger is directed at the right targets and channeled into the right actions, but anger that just burns without purpose, that'll consume you faster than any amount of money can sustain. He left. I sat there with my tablet, my billion-dollar portfolio, my board positions and properties and liquid assets, and thought about anger. I was angry at Elena for 7 years of making me feel small at myself for letting her at the system that let people like her glide through life on inherited wealth while people like my mother work themselves to death. But Jonathan Chen, not related, was right. Anger without purpose was just corrosive. Anger channeled into something constructive, something meaningful, something that made the world better rather than just making you feel better. That was different. My mother had given me a fortune. What I did with it, whether I used it as a tool or let it become a trap, was up to me. The flight was called. I boarded through a separate entrance away from the crowds into a cabin that bore no resemblance to any airplane I'd ever been on. The first-class suites were private pods with doors that closed, seats that transformed into fully flat beds, personal wardrobes for hanging clothes. The flight attendant, Emma, her name tag read, greeted me with a warmth that seemed genuine rather than performed. "Mr. Chen, welcome aboard. Can I get you started with a drink? Champagne perhaps, or we have an excellent selection of wines." "Just water, thank you, of course, and for breakfast we'll be serving shortly after takeoff. The menu is in your suite, but I'm happy to walk you through the options." She left me alone to settle in. The suite had more space than some New York studio apartments. A TV screen, a tablet loaded with entertainment, a amenity kit from some designer brand I didn't recognize, pajamas and slippers in case I wanted to change. This was how the other half lived. The half Elena had always belonged to and I'd been granted temporary access to through marriage. Except now I didn't need her permission. Didn't need her family's acceptance. Didn't need to perform gratitude for being allowed into spaces I could now access on my own merit, or at least on my own money, which apparently was the only merit that mattered at this altitude. The plane filled slowly. Through the gap in my suite door, I could see other first-class passengers boarding. Businessmen in suits, a couple who looked like they'd never flown any other way, a woman with the kind of jewelry that suggested her net worth had its own zip code. And then impossibly I heard a voice I recognize. "Yes, the suite is fine. No, I don't need champagne. I need the Wi-Fi password. I have emails to send. Elena." My blood went cold. I closed my suite door completely. Peered through the small gap. 3 rows ahead being shown to her own suite. Elena dressed in travel casual that probably cost more than most people's wardrobes. Her hair perfect, her manner imperious. She was on my flight to London. Of course, she was, because the universe apparently had a very specific sense of humor about these things. I pulled out my phone, hands shaking, and texted Whitmore and Associates. "Is there any way to change seats without changing flights? Situation has developed." The response came quickly. "I can inquire with the airline. Is there a problem, Mr. Chen? My soon-to be ex-wife is on this flight, 3 rows ahead. She can't see me." A longer pause this time, then. "Understood. Let me see what can be done. In the meantime, keep your suite door closed. First class is designed for privacy. She won't see you unless you make yourself visible." The plane began to taxi. Too late to switch seats now. I was trapped in a metal tube at 35,000 feet with the woman who'd thrown me out 72 hours ago, who had no idea that the broke husband she'd discarded was sitting in a suite that cost more than the monthly rent on Marcus' apartment. Emma appeared at my door. "Mr. Chen, is everything all right? You look pale." "I'm fine, just not a great flyer." "Well, you're in the best place for it. Once we're airborne, I can bring you something to help you relax. And the suites are very quiet. You'll barely feel the flight." "Thank you." She left. The plane accelerated, lifted, climbed. Through my window, New York fell away. The city where I'd lost everything and discovered I'd never had anything to lose in the first place. 7.5 hours to London. 7.5 hours of hiding from the woman who thought she'd seen the last of me. 7.5 hours to figure out what I was going to do. With the truth burning a hole through my chest, I pulled out my tablet and opened the divorce papers Elena's lawyer had sent. Read through them again carefully this time, paying attention to the details I'd glossed over before. The prenup protected her family's assets. Fine. But the dissolution agreement went further. It explicitly stated that both parties entered the marriage with minimal personal assets and accumulated nothing of joint value during the union. That was her narrative. We'd both been essentially broke when we married, and she'd supported me throughout. Therefore, no alimony, no asset division, no complications. It was a lie, but a convenient one. A lie I'd been prepared to accept this morning when I'd thought I had nothing to fight her with. But now I had documentation proving that wasn't true. Had proof that I'd entered the marriage with assets held in trust. Yes. But mine nonetheless. Had evidence that the narrative she was constructing was fundamentally false. I could fight this, could drag it out, could make her divorce expensive and complicated and very, very public. But my mother's words echoed, not revenge through destruction. That's too easy. Your revenge through success, fighting Elena in court would be destruction, would be satisfying in the short term and hollow in the long term. Would make me look petty and vengeful and small. Letting her win, letting her think she'd gotten away with it, and then building a life so magnificent she'd have to witness it from the outside. That was success. That was revenge worth having. I pulled out my phone and opened a new email to her lawyer. Mr. Chen, I've reviewed the dissolution agreement. I'm prepared to sign as written with one modification. The 72-hour deadline for property collection is extended to 30 days. As I'm currently traveling and cannot complete collection in the original time frame, all other terms are acceptable. I'll return signed documents upon my return to New York. Regards, David Chen, Professional Comm, giving nothing away. I hit send. Then I opened the folder Whitmore and Associates had sent labeled board meeting calendar and started reading. 6 board positions, 18 meetings per quarter. Each one an opportunity to learn, to contribute, to prove I was more than just an inheritance recipient. To become someone who deserved the fortune my father had left and my mother had protected. To become someone who didn't need Elena's validation or approval or presence in my life. Someone who could look back at 7 years of marriage and see it as a chapter that ended badly, but taught necessary lessons. Someone who could sit 3 rows behind his soon-to be ex-wife at 35,000 feet and feel nothing but pity for how small her world was about to become. The suite door opened slightly. Emma with a tray. I brought you the breakfast service. I noticed you seemed stressed earlier, so I included the smoked salmon. Comfort food, at least for me. I smiled despite everything. Thank you, Emma. And Mr. Chen, whoever she is, whatever happened, you're going somewhere better. I can always tell how. Body language. People flying towards something good sit differently than people flying away from something bad. You're doing both, which means you're in transition. And transitions are hard, but they're also where life gets interesting. She left me with breakfast and wisdom and the gentle hum of engines carrying me toward a life I hadn't known existed 72 hours ago. Somewhere ahead, Elena was probably checking email, planning her exciting new life with her exciting new man, celebrating her clean break from the burden of a husband who'd never been quite enough. She had no idea I was 3 rows behind her. She had no idea what was waiting for me in London. She had no idea that by the time this flight landed, I'd be a different person than the one she'd thrown away. I ate my breakfast. The smoked salmon really was comfort food and watched the Atlantic scroll by below, dark and endless and full of possibility. Behind me, 7 years of being small. Ahead, whatever I chose to build with the tools my mother had left me, the choice finally was mine. Heathrow at 9 p.m. local time was a blur of fluorescent lights and crowds moving with the exhausted determination of people who'd been compressed into metal tubes for hours and just wanted to be anywhere else. I'd spent the entire flight in my suite with the door closed, pretending to sleep, actually reading through board meeting minutes and financial reports until my eyes burned. Emma had checked on me periodically, bringing meals I barely touched, asking if I needed anything with the kind of attentiveness that made me wonder if the airline had been told I was someone important, which apparently I was. 3 rows ahead, Elena had disembarked first. First-class passengers got priority everything. In fact, I was learning in real time. I'd watched through the gap in my door as she'd swept past. Phone pressed to her ear, laughing at something someone said. Probably Marcus. Probably planning where they'd meet in London. What exciting things they'd do together now that she was free. I waited until she was completely gone before leaving my suite. Immigration was surprisingly quick. The officer glanced at my passport, asked the purpose of my visit. Business. I'd said, which was technically true, and waved me through without the usual interrogation about return flights and accommodation. Money, I was learning, made borders more permeable. Baggage claim was where it got interesting. I was standing at the carousel watching luggage circle like some kind of existential meditation on travel when I heard my name. Mr. Chen. I turned. A man in his 30s, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, holding a tablet with my name on it. Behind him, a woman about the same age with sharp eyes and a leather portfolio. Yes, James Crawford, the man said, extending his hand. From Whitmore and Associates. This is my colleague, Rachel Okonkwo. Mr. Whitmore sent us to collect you and provide initial briefing during the drive into the city. Oh, I thought I'd just take a cab. Please, Rachel said, her accent British with Nigerian undertones. We have a car waiting and there's quite a bit to cover before your meetings tomorrow. It's easier to start now if you don't mind. Mind? I was still trying to process that they'd sent 2 lawyers to the airport to collect me like I was someone whose time was too valuable to waste on ground transportation logistics. Sure. Okay. My bag appeared on the carousel, easy to spot among the standard black luggage. The monogrammed leather standing out like a beacon. James grabbed it before I could move. This way, please. They led me through the terminal, past the taxi queues and shuttle bus stops to a private car park where a Mercedes waited, engine running, driver ready. This was how the other half traveled. Not waiting in lines, not figuring out ground transportation, not worrying about anything except showing up and being driven to wherever they needed to be. The car was warm, comfortable, equipped with bottled water and a small selection of snacks. James and Rachel sat across from me, tablets out, looking like they were about to conduct a mobile board meeting, which I suppose they were. So Rachel began as the car pulled into London traffic. How much do you know about your father's business empire? Almost nothing until Saturday. I didn't know he existed. They exchanged a glance that suggested they'd expected this answer. Right. James said, well, the short version is that Richard Chen was a financial genius who made his first fortune in technology investments in the late 1980s, then diversified into real estate, venture capital, and strategic acquisitions. He was particularly skilled at identifying emerging markets before they emerged. Invested heavily in Asian tech companies before the boom, renewable energy before it was fashionable, logistics infrastructure before e-commerce made it essential. He was also intensely private, Rachel added. Most of his wealth was held through shell companies and trusts. His name didn't appear on rich lists or in business magazines. People in certain circles knew of him, respected him, but the general public had no idea he existed. Like my mother had wanted for me. Your mother's instructions were very specific, James continued. You were to inherit everything, but only when you accessed the account she'd given you. Until then, the assets were to be managed conservatively, grown steadily, and kept completely separate from your life. Why? I mean, I understand she wanted me to have a normal childhood, but why keep it secret even after I was an adult? Rachel leaned forward because she wanted to make sure you developed your own identity first. Wanted you to build relationships based on who you are, not what you have. Wanted you to understand the value of work, of struggle, of building something from nothing. She wanted you to be strong enough to handle wealth without letting it define you, James said. And she was willing to gamble your entire inheritance on that belief. If you'd never used the card, never needed the money, it would have gone to charity. She was that committed to the idea that you shouldn't have access to wealth until you were ready for it. The car moved through London streets that looked vaguely familiar from my one previous visit, except then I'd been seeing the city through Elena's filter. The tourist spots she deemed worthy, the restaurants her mother recommended, the shopping districts where she could find things you can't get in New York. Now I was seeing it as someone who apparently owned property here, who had business here, who belonged in whatever complicated way inherited wealth conferred belonging. So what happens now? I asked. Rachel opened her portfolio. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. you'll meet with Mr. Whitmore and the senior partners. They'll walk you through the complete portfolio, every asset, every investment, every property. You'll sign documents transferring legal authority from the trust to you personally. You'll be briefed on your board positions and what they entail. And then you decide what kind of heir you want to be. James said, some people who inherit wealth become caretakers. They maintain what they've been given but don't really engage with it. Others become stewards. They actively manage, grow, shape the portfolio. And some become visionaries. They take the foundation they have inherited and build something entirely new. Which was my father. Visionary. Bamoa. Rachel said without hesitation. He didn't just maintain wealth, he created it. Saw opportunities others missed. Took calculated risks that paid off spectacularly. And my mother, they both smiled. Your mother was the moral compass, James said. Richard would come up with brilliant financial strategies. And Margaret would ask if they were ethical, if they helped people or just extracted value, if they built something meaningful or just accumulated more zeros. She kept him honest, Rachel added. Made him think about legacy beyond just money. Several of his most successful ventures, the renewable energy investments, the healthcare innovation fund, the educational infrastructure projects in developing countries. Those were all her influence. I thought about my mother in her nurse's scrubs, working double shifts, clipping coupons, pretending we were poor while quietly ensuring her secret partner's billions were being deployed for good. She sounds exhausting, what I said. Rachel laughed. Oh, she was. We have meeting notes. She'd call Mr. Whitmore monthly to check on the portfolio, question investment decisions, demand detailed explanations of the social impact of every major position. She drove him crazy. He absolutely adored her. The car pulled up to a hotel I recognized from Elena's pointed comment years ago. The Conant. All understated elegance and old money confidence. The kind of place that didn't need to advertise because the people who belong there already knew about it. We've arranged a suite for you, James said as the driver opened my door. Mr. Whitmore thought you might need a few days to adjust, so there's no specific departure date. Stay as long as you need. A doorman materialized to take my bag. Another staff member appeared with a welcome drink on a silver tray. The lobby glowed with soft lighting and expensive surfaces, and the quiet hum of wealth so secure it didn't need to prove anything. One more thing, Rachel said before I could escape into the hotel. Your mother left you a letter, a teen letter. Mr. Whitmore has it. He'll give it to you tomorrow after the portfolio briefing. She wanted you to have the full picture first before reading her final thoughts. What does it say? We don't know. The envelope is sealed, but Mr. Whitmore says it's important, that it will help you understand not just what you have, but what you're supposed to do with it. They left me there with my luggage and my confusion and the growing sense that my mother had orchestrated every detail of this revelation with the precision of someone who had spent years planning for a single moment. The suite was absurd. Not just a room, a full apartment, living area, bedroom, bathroom with a tub the size of a small pool, a second bedroom I had no use for. A dining table that could seat 8. The decor was tasteful without being stuffy, comfortable without being casual, expensive in ways that whispered rather than shouted. I stood at the window looking out at London. Mayfair, Rachel had said, one of the most expensive neighborhoods in one of the most expensive cities in the world. And tried to reconcile this with the version of myself that had woken up Saturday morning in Elena's penthouse, thinking $700 was all I had. 4 days ago, that's all it had been. 4 days since my marriage ended. 4 days since I discovered my mother's secret. 4 days since David Chen, poor scholarship kid made good through marriage, had died and someone else had taken his place. Except I didn't feel like someone else. Didn't feel transformed or elevated or whatever was supposed to happen when you discovered you were secretly rich. I just felt tired and angry and confused about what any of this meant. My phone buzzed. A text from Marcus. Hey man, how's the consulting gig going? You settling in okay? Right. My fictional job interview, my fictional trial project, my fictional life that was easier to maintain than explaining the truth. It's good. I typed back. Lot to learn. Might be here longer than I thought. That's great. They must really like you. Where are you staying? I looked around the suite. At the fresh flowers and crystal vases. At the mini bar stocked with top-shelf everything. At the toiletries that probably cost more than Marcus spent on groceries in a week. Corporate housing. I lied. Nothing fancy, but it works. Another buzz. Different number. Elena's lawyer. Mrs. Whitmore has agreed to the 30-day extension for property collection. Please note that uncollected items after that deadline will be donated as specified in the original agreement. So Elena had signed off on giving me more time. Probably relieved actually 30 more days before she had to think about me again. Before my existence intruded on her exciting new life with her exciting new man. 30 days seemed like both forever and not enough time at all. I ordered room service, not because I was hungry, but because I wanted to see what 85 Club sandwich tasted like. Turned out it tasted like regular club sandwich, but with more guilt and garnish. Then I tried to sleep. Couldn't. Instead, I lay in a bed that cost more per night than I used to make in a week, staring at the ceiling, thinking about my mother working double shifts while managing a billion-dollar portfolio. About my father, the man I'd never meet, who'd built an empire and given it all to a son he'd never know. About Elena, probably in London somewhere, too. Celebrating her freedom with Marcus while wearing jewelry that represented a rounding error compared to what I now owned. About revenge that looked like success and success that felt like loneliness and loneliness that money couldn't solve no matter how many zeros you added to the account. Morning came with rain. Of course it did. Because London apparently had the same weather philosophy as my life, perpetually grey and vaguely depressing. I dressed carefully, not in the suits Elena had bought me. Those were still in her penthouse, waiting to be collected or donated. Instead, I wore what I brought from the Tribeca apartment. Simple, well-made, the kind of clothes that didn't scream wealth, but didn't apologize for existing either. The car arrived at 8:30 a.m. Same driver, different lawyers. These ones older, more senior, carrying themselves with the weight of people who'd spent decades managing other people's money. "Mr. Chen," the woman said as I slid into the car. "I'm Catherine Mills, senior partner. This is Robert Tang. We'll be accompanying you to this morning's meeting. Is all this really necessary? The car, the escorts, the performance?" Robert finished smiling slightly. "Yes, actually you're about to take control of a billion-dollar portfolio, Mr. Chen. There are protocols, procedures, ways things are done. Part of our job is making sure you understand the world you're entering. And part of it is making sure that world takes you seriously." Catherine added, "You're young, unknown, coming out of nowhere to claim a fortune most people don't know existed. There will be skepticism, questions about your legitimacy, your competence, your right to control what your father built. The performative aspects, the cars, the lawyers, the careful orchestration, all of that sends a message that you're not to be taken lightly." "But I don't know what I'm doing," I said. "Neither did your father when he started," Robert said. "Neither does anyone really. The difference between people who succeed with inherited wealth and people who squander it isn't knowledge. It's willingness to learn, to ask questions, to surround yourself with people who know more than you do and actually listen to them." The car pulled up to a building in the financial district. Old stone facade, brass plaques, the kind of place that had been managing wealth since before wealth management had a name. Whitmore and Associates occupied the top 3 floors. We rode the elevator in silence. The doors opened to a reception area that looked like a museum, antique furniture, oil paintings and gilt frames, a Persian rug that probably cost more than most cars. And standing in the center of it all, a man in his late 70s with white hair and piercing blue eyes, Alexander Whitmore. "Mr. Chen," he said, walking forward with his hand extended. "Finally, I've been waiting 6 years to meet you." His grip was firm, his gaze assessing. Up close, I could see the decades in his face, the lines earned through complicated negotiations and difficult choices, the weariness of someone who'd seen too much of how money warped people. "Mr. Whitmore, please, Alexander, your father was Richard to me, not Mr. Chen, and your mother was Margaret, who terrified me on a regular basis with her ethical interrogations. I'm not going to stand on formality with their son." He led me through the offices, people working quietly at desks, conference rooms where serious conversations happened behind frosted glass, walls lined with law books, and financial texts. Finally, a corner office with windows overlooking the city. A conference table already set up with documents, binders, pallets, everything organized with military precision. "Sit," Alexander said, gesturing to the head of the table. "This is going to take hours, so get comfortable. Catherine, Robert, you know what to do." They began pulling out documents, explaining structures, walking me through the labyrinth of my inheritance. And for the next 4 hours, I learned exactly what my mother had been hiding. The full portfolio was overwhelming in ways I hadn't anticipated. It wasn't just the properties or the investments or the board positions. It was the complexity, the layers of trusts and holding companies, the international tax structures, the investment vehicles I'd never heard of, the passive income streams from businesses I didn't know I owned parts of. "Your father was playing 3-dimensional chess," Catherine explained, showing me flowcharts that looked like conspiracy theory mind maps. Every decision created options for future decisions. Every investment opened doors to other investments. He thought in decades, not quarters. "And your mother made sure none of it was evil," Robert added with a slight smile. "Every position was vetted for social impact. Every company had to meet ethical standards. She rejected several extremely profitable opportunities because they failed her moral calculus." "Like what?" I asked. "Private prisons," Alexander said, "predatory lending, fossil fuel extraction in protected areas, tobacco, obviously weapons manufacturing for authoritarian regimes. Your father wanted to invest in all of them purely from a returns perspective. They were excellent opportunities. Your mother said absolutely not. And she won every argument." I thought about that, about my mother, nurse, and moral compass vetoing billion-dollar opportunities because they made money the wrong way. "So, what do I own?" I asked. Catherine flipped to a summary document. "Clean energy companies, healthcare innovation firms, educational technology, affordable housing development, logistics and infrastructure that enables commerce but doesn't exploit labor. Technology companies with ethical data practices, agricultural investments focused on sustainable practices." She essentially forced your father to become an impact investor before impact investing had a name, Robert said. And here's the beautiful part. It worked. The portfolio performs exceptionally well precisely because it invests in things that solve problems rather than exploit them. Turns out ethical business is good business. "So what's the catch?" I asked. Alexander laughed. Smart. Yes, there's a catch. Several, actually. He pulled out another document. This one labeled obligations and expectations. First, the board positions. You can't just collect the stipends and ignore the responsibilities. These companies need actual oversight, actual governance. You'll need to attend meetings, read briefings, understand the industries, vote on major decisions. It's work, not free money. Okay. Second, the properties. Several are generating rental income, but they require active management, maintenance decisions, tenant relations, strategic choices about when to hold versus when to sell. You'll need property managers, but you're ultimately responsible. Okay. Third, and most importantly, the legacy. Your father built this empire with your mother's ethical guidance. That guidance is now your responsibility. Every investment decision, every board vote, every strategic choice, you're the moral compass now, and people will be watching to see if you maintain the standards she set. He paused, studying me. No pressure, obviously, I laughed, slightly hysterical. Right, no pressure. Just become the person my mother spent my entire childhood preparing me to be while also learning how to manage $1 billion and sit on corporate boards and maintain properties on 4 continents and somehow not become the kind of person who lets money define them. Easy. Actually, Alexander said quietly, I think you'll be fine. Why? Because you're terrified. People who inherit wealth and immediately think they know what they're doing. Those are the ones who crash and burn. People who inherit wealth and are appropriately terrified, those are the ones who ask questions, listen to advisors, make careful decisions. Fear is healthy. It keeps you humble. Catherine slid one more document across the table. There's also this. I looked down. It was a sealed envelope. My name written on the front in my mother's handwriting. Alexander stood. We'll give you some privacy. Take your time. When you're ready, we'll be outside. They filed out, closing the door behind them. I sat alone in that conference room, surrounded by documents explaining my $1 billion inheritance, holding the last letter my mother would ever write me. Outside the windows, London continued its daily business. People rushing to meetings, making deals, building careers, living lives that intersected with money but weren't defined by it. I took a breath and opened my mother's final message. My darling David, if you're reading this, you've made it to London. You've seen the portfolio. You've met Alexander and his team. You've started to understand what your father built and what I protected. And you're probably terrified. Good. The handwriting was shakier than in the first letter. She must have written this even closer to the end when the cancer had stolen more of her strength. I had to squint to read some words. Had to guess at others where her hand had trembled too much to form letters properly. I need to tell you something I couldn't say in the first letter. Something about your father that changes everything. Richard didn't just give you money, David. He gave you a choice. When he knew he was dying, heart disease, same thing that killed his father, he rewrote his entire estate plan. His legitimate children, the ones from his marriage, they got the company, the public legacy, the Chen name in the business world, everything their mother expected them to inherit. But you got something different. You got freedom. His public fortune was tied to obligations, board seats he'd held for decades, family expectations, social responsibilities, the weight of being a Chen in the circles where that name mattered. His children inherited all of that. The privilege, yes, but also the prison. You inherited the private fortune, the one he built separately, carefully with no strings attached, no family obligations, no expectations from ancestors or society or anyone except yourself. My hands were shaking now. Do you understand what that means? You don't have to be anyone. You don't have to maintain a dynasty or live up to a name or perform for people who knew your father. You get to decide completely, totally who you want to be. You can take the board seats or decline them. Keep the properties or sell them. Stay in New York or move to Tokyo or disappear to a beach somewhere and never think about money again. You can be a philanthropist or an investor or a teacher or absolutely nothing at all. That's the gift, baby. Not the money, the choice. Your half-siblings will never have that. They'll spend their lives being Richard Chen's children, living up to his legacy, trapped by expectations and obligations and the weight of a name they didn't choose. You get to be David Chen, whoever that turns out to be. But here's what I need you to understand. With that freedom comes responsibility. Not to your father's memory or to his business empire or to anyone else's expectations. Responsibility to yourself. You have resources now that most people can't imagine. Resources that can change lives, solve problems, build things that matter. What you do with them, how you use this freedom, that's the real inheritance. Will you use it to become someone I'd be proud of, someone you'd be proud of, or will you let it make you lazy, entitled, disconnected from the people and struggles that shaped you? I can't control that. Your father couldn't control it. That's why we built all these structures, all these delays, all these tests, not to control you, but to give you the best chance of controlling yourself. The money isn't a reward, David. It's a tool. What you build with it is up to you. But if you're reading this in Alexander's office, overwhelmed and scared and wondering how the hell you're supposed to do any of this, then I'll tell you what I would have told you if I were still there. Start small. Start with one thing that matters to you. One problem you want to solve, one person you want to help, one corner of the world you want to make slightly less terrible, and then do just that. Let everything else wait. You don't have to change the world tomorrow, baby. You just have to show up today and try to be decent with the resources you've been given. The rest will figure itself out. The letter continued, but my vision was blurring too much to read clearly. I blinked hard, trying to clear my eyes, trying to hold it together in this conference room where lawyers who'd known my mother were probably listening outside the door. I'm sorry I won't be there to see who you become. I'm sorry I had to lie to you for so long. I'm sorry for every hard moment, the struggle, every time you went without something because I was pretending we couldn't afford it when we absolutely could. But I'm not sorry for raising you the way I did. I'm not sorry for making you work for things, fight for things, understand that nothing worth having comes easy. Because now, when you have everything, you'll know what nothing feels like. And that knowledge, that memory of struggle, that's worth more than any amount of money I could have given you. You're going to be fine, David. Better than fine. You're going to be exactly who you're supposed to be. I love you. I've always loved you. I'll love you forever. Now go build something beautiful with the mess I've left you. Mom and P.S. Alexander has something else for you. A key. Ask him about the safety deposit box in the vault downstairs. Your father wanted you to have what's inside, but he wanted you to decide when you were ready to see it. Don't rush. Some truths can wait until you're strong enough to carry them. I set the letter down carefully like it might disintegrate if I handled it too roughly. Outside the windows, London continued. Rain had started again, painting the glass and rivulets that distorted the city into something abstract and unreal. I thought about my half-sibling somewhere in the world carrying the burden of being Richard Chen's legitimate children, managing his company, living up to his public legacy, trapped by the weight of expectations I'd never have to bear. I thought about Elena who'd thrown me out because I wasn't enough, wasn't exciting enough, wasn't wealthy enough, wasn't whatever enough, never knowing that I was inheriting freedom itself, and I thought about my mother working herself to death to give me the gift of choice. The door opened quietly. Alexander stepped in, saw my face, and stopped. She had that effect on people, he said gently. Even from beyond the grave, Margaret Chen could make you feel simultaneously loved and terrified. She mentioned a safety deposit box. He nodded. I have the key. When you're ready, we'll go down together. But David, there's no rush. That box has been waiting 6 years. It can wait another day, another week, however long you need. What's in it? Letters from your father, photos, personal items. He wanted you to have things that will answer questions about who he was, why he made the choices he made, what he hoped you'd become. More tests? No, Alexander said. Just love. The complicated kind. The kind that comes with regrets and hopes and the knowledge that he'd never get to meet you. I looked down at my mother's letter, at her shaky handwriting and her fierce love and her absolute conviction that I'd be okay. Start small, she'd written one thing that matters. I knew what that one thing was. Alexander, I said, I need you to do something for me. Something that has nothing to do with the portfolio or the board seats or any of this. Of course, I need you to find out everything you can about my wife, Elena Whitmore. Her family's money, where it came from, how it's structured, what it's actually worth. He raised an eyebrow. May I ask why? Because she thinks she won, and I need to know exactly what she thinks she won before I decide what to do about it. Alexander smiled, small, knowing the expression of someone who'd seen this play before and knew how it ended. Your mother would approve, he said. She always said, the best revenge was understanding your opponent better than they understood themselves. This isn't revenge, isn't it? I thought about that. About Elena's casual cruelty, about 7 years of making me feel small, about being thrown out like trash while she celebrated with her someone. Maybe it is, I admitted. But the quiet kind, the kind that doesn't destroy, it just reveals. Those are the most satisfying ones. Alexander said, I'll have a full report by tomorrow morning. Everything. Finances, properties, family history, business dealings, scandals, secrets. If it exists, we'll find it. Thank you. He moved toward the door, then paused. David, your mother spent 6 years preparing for this moment, Planning every detail, anticipating every contingency, making sure you'd be protected and prepared. But there's one thing she couldn't plan for. What's that? What kind of man you choose to be with all this power? That's on you now. Choose well. He left me alone with my mother's letter and the weight of $1 billion and the question that would define everything that came next. Who was I going to be? The hotel suite felt different when I returned that evening. Not physically, it was still absurdly luxurious, still decorated with the kind of tasteful excess that whispered old money. But something in me had shifted during those hours in Alexander's office, reading my mother's final words, understanding for the first time what she'd actually given me. Not just money, freedom. I stood at the window, watching London's lights flicker on as dusk settled over the city. Somewhere out there, Elena was probably having dinner with Marcus, laughing about how smoothly the divorce was proceeding, how grateful she was to be free of the husband who'd never quite measured up. She had no idea I was here. Had no idea I'd been 3 rows behind her on the flight. Had no idea that the broke, desperate man she'd discarded was standing in a suite that cost more per night than she'd given me to rebuild my entire life. My phone buzzed. A message from Alexander. Preliminary report attached. Full analysis by morning, but these are the highlights. Call me if you have questions. I open the attachment. Whitmore Family Financial Overview. Preliminary. Elena Margaret Whitmore. Age 34. Primary residence Manhattan, New York penthouse, Upper East Side. Estimated personal net worth $8.128 million. That was what Elena had. What her whole family had given her. The trust fund she'd lived off, the wealth that had made her feel entitled to judge everyone else's financial worth, $8 million. I owned property worth more than that, individual properties. The Paris apartment alone was worth almost 3 times her entire net worth. I kept reading Source of Wealth, family trust fund established by grandfather Harrison Whitmore, 8.2 mom, no significant personal income or business ventures. Trust generates approximately $320K annually in distributions. Primary residence purchased by family trust held in her name, family wealth combined. Father Robert Whitmore 42M real estate holdings primarily commercial. Mother Catherine Whitmore 18 Emo's inheritance from her family. Total family net worth $68 million. That was the entire Whitmore family fortune. The wealth that had made them feel superior, that had bought them into the right clubs in the right circles and the right zip codes. I had more than 10 times that. Just me, not my family, not a dynasty built over generations, just what my father had left and my mother had protected. The report continued, notable financial context. Family wealth has been relatively stagnant for 15 years. Several failed business ventures by Robert Whitmore resulted in significant losses. 2008-2012 family social standing exceeds their actual financial position. Significant annual expenses maintaining lifestyle estimated $450K plows. Strained trust distributions. Elena's personal spending frequently exceeds her trust distributions requiring family support. So the Whitters were struggling. Not poor, they'd never be poor, but stretched. Living a lifestyle their money could barely support, maintaining appearances that cost more than they could actually afford, propped up by a trust fund that wasn't growing fast enough to keep pace with their spending. And Elena had married me thinking what? That I was dead weight, that I was costing her money she couldn't spare, that she needed to trade up to someone who could contribute financially instead of just existing on her generosity. The irony was almost painful. My phone rang. Alexander, did you read it? He asked without preamble. I did. And I'm trying to figure out if I should laugh or feel sorry for her. Feel sorry for her. Alexander said, people who confuse social status with actual wealth often do. The Whites have been dining out on their name for a generation, but the money's thin. Elena probably genuinely believes she was supporting you because in her world, $320K a year feels like real money. It is real money to normal people. Yes. To someone managing $1 billion portfolio, it's a rounding error. David, do you understand what I'm telling you? Elena Whitmore threw you out because she thought you were poor. Because she believed she was rich and you were dragging her down. She has no idea, no possible way of knowing that you're worth more than her entire family combined. I sat down heavily on the couch. So, what do I do with this information? That's entirely up to you. You could reveal it, show her exactly who she discarded. You could use it as leverage in the divorce, though I suspect you don't need to, or you could do nothing. Let her think she won. Let her move on with her life, never knowing the truth. What would my mother want me to do? A long pause. Your mother would want you to be happy. Everything else is secondary. That's not an answer. Yes, it is. It's the only answer that matters. David, you're standing at a crossroads. One path is revenge. Public, satisfying, and the kind of thing that would make Elena understand exactly what she lost. The other path is moving forward, building the life you want without looking back at the people who didn't deserve to be part of it. And if I want both, he laughed. Then you're definitely your mother's son. She'd want both, too. The question is, can you have revenge without it consuming you? Can you let Elena see the truth without letting that truth define your next chapter? I thought about my mother's letter. Start small. One thing that matters. Making Elena suffer didn't matter. Not really. What mattered was building something with this freedom I'd been given. Something that would make the last 6 years of planning and protecting worth it. But letting her think she'd won. Letting her move through life believing she'd upgraded. Believing I was the mistake she'd successfully corrected that stuck in my throat like broken glass. There's something else in the report, Alexander said quietly. Page 3. You should read it. I scrolled down. Recent developments. Elena Whitmore has been in a relationship with Marcus Hendricks for approximately 8 months. Ricks, age 36, investment banker. Personal net worth 12 violin throwers. Relationship began while Elena was still married to David Chen. Evidence suggests financial motivation. Hendricks has been supporting several of Elena's expenses that exceeded her trust distributions. Hendricks recently proposed marriage last week. Wedding planned for spring 2026. The room tilted slightly. 8 months. She'd been cheating for 8 months. Had probably started planning the divorce the moment she'd secured Marcus as her replacement. Someone with more money, better prospects, willing to subsidize the lifestyle her trust fund couldn't quite support. I hadn't been dumped because I wasn't exciting enough. I'd been dumped because someone richer had come along. David, Alexander's voice came through the phone. Are you still there? She's engaged, I said flatly. To the man she was cheating with, the man who's worth slightly more than her. Just enough to solve her financial problems. Yes. So, this was never about love or excitement or any of the reasons she gave me. It was just an upgrade, a financial transaction. It appears so. I thought about the letter she'd left on the pillow, about how she'd needed someone who excited her, who challenged her, who made her feel alive, about how I'd been too comfortable, too safe, too settled. All lies. Pretty lies designed to make the betrayal feel like something other than what it was. A cold calculation about who could better fund her lifestyle. Alexander, I said slowly. I'm going to need that full report as soon as possible. I thought you might. It'll be ready by morning. And one more thing. Can you find out where Elena's staying in London? What she's doing here? A pause. I can. But David, what are you planning? I don't know yet, I said honestly. But I think it's time Elena Whitmore met the real David Chen. Not the broke husband she discarded. Not the grateful recipient of her charity. The actual person I am now. And who is that? I looked around the suite at the life my mother had built for me in secret, at the freedom my father had died to give me. At the choice that was finally completely mine. I guess we're all about to find out. The full report arrived at 6 a.m. I'd been awake since 4 o'clock, unable to sleep. My mind churning through possibilities and scenarios and the strange arithmetic of revenge. How much was enough? How far was too far? Where was the line between justice and cruelty? Between revealing the truth and weaponizing it? My phone lit up with Alexander's message. Full analysis attached. Also, Elena is staying at Claridge's room 507. She has dinner reservations tonight at the Lead Berry 8 p.m. table for 2. Thought you might want to know. I opened the report. It was thorough, devastating really in its clinical dissection of Elena's life and choices. Whitmore Family Financial Analysis complete. The first section covered what I already knew. The trust fund, the stagnant wealth, the lifestyle that exceeded their means. But then it got interesting. Marcus Riss detailed profile background investment banker at Rothschild & Company, annual salary $850K base plus bonus. Average 1.2 meters total. Personal net worth 1,200 micrometers, primarily stock portfolio and real estate. Recently purchased engagement ring 180K, finance not paid outright. So Marcus wasn't as wealthy as he appeared, either was carrying debt to maintain appearances just like the Whitmore. The engagement ring alone, financed instead of purchased, told me everything I needed to know about his actual liquidity. Relationship timeline: January 2025. First documented contact at charity gala. February 2020, regular dinner meetings. Elena's credit cards show 15 plus expensive restaurant charges. March 2020, first evidence of affair, hotel room charge to Elena's card. Full October 2020, escalating relationship while Elena remained married. October 15, 2025. Marcus proposed October 19, 225. Elena initiated divorce proceedings. She'd waited, had secured the proposal first, made sure Marcus was committed, then pulled the trigger on ending our marriage. Clinical, calculated, the kind of strategic thinking people applied to hostile takeovers, not relationships. Financial arrangements. Marcus has been supplementing Elena Mana's expenses since April 225. Estimated $8,000 a month in additional support, dinners, travel, shopping. Elena's trust distributions insufficient to maintain her lifestyle without supplementation. Marcus appears to believe Elena's family is wealthier than they actually are. That last line made me pause. Marcus thought he was marrying serious money. Thought the Whitmore name came with Whitmore wealth. Probably assumed Elena's trust fund was just the visible portion of a much larger fortune. He had no idea she was essentially broke by the standards of the world they moved in. No idea that $320,000 a year sounded impressive until you tried to maintain a Manhattan penthouse and a luxury lifestyle on it. They were both lying to each other about money. How perfectly appropriate. Current London trip purpose pre-wedding planning meeting with the luxury vendors. Marcus joined Elena in London on Sunday. Separate flight, separate hotel. They're maintaining separate accommodations for propriety. Elena's word to hotel staff. Wedding venue scouting scheduled for Tuesday, Thursday. So, they were here planning a wedding while my divorce papers were still warm. While I was supposed to be scrambling to find a place to live, a job to survive, a life to rebuild from the ashes she'd left me with. The fury that swept through me was clean and cold. I called Alexander. "You've read it," he said, "not a question. I need you to do something for me. Something that might seem petty. I specialized in petty for 40 years before I discovered ethics. Try me. I want a reservation at the Lead tonight. Best table in the house. 8 o'clock. A long pause. David, I'm not going to make a scene. Homie, I'm not going to confront her. I just want her to see me. Want her to wonder how the broke husband she threw out is dining at one of the most expensive restaurants in London 3 days after she left him with $700. And then nothing. I'll eat dinner, pay with the card you gave me. Let her see it happen. Let her mind work on that mystery for a while." Another pause. "Your mother would tell you this is a bad idea. My mother left me $1 billion specifically so I could make my own choices. This is my choice. Fair enough. I'll have the reservation made. Should I arrange for company? You'll look odd dining alone." He was right. Showing up solo would seem sad, desperate, like I was trying too hard. But bringing someone, "Can you join me?" I asked. As my lawyer, my advisor, whatever story we need, just someone who makes it look like I'm there for business, not revenge. I'd be delighted. I haven't had a front row seat to one of these situations in years. The Lead at 8, then wear the navy suit you brought. It'll photograph well if there are any society pages people there. Photograph. David, you're about to have dinner at one of London's finest restaurants while your ex-wife does the same thing with her affair partner. If anyone recognizes the situation, it will absolutely end up in someone's social media feed. Just be aware. I hadn't thought about that, about witnesses, about documentation, about the way the world loved watching rich people's drama play out. Maybe this is a bad idea, I said. It's a terrible idea, Alexander agreed cheerfully. But terrible ideas are often the most instructive. You want to see how revenge feels before you commit to it. This is a relatively harmless way to test those waters. Worst case, you have an excellent meal and Elena experiences mild confusion. Best case, you learn something about what you actually want from the situation. What do you think I want? I think you want her to know she made a mistake. To see that you're not who she thought you were. To feel even briefly, the regret of having underestimated you. He was right. That's exactly what I wanted. 8 o'clock, I confirmed. I'll be ready. The navy suit fit perfectly. My mother had apparently known my measurements years ago and had the foresight to stock the Tribeca apartment accordingly. It was understated but expensive, the kind of thing that didn't scream wealth, but quietly indicated it to people who knew how to look. I studied myself in the mirror. Same face as always. Same David Chen who'd woken up Saturday morning thinking he had $700 in a failed marriage. But something in my posture was different. Shoulders back, chin up. The body language of someone who belonged in expensive places, who didn't need to apologize for existing. Fake it until you make it. Except I wasn't faking anymore. I actually could afford this. Actually belonged in the world Elena had always treated as hers alone. Alexander picked me up at 7:30 in a car that was notably nicer than the one we'd used yesterday. Escalation? I asked as I slid in. Presentation. If Elena sees you arrive, it should be memorable. This is a Bentley, by the way. Your father had several. This one's been in storage for you to claim it. I own a Bentley. You own 4 Bentleys, 2 Rolls Royces, and a rather alarming number of other vehicles scattered across your various properties. Your father liked cars. Your mother thought it was ridiculous, but let him have his toys. The restaurant was in Notting Hill, upscale without being pretentious. The kind of place where Michelin stars were earned through excellence rather than showmanship. We arrived at exactly 8 hunks reservation, according to Alexander's intelligence, was for 8:15. Strategic timing, he murmured as we were led to our table. Center of the room, impossible to miss. Perfectly positioned to see everyone who entered. She'll walk in, scan the room as people do, and see you mid-con conversation with a distinguished older gentleman. She'll spend the entire evening trying to figure out what's happening. Is this cruel? I asked as we sat down. Is it cruel to exist in a public space? Is it cruel to have dinner with your lawyer? You're not doing anything to her, David. You're simply living your life. If she finds that disturbing, well, that's rather the point, isn't it? The menu arrived. No prices listed. Always a sign of a place that catered to people who didn't need to think about cost. I ordered without looking at what things might total. A small rebellion against years of being the person who'd calculated every expense. At 8:17 p.m., Elena walked in. She was stunning as always. Black dress, perfectly cut, jewelry that caught the light just right. Hair done professionally, makeup flawless. The complete picture of a woman who'd spent hours preparing to be looked at. Marcus was with her, tall, handsome in that generic banker way, expensive suit, confident smile. They looked like an advertisement for luxury, for success, for having won at life. Elena scanned the room as predicted. Her eyes landed on me. I watched the recognition hit. The double take, the confusion, the moment of trying to reconcile what she was seeing with what she believed should be true. I was supposed to be in New York, broke, scrambling, not here in London, at the Ledbury, dressed in a suit that cost more than she'd left me, dining with a distinguished older man who radiated the kind of authority that came from decades of managing serious money. I smiled, raised my wine glass slightly in acknowledgement, then turned back to Alexander as if she was barely worth noticing. She's seen you, Alexander murmured, and she's rattled. Her hand just went to Marcus's arm, seeking reassurance. He has no idea who you are, of course. It's probably at asking her what's wrong. Should I feel good about this? I asked quietly. Do you? I considered it, examined the feeling in my chest. It wasn't satisfaction exactly. More like validation, proof that I existed outside her narrative about me. Evidence that her story, broke husband, lucky to have had her properly discarded, wasn't the only truth available. I don't know, I admitted. Ask me after dinner. We ate slowly, course after course of food that deserved attention and contemplation. Alexander told stories about my father, about deals made and opportunities seized, about the man who had built a fortune and hidden it from the world. And the entire time I could feel Elena's gaze periodically drifting to our table, could feel her trying to figure out the puzzle, trying to understand how the husband she'd left with nothing was here. Now, apparently fine, the bill came in a leather folder. I pulled out the black card Alexander had given me. Providence Holdings embossed in subtle lettering. That's going to confuse her even more. Alexander noted with amusement. A corporate card suggests you're here on business, which you are technically. The business of learning who you are. We stood to leave. I didn't look at Elena's table. Didn't acknowledge her again. Just walked out with Alexander, letting my presence speak for itself. On the sidewalk, waiting for the car, I finally let myself breathe. Well, Alexander asked, how does revenge feel? Small, I said. Smaller than I thought it would. That's because it's not enough. Real revenge, the kind your mother believed in, isn't about moments. It's about trajectory. It's about building a life so complete that everyone who doubted you, has to watch you thrive. The Bentley pulled up. We got in. And as we drove away, I looked back at the Ledbury at the restaurant where Elena was probably still sitting, mind racing, trying to understand what she'd just seen. Let her wonder, I thought. Let her question. Let her start to suspect that maybe, just maybe, she didn't know me at all. The real reveal would come later when I was ready, when the truth would hurt most. My phone rang at 11 p.m. unknown number, London area code. I almost didn't answer, but something made me press accept. David, Elena's voice, strained, uncertain. Nothing like the confident woman who'd thrown me out 4 days ago. Was that you at dinner tonight? I said nothing. Let the silence stretch. David, I know it was you. What are you doing in London? How are you, Ton? How did you? She stopped, started again. Who was that man you were with? A business associate, I said calmly. What business? You don't have, you didn't mention any. You never asked. Another pause. I could hear her breathing. Could picture her pacing in whatever expensive hotel room she was staying in. Mine racing through possibilities that didn't quite make sense. The divorce papers, she said finally. You haven't signed them. I've been busy. Busy with what, David? What's going on? I thought about telling her. Thought about laying it all out. The inheritance, the properties, the $1 billion she'd never known existed. Thought about the look on her face when she realized what she'd thrown away. But that would be too easy, too quick. Revenge that burned fast left nothing but ash. I'm figuring some things out, I said, about who I am, what I want, where I'm going. That's very cryptic. Is it? You told me I needed to be more exciting. I'm working on it. I could hear Marcus's voice in the background asking who she was talking to. Heard Elena move to another room, closing a door. David, this is ridiculous. We're getting divorced. You can't show up in London. And what are you trying to prove? I'm not trying to prove anything, Elena. I'm just living my life. Apparently, in some of the same spaces you live yours. London's a big city. Funny we'd run into each other. That wasn't running into each other. That was you at the Ledbury at the same time as you. I had no idea you'd be there. How would I? I don't keep track of your schedule anymore. That privilege ended when you threw me out. The words landed hard. I heard her sharp intake of breath. I didn't throw you out. I asked you to leave. There's a difference. Is there? Felt pretty similar from where I was standing. David, sign the papers, Elena. Send them to my lawyer. I'll review them when I'm ready. Until then, enjoy London. Enjoy Marcus. Enjoy your exciting new life. Your lawyer. You have a lawyer now. Everyone should have a lawyer. You taught me that. I hung up before she could respond. And for the first time since Saturday morning, I smiled. Not because I'd hurt her, though I had a little, but because I'd finally stopped letting her define the story. Story 4. At Thanksgiving, I asked why my 5-year-old daughter's surgery got cancelled. My parents smiled. We spent her surgery money on your brother's party. She'll live. I just stared. Funny. The hospital sent me the recording of who called to cancel. Their faces went corpse white. The November wind carried the scent of wood smoke and dying leaves through Maple Ridge, Ohio. Jerry Crowell felt the cold bite through his jacket as he walked up the driveway of his childhood home, a covered casserole dish balanced in one hand while his other held tight to his daughter's small fingers. Lainey moved slowly beside him, her steps careful and deliberate. At 5 years old, she learned to compensate for the balance issues that plagued her daily. The inner ear condition had stolen her equilibrium, turned simple playgrounds into obstacle courses, made her classmates stare when she stumbled during circle time. We're almost there, sweetheart, Jerry said, keeping his voice light despite the exhaustion pressing down on his shoulders. Will Grandma have a good rolls? Lainey asked, tilting her head up at him. The movement made her wobble slightly, and Jerry steadied her without thinking. I'm sure she will. The truth was Jerry didn't care about the rolls or the turkey or any of it. He'd been pulling double shifts of the warehouse for 6 months straight. His back aching, his hands calloused, counting every dollar that went into the surgery fund. Next Tuesday, 7 days from now, the specialist would finally correct the damage in Lainey's inner ear, give her back the childhood she deserved. He checked the account that morning. Every penny was there, right where it should be. Jerry pushed open the front door and warmth rushed out to meet them along with the familiar chaos of Thanksgiving. His mother's voice carried from the kitchen, sharp and cheerful. His father's laugh bowed from somewhere deeper in the house. The television blared a football game nobody was watching. Jerry, his mother, Connie, appeared in the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on a towel. She was 58 with carefully dyed brown hair and the kind of smile that had always seemed to stop just short of her eyes. You made it. And there's my girl. Lainey waved shily, pressing closer to Jerry's leg. Go ahead and set that on the counter, Connie said, already turning back to the kitchen. Dinner's almost ready. Your brother's in the living room. Of course he was. Tyson was always wherever the attention gathered thickest. Jerry guided Lainey toward the couch where his younger brother sprawled like a king, surveying his domain. Tyson was 32, but somehow looked both younger and older. Boyish charm mixed with aware of someone who'd never been told no. He was holding court with a couple of cousins, gesturing wildly. So, the venue alone cost $15,000, Tyson was saying, his voice full of swagger. But when you're putting on an event this big, you can't cheap out. My sponsors expect quality. Jerry felt something twist in his chest. He guided Lainey to a chair in the corner. Far from the chaos. Uncle Tyson, one of the cousins said, that's insane. How do you even afford it? Tyson's grin widened. Family came through. Sometimes you got to ask for help when opportunity knocks. Jerry's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, expecting a work message. Instead, he saw a notification from the hospital billing department. His fingers felt cold as he opened it. Your appointment scheduled for November 28 has been cancelled at the request of the patient's guardian. Please contact our office to reschedule. Jerry read it twice, then a third time. Guardian. He was Lainey's only guardian. Her mother had disappeared before her second birthday. Left nothing but a note in an empty closet. Jerry had raised Lainey alone, worked himself half to death to give her everything she needed. He walked into the hallway away from the noise and called the hospital. Yes, Mr. Crowell, the receptionist said, her voice apologetic. We received a call this morning from a family member stating you'd change your mind about the procedure. I didn't call you. The caller identified herself as the patient's grandmother and said she had your authorization. Jerry's vision narrowed. Did you record the call? We have a voicemail. Yes, sir. Would you like us to send it to your email? Do it now. He hung up and stood there in the hallway staring at family photos on the wall. Him and Tyson, his kids, his parents looking young and proud. Images of a family that maybe never existed the way he'd wanted to believe. His phone chimed. He opened a voicemail file and pressed play. His mother's voice filled his ear, smooth and confident. Yes. Hello. This is Connie Crook calling about my granddaughter Lainey's surgery scheduled for next Tuesday. We need to cancel the procedure. The child's father approved this cancellation. He's had a change of heart about the timing. We can reschedule later. Thank you. Jerry played it again, then once more. Each time, the knife twisted deeper. Jerry, his father, Rye, stood at the end of the hallway. 61, still built like the linebacker he'd been in high school, with silver hair and a voice used to being obeyed. Food's getting cold. Jerry slipped his phone into his pocket and followed his father to the dining room. The table had been set with Connie's good china, the kind that only came out for holidays. Turkey, stuffing, green bean casserole, cranberry sauce, all of it arranged like a magazine spread. His parents sat at the heads of the table. Tyson lounged to the right, already reaching for the rolls. Jerry took a seat with Lainey beside him, her feet dangling well above the floor. They passed dishes, made small talk. His father complained about property taxes. His mother fussed over whether the turkey was too dry. Tyson described his upcoming event in excruciating detail, some kind of networking celebration he was hosting for his business contacts. Jerry cut Lainey's turkey into small pieces and watched his family pretend everything was normal. So, Jerry, Ray said, reaching for more mashed potatoes. How's the warehouse treating you? Fine. Still pulling those extra shifts when I need to. Connie set down her fork with a delicate clink. You were too hard, honey. You should take some time for yourself. Jerry met her eyes across the table. She held his gaze for exactly 2 seconds before looking away. He waited until everyone had moved on to dessert. Apple pie, pumpkin pie, whipped cream pile high. Tyson was telling another story, something about networking with potential investors. The cousins laughed on cue. Jerry set down his fork. Did any of you call the hospital? His voice cut through the chatter like a blade. The table went quiet. Ray looked up from his pie. What? Lainey's surgery. Did any of you call the hospital about it? Connie's face did something complicated. A flicker of surprise, then calculation, then resignation. She glanced at Rye. Some kind of silent communication passed between them that Jerry had seen 1,000 times growing up. The kind of look that meant they'd already discussed this, already decided how to handle it. Rye cleared his throat. We meant to talk to you about that. Talk to me about canceling my daughter's surgery. Now hold on, Rye said, his voice taking on that familiar authoritative tone. Nobody canceled anything permanently. We just pushed it back. What? Connie sighed, setting down her napkin with exaggerated care. Jerry, we know you've been saving and we know how important this is. But Tyson had an opportunity that couldn't wait. A real chance to grow his business. Sometimes family has to help family. The words hung in the air like smoke. You used her surgery money. Jerry said it wasn't a question. It's not like she's dying. Ray said, his patience clearly thinning. The doctor said the condition isn't life-threatening. It can wait a few more months. But Tyson's event, that was time-sensitive. He couldn't let his sponsors down. Jerry turned slowly to look at his brother. Tyson had stopped eating. He wore an expression Jerry had seen countless times before. That mixture of defiance and entitlement, like the world owed him something just for existing. You took money from a 5-year-old's medical fund. Jerry said quietly. Dad and Mom, help me out, Tyson replied, lifting his chin. It's an investment in my future. When my business takes off, I'll pay everyone back. You stole from your niece. That's not fair, Connie interjected. We borrowed from the family fund. Your father and I contributed to that account, too. Remember? We put in $2,000 last year for Lainey's birthday. Jerry felt something cold settle in his chest, a clarity he'd never experienced before. He pulled out his phone, sat on the table, and tapped the voicemail file. His mother's voice filled the dining room. Yes. Hello. This is Connie Crowell calling about my granddaughter Lainey's surgery scheduled for next Tuesday. We need to cancel the procedure. The child's father approved this cancellation. He's had a change of heart about the timing. We can reschedule later. Thank you. The silence that followed was absolute. Connie's face had gone pale. Ray's jaw tightened, a muscle jumping beneath the skin. Tyson's smirk had vanished. Jerry let the silence stretch. You lied, he said. Finally, his voice steady. You called the hospital, impersonated me, and canceled my daughter's surgery. Then you took the money I'd been saving and gave it to him. He pointed at Tyson without looking away from his parents. Jerry, Connie started. How much? It's not. How much did you give him? Raised hands curled into fists on the table. Watch your tone. $12,000. Jerry said. That's how much was in that account. Money I earned. Money I saved from my daughter's medical procedure. And you stole it. We didn't steal anything. Rai said, his voice rising. Like your mother said, we contributed to that fund. We have a right. You contributed $2,000 once and I put in $10,000 over 6 months of overtime, night shifts, weekend work. Jerry stood up, lifting Lainey from her chair. She clung to him, confused and frightened by the tension. You don't have any rights to her money. You don't have any rights to her medical decisions. And you sure as hell don't have the right to lie and say, I approved any of this. Sit down, Rai commanded. We're not finished talking. Yes, we are. Jerry walked toward the door, Lainey in his arms. You're overreacting. Connie called after him, her voice cracking. Jerry, please. We can work this out. Tyson will pay you back. Just give us some time. Jerry stopped at the threshold and looked back. His father sat rigid with anger. His mother had tears in her eyes, the performative kind she'd always been able to summon on demand. Tyson stared at his plate, suddenly very interested in his remaining pie. You ruined yourselves, Jerry said quietly. Remember that? He carried Lainey out into the cold November night, and didn't look back. The drive home took 15 minutes. Jerry kept his breathing steady, his hands loose on the wheel. Lainey sat in her booster seat, watching him with those wide, worried eyes. Daddy. Yeah, baby. Are you mad at Grandma and Grandpa? Jerry merged onto the main road, street lights casting moving shadows through the car. I'm disappointed in them. Did I do something wrong? The question hit him like a fist. He pulled into their driveway, a small ranch house with peeling paint and a yard that needed work. Home. The place he made for them after her mother left. Not much, but theirs. He unbuckled Lainey and carried her inside, straight to her bedroom with its pink walls and toy dinosaurs scattered across the floor. He set her on the bed and knelt beside her so they were eye level. Listen to me, he said, taking her small hands in his. You didn't do anything wrong. You understand nothing. This is about choices grown-ups made. Bad choices. But the surgery, we're still doing the surgery. I promise you. Next Tuesday, just like we planned. But Grandma said, Grandma was wrong. The words felt good to say out loud. Solid, true, and I'm going to fix this. But you need to know something, okay? You did nothing wrong. Don't ever think that. Lainey nodded, though her eyes still held uncertainty. Jerry got her ready for bed, helped her brush her teeth, read her 2 chapters of the dinosaur book she loved. By the time she fell asleep, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He walked back to the living room and sat on the couch in the darkness. The house was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic. Jerry closed his eyes and let himself remember. He'd been 7 when he first understood how his family worked. Tyson had been 4, still young enough to be adorable, to get away with anything. Jerry had saved his allowance for months to buy a remote control car, $35, a fortune to a second grader. He'd kept it on the top shelf of his closet, treasured it, only took it out for special occasions. One afternoon, he'd come home from school to find Tyson playing with it in the backyard. The car was cracked, one missing, the remote covered in mud. Tyson broke my car, Jerry had told his parents. Rai had barely looked up from the television. He's just a kid. Share your things. But he broke it. Then you should have taken better care of it, Connie had said. Maybe next time. Don't leave expensive toys where your little brother can find them. That had been the pattern year after year. Tyson getting caught cheating on a test. Jerry, you should have helped him study. Tyson wrecking Ray's truck. Jerry should have offered to drive him to the party. Tyson losing job after job. Jerry should have helped him network better. Jerry had learned to be invisible, to work hard, to expect nothing. When Lainey was born, he'd hoped things would change. His parents had seemed excited about being grandparents. They bought gifts, visited the hospital, smiled for photos, but within months, the old patterns emerged. They'd show up unannounced when it was convenient for them. Forget Lainey's birthday, but remember to ask Jerry for money. Make promises they never kept. Jerry had kept hoping anyway. Kept believing that maybe someday they'd see him. Really see him. Tonight had shattered that illusion forever. He opened his eyes and reached for his phone. First, he called the hospital. A different receptionist answered, "Night shift. I need to reschedule my daughter's surgery," Jerry said. "The one that was cancelled this morning." "Let me look that up." Lainey Crowell. "Yes." Keys clicked in the background. "I see the cancellation. We can put you back on the schedule for Tuesday the 28th, same time as before." "Good. And I need you to put a note on our file." "What kind of note?" "Only I can authorize any changes to her treatment or appointments. Nobody else, not my parents, not any other family members. Just me. I want a security flag on the account." A pause. "Is there a safety concern?" "There's a fraud concern. Someone impersonated me to cancel the surgery." "Oh," another pause. "I can absolutely add that note. And sir, if you'd like to file a formal report, not yet, but keep that voicemail. I might need it. We keep all communications for 6 months. It'll be in the system." Jerry thanked her and hung up. Then he opened his banking app. The surgery account showed a balance of $347.82. $12,000 had been withdrawn 2 days ago. He took a screenshot. Next, he went through his text messages. Found one from Tyson from last week. "Mom and Dad are helping me out with the event budget. Going to be epic." Another screenshot. He opened his email and found the hospital bill estimates, the payment plan he'd set up, the confirmation of his deposits over the last 6 months. More screenshots. By midnight, Jerry had documented everything, every text, every email, every transaction. The voicemail had been downloaded and backed up to 3 separate locations. He created a folder on his computer and labeled it evidence. Then he sat back and stared at it. He wasn't building a fight. He was building a case. His phone buzzed. A text from Connie. "Jerry, please call me. We need to talk about this like adults." He deleted it. Another text came through immediately. "You're being cruel. We're family." He deleted that, too. A third message. "Tyson feels terrible. He wants to apologize." Jerry turned off his phone and went to bed. Sleep came surprisingly easily. For the first time in years, Jerry felt no guilt, no uncertainty, just cold, clear purpose. The next morning, Jerry drove Lainey to school and went straight to work. The warehouse was massive, filled with rows of shelving that stretched toward the ceiling. Forklifts beeped, radios crackled. The morning shift supervisor, Phil, waved him over. "You look like hell," Phil said. "Family Thanksgiving." "Say no more." Phil handed him a clipboard. "Got a big order shipping today. You got to handle the loading dock." "Yeah." Jerry spent the day in motion, loading pallets, checking inventory, moving boxes. The physical labor felt good. Simple. Nobody at the warehouse cared about drama or family politics. You did your job or you didn't. Everything else was noise. During his lunch break, he sat in his car and turned his phone back on. 23 missed calls, 17 text messages. His mother, "Please, Jerry, let's meet and talk." His father, "You need to calm down and stop being dramatic." Tyson, "Bro, seriously, you're going to ruin my whole event over this." Jerry deleted them all except one. His father's message from that morning. "We need to clear the air. Meet us at the community center tomorrow at 2. Don't make this harder than it needs to be." Jerry stared at the message for a long time. Then he replied, "I'll be there." The Maple Ridge Community Center sat at the edge of town, a squat brick building used for everything from bingo nights to local government meetings. Jerry arrived at 155 and parked near the entrance. The November afternoon was gray and cold. Dead leaves skittered across the parking lot, caught in swirling eddies of wind. Jerry walked inside. The lobby smelled like old coffee and industrial cleaner. A teenager working the front desk barely looked up from her phone. "Conference room B," she said, pointing down a hallway. Jerry's footsteps echoed on the linoleum. He found a room at the end of the corridor, a small space with a folding table, plastic chairs, and a white board covered in faded marker stains. His parents were already there. Ray stood by the window, arms crossed. Connie sat at the table, hands folded in front of her. Tyson leaned against the wall, trying to look casual and failing. Jerry walked in and closed the door behind him. Ray turned to face him. "You're late." "I'm not." Jerry checked his watch. "It's 1:59. Don't start with that attitude." "Why am I here?" Ray's jaw tightened. "Because we're family, and family solves problems together. Not by running away on Thanksgiving. Not by ignoring phone calls." "I didn't run away. I left after discovering you committed fraud." "That's a serious accusation," Ray said, his voice dropping into a dangerous register. Jerry pulled out a chair and sat down. He set his phone on the table, screen up, and looked at his father steadily. "It's not an accusation. It's a fact." Connie leaned forward, her expression pained. "Jerry, honey, you have to understand. We were trying to help Tyson. You know how hard he's worked to build his network to create opportunities for himself when he came to us with this event. How much did he ask for?" "That's not how much." She glanced at Ray, then back at Jerry. $15,000. "And you had $3,000 in savings," Jerry said. "So you took $12 from Laney's surgery fund." "We borrowed it." Ray corrected with full intention to pay it back. "No." Jerry's voice remained level. "You stole it. And you lied to the hospital to cover it up. You impersonated me. That's identity fraud." Tyson pushed off the wall. "Jesus Christ. Jerry, you're really going to sit here and act like we committed some kind of crime? We're family. Families borrow money from each other all the time." Jerry looked at his brother. Really looked at him. 32 years old and still dressed like a college student trying too hard. Expensive sneakers he couldn't afford. Designer sunglasses hooked on his collar. A watch that probably cost more than Jerry made in a month. "You didn't borrow anything." Jerry said, "You never asked me. You never got my permission. You conspired with our parents to steal money from a medical fund for a child's surgery." "My child, your niece, it's not that serious," Tyson said, "the surgery can wait." "No, it can't." The doctor said, "Do you know what it's like?" Jerry cut him off, his voice still calm, but harder now. "Watching your daughter fall down on the playground because her balance is broken. Seeing her sit out during games because she's scared of getting hurt. Having her ask why she's different from the other kids." Tyson shifted uncomfortably. "Look, I get it. You don't get anything. You've never had to sacrifice for anyone but yourself your entire life." "That's not fair," Connie said quickly. "Tyson has worked very hard." "At what?" Jerry asked, turning to his mother. "What exactly has he worked hard at?" "He's had 6 jobs in 3 years. He started 4 different businesses that went nowhere. And every single time you bail him out." Ray slammed his hand on the table, making the surface rattle. "That's enough. You don't talk about your brother that way." "Why not?" "Because it's true. Because he's family." Jerry stood up slowly. "You keep saying that word family like it means something. Like it gives you permission to do whatever you want." He picked up his phone and opened the voicemail file. "Listen to this again," he said, and played the recording. Connie's voice filled the room, smooth and confident, as she lied to the hospital, lied about Jerry's authorization, lied to steal his daughter's chance at normal childhood. When finished, Jerry set the phone back down. "That's you," he said to his mother. "You called the hospital. You pretended to be authorized. You canceled a medical procedure for a minor child. Do you understand what that is?" Connie's hands trembled slightly. "I was trying to help. You were committing medical fraud." "Don't you dare threaten your mother," Ray said, moving toward Jerry. Jerry didn't flinch. "I'm not threatening anyone. I'm explaining what you did." "We're not giving the money back," Ray said flatly. "Tyson's event is in 3 days. The money's already spent. Deposits are non-refundable. Then you have a problem." "No, you have a problem." Ray shot back. "You think you can come in here and throw around legal terms like they mean something? We're your parents. We raised you, fed you, gave you a home." Jerry felt something cold and final settle in his chest. "You gave Tyson a home," he said quietly. "I just live there." The words hung in the air. Connie's face crumpled. "That's not true. We love you both." "No, you don't." Jerry picked up his phone. "You love Tyson. You protect Tyson. You sacrifice everything for Tyson. I was just the reliable one. The one who didn't need help. The one you could forget about because I'd be fine on my own. This is ridiculous." Tyson muttered. Jerry turned to him. "Did you even ask where the money came from? Did you care?" Dad said it was from their savings. You knew. You've always known. You just didn't care because you never have to face consequences. That's not name one time. Jerry said, one time you faced real consequences for your actions without Mom and Dad bailing you out. Tyson opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Nothing came out. Jerry looked at his parents. Here's how this works. You return every dollar to the surgery fund by Monday morning. All $12,000. I don't care how you get it. Loans, credit cards, sell something. I don't care, but you get it back. Or what? Rye asked, his voice dripping with challenge. Jerry met his father's eyes. Or I filed charges. Identity fraud, medical interference. Theft, elder abuse statutes don't apply here, but child protection laws do. And I have everything documented, the voicemail, the bank transfers, text messages from Tyson bragging about his budget. A statement from the hospital confirming who called. You wouldn't ruin your own parents, Connie whispered. You ruined yourselves. Jerry walked toward the door. Monday morning, every dollar or I go to the police. Jerry, wait. He stopped with his hand on the doorknob. You stole from a 5-year-old. You canceled her surgery. You lied and committed fraud. And you did it all so Tyson could throw a party. He pulled open the door. Monday morning, he repeated. Then he left while his mother sobbed and his father shouted and his brother stood there finally silent. Jerry walked out of the community center into the gray afternoon and didn't look back. His hands weren't shaking. His heart wasn't racing. He felt nothing but clarity. Monday came and went with no money returned. Jerry checked the surgery account repeatedly throughout the day. The balance remained at $34,782. Tuesday morning, he called his father. Give a time, Ray said, his voice tight. These things take. You had 4 days. I gave you a deadline. You can't just. Jerry hung up. He drove to the Maple Ridge Police Department during his lunch break. The building was small, tucked behind a municipal parking lot. Inside, the waiting area had scuffed floors and motivational posters about community safety. Can I help you? The officer at the front desk looked young, maybe 25, with a name tag that read Jefferson. I need to file a complaint, Jerry said. What kind of complaint? Identity fraud. Medical interference. Theft officer. Jefferson straightened. Who's the complainant? Me and my daughter. She's 5. The officer's expression shifted. Let me get a detective. Jerry waited in a small interview room. Gray walls, metal table, 2 chairs, a camera in the corner with a red light glowing. The detective who entered was a woman in her 40s with short hair and tired eyes. Her badge read, Detective Morrison. Mr. Crowell. She sat down across from him. Officer Jefferson said, You're reporting fraud. Jerry set his phone on the table. My parents and brother stole $12,000 from my daughter's medical fund. My mother called the hospital, impersonated me, and canceled a scheduled surgery to cover up the theft. Detective Morrison pulled out a notepad. Walk me through it. Jerry did. Start to finish. Thanksgiving dinner, the voicemail, the confrontation, everything. When he finished, Morrison was quiet for a long moment. Do you have documentation? Jerry opened his phone and showed her the voicemail, the bank statements, the text messages, the hospital's confirmation email. Morrison listened to the voicemail 3 times. This is your mother's voice. Yes. And she identified herself as having your authorization. Yes. Morrison made several notes. And the surgery, what's your daughter's condition? Inner ear damage affecting her balance and development. The surgery was scheduled for tomorrow. Was I rescheduled it, but they took the money I'd saved? Morrison nodded slowly. Mr. Crowell, I want to be straight with you. These kinds of cases, family disputes over money, they're complicated, sometimes hard to prosecute. Jerry felt something sharp move through his chest. So, you're not taking this seriously. I didn't say that. Morrison met his eyes. What I'm saying is that your evidence is stronger than most family fraud cases I see. The voicemail is damning. The bank records are clear. The medical interference adds weight. If you want to pursue this, we can investigate. I want to pursue it. Even though it's your parents, especially because it's my parents. Morrison studied him for a moment. Kids usually hesitate to press charges against family. I'm not hesitating. I can see that. She tapped her pen against her notepad. Give me 48 hours. I'll need to verify the hospital records, pull the full bank statements, interview some witnesses, but based on what you've shown me, this case has merit. Jerry stood. Thank you, Mr. Crowell. Morrison stood as well. One more thing, if you move forward with this, there's no going back. Once charges are filed, it's out of your hands. The state pursues the case. You understand? I understand. And you're prepared for what that means for your family. Jerry thought of Lainey asking if she'd done something wrong. Thought of her wobbling across playgrounds while other kids ran easily. Thought of his parents choosing Tyson's vanity over her health. They made their choice. He said, "I'm making mine." Morrison nodded. "I'll be in touch." That night, Jerry was putting Lainey to bed when someone knocked on his door. He looked through the peephole and saw his father standing on the porch. Jerry opened the door but didn't step back to let him in. "What do you want?" Ray looked older than he had on Monday. The lines around his eyes deeper, his shoulders less certain. "We need to talk." Ray said, "We talked. I gave you a deadline. You ignored it. You don't understand what you're doing." "I understand exactly what I'm doing." Ray's jaw tightened. "You went to the police. How do you know that?" "Officer Jefferson is married to your mother's cousin. Word travels in this town." "Jerry, you should have remembered that before you tried to destroy your family." Jerry leaned against the door frame. "I didn't destroy anything. You did that yourselves. We made a mistake. You committed a crime. It was a family matter. Stealing $12,000 and committing identity fraud isn't a family matter. It's a felony." Ray took a step forward. His voice dropped. "You pull this back right now. You call the police and tell them it was a misunderstanding." "No, Jerry, go home." "Dad, listen to me." Ray said, his voice shaking now. "Your mother is terrified. Tyson is panicking. Do you have any idea what this could do to us? To our reputations? To our lives?" Jerry felt nothing but cold clarity. "You should have thought of that before you stole from your granddaughter. She's fine. The surgery can wait. That's not your decision to make." Ray's hand shot out and grabbed Jerry's arm. His grip was tight, almost painful. "You ungrateful?" Jerry yanked his arm free. "Don't touch me after everything we did for you." "Like what?" Jerry asked, his voice dropping to something dangerous. "What exactly did you do for me?" "You fed me because that's what parents have to do. You kept a roof over my head because not doing it was illegal. But you never chose me. Not once. Every time I needed something, you told me to figure it out. Every time Tyson screwed up, you fixed it for him. You don't get to pretend you were some kind of martyrs now." Ray's face had gone red. "We gave you a home. You gave Tyson a home. I was just there." The words seemed to hit Ray like a physical blow. He stepped back, breathing hard. "You're making a mistake," he said finally. "The only mistake I made was thinking you might change. Thinking you might care about Lainey more than you cared about protecting Tyson. We do care about her. Then why did you steal her surgery money?" Ray had no answer. Jerry stepped back and started to close the door. "Don't come back here. If you want to talk, do it through lawyers." Jerry, he closed the door, locked it, stood there listening to his father's breathing on the other side. After a long moment, footsteps retreated down the porch steps. Jerry looked through the peephole and watched his father drive away. Then he went to check on Lainey. She was asleep. One arm wrapped around her stuffed brachiosaurus, her breathing soft and steady. Jerry sat on the edge of her bed and smoothed her hair back from her forehead. "I'm not backing down," he whispered. "I promise." Wednesday morning, Detective Morrison called. "Mr. Crowell, I need you to come down to the station." "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, but we've had a development." Jerry took the afternoon off work and drove to the police department. Morrison met him in the lobby and led him back to her office, a cluttered space with filing cabinets and a desk covered in case folders. "Your father came in this morning," she said, gesturing for Jerry to sit. "He filed a complaint claiming you threatened him and your family." Jerry felt his chest tighten. "That's not true." "I know." Morrison pulled out a recording device. "He insisted I take a statement." "I did. Then I asked him about the voicemail from a hospital." "What did he say?" "He claimed it was a miscommunication that your mother called to ask about postponement options, not to cancel." When I played him the actual recording, his story fell apart pretty quickly. Morrison clicked the device and Ray's voice filled the room, angry and defensive, talking over Morrison's questions, refusing to explain why his wife had lied about Jerry's authorization. "He eventually admitted they took the money," Morrison said. "Claimed it was a family loan that you'd agreed to. When I showed him your bank statements proving you were the only contributor to that account, he stopped talking." Jerry let out a breath. "So, what happens now?" "I've completed my investigation. The evidence supports charges of identity fraud, medical interference, and theft. The district attorney is reviewing the case. If they agree to prosecute, and based on what I've seen, formal charges will be filed within the next 72 hours. All three of them. Your mother for making the fraudulent call, your father as an accessory." He admitted to helping facilitate the withdrawal, and your brother for receiving stolen funds knowing they came from your daughter's medical account. Jerry nodded slowly. Mr. Crowell, Morrison said gently. Are you sure about this? Why does everyone keep asking me that? Because it's a big step. Prison time is a real possibility here. Good. Morrison studied him. You don't have any doubts? They stole from my daughter. They lied. They would have let her suffer because Tyson wanted to throw a party. No, I don't have doubts. Morrison nodded. Then we moved forward. I'll need you to give a formal statement, and you should prepare for this to get messy. Your family will likely hire lawyers. There might be media attention depending on how the defense handles it. I don't care. You might care when it's happening. I won't. Morrison smiled slightly. It wasn't a happy expression. I've been doing this job for 20 years. I've seen a lot of families destroy themselves over money, over property, over stupid grudges, but I've rarely seen someone as certain as you are right now. They hurt my daughter. That's not complicated. No. Morrison agreed. I suppose it isn't. The charges were filed on Friday. Jerry got the call from Morrison at 4 in the afternoon. It's official. Your mother is charged with identity fraud and interference with medical treatment. Your father with accessory to fraud and theft. Your brother with receiving stolen property and financial misconduct. What's the timeline? Arraignment is Monday. They'll be formally notified this evening. I wanted you to hear it from me first. Jerry thanked her and hung up. He sat in his car in the warehouse parking lot, watching the sun sink behind the industrial buildings. Workers streamed out, heading home to their families, their normal lives. Jerry's phone started ringing. First his mother, then his father, then Tyson, then his mother again. He didn't answer. Instead, he drove home, picked up Lainey from after-school care, and took her out for pizza. They sat in a booth at the back of the restaurant, and Lainey told him about her day, about the art project she'd made, about the book her teacher had read, about the game she'd played at recess, even though running was hard. Dad, she said, dragging a piece of pepperoni through marinara sauce. Why haven't we seen Grandma and Grandpa? Jerry had been dreading this question. We're taking a break from them for a while. Are you still mad? I'm not mad, baby. I'm just making sure we're safe. Lainey nodded, accepting this with the easy trust of childhood. Okay. That night, after Lainey was asleep, Jerry sat on his porch despite the cold. The street was quiet. Lights glowed in neighbors' windows. Someone's television flickered blue through curtains. His phone buzzed. A text from a number he didn't recognize. This is Connie's lawyer. We need to discuss your willingness to drop charges. Jerry deleted it. Another text came through. Your actions are destroying your family. Think about what you're doing. He deleted that, too. A third message. We can make this go away if you're reasonable. Jerry turned off his phone. He'd stopped being reasonable the moment his mother lied to a hospital about his daughter's surgery. There was no going back now and he was fine with that. The courthouse was an old building in the center of Maple Ridge, built from graystone that had weathered 100 red years of Ohio seasons. Jerry arrived early Monday morning wearing the only suit he owned, slightly too tight in shoulders, slightly too short in the sleeves, but clean and pressed. Detective Morrison met him in the lobby. The arraignment is at 9 o'clock. You don't have to be here for this part. I want to be. It's just a formality. They'll enter. Please set bail. Schedule the preliminary hearing. I know. I still want to be here. Morrison nodded. Courtroom 3, second floor. Jerry climbed the wide staircase, his footsteps echoing. The hallway was lined with wooden benches where people waited, defendants, witnesses, family members. He recognized a few faces from around town. They looked away when they saw him. Word had spread fast. A son pressing charges against his parents. In a town like Maple Ridge, that was the kind of story that traveled faster than weather. Jerry found a seat near the back of courtroom 3. The space had high ceilings and tall windows that let in thin November light. The judge's bench dominated the front. Dark wood worn smooth by decades of justice. At 9 sharp, the bailiff called the room to order. All rise for the Honorable Judge Patricia Brennan. Everyone stood. The judge entered. A woman in her 60s with silver hair and glasses perched on her nose. She took her seat and surveyed the courtroom with the expression of someone who'd seen everything and wasn't impressed by any of it. First case, she said, the State of Ohio versus Connie Marie Crail, Raymond James Crowell, and Tyson Ray Cra. A door opened and Jerry's family entered with their lawyers. Connie looked smaller than she had 2 weeks ago. Her face was puffy, eyes red. She wore a navy dress that hung loose on her frame. Ray walked stiffly beside her, his jaw set, refusing to look anywhere but straight ahead. Tyson brought up the rear, flanked by a lawyer in an expensive suit who looked like he handled bigger cases in bigger cities. The three of them stood before the judge. Brennan read the charges without inflection. Connie Marie Crowell, you are charged with identity fraud and interference with medical treatment. How do you plead? Connie's lawyer, a local attorney named Peters, stepped forward. Not guilty, Your Honor. Raymond James Crowell, you're charged with accessory to fraud, coercion, and theft. How do you plead? Not guilty, Ray's lawyer said. Tyson Ray Crale, you are charged with receiving stolen funds and financial misconduct. How do you plead? The expensive lawyer smiled confidently. Not guilty, Your Honor. Judge Brennan made notes. Bail is set at $25,000 each. Preliminary hearing is set for December 15th. She looked up over her glasses. I'm also issuing a protection order. The defendants are to have no contact with the victim or the victim's minor child. Your Honor, Peters objected. These are the child's grandparents who allegedly committed fraud to steal from her medical fund. Brennan cut him off. The protection order stands. Any violation will result in immediate incarceration. Is that clear? Connie's face crumpled. Ray's hands clenched into fists. Tyson looked at his lawyer, who shook his head slightly. Yes, Your Honor, Peter said quietly. Court is adjourned. The gavel came down with a crack that echoed through the courtroom. Jerry watched his family file out. Connie was crying openly now. Ray had his arm around her, guiding her toward the exit. Tyson walked behind them, texting furiously on his phone. None of them looked at Jerry. He waited until the courtroom had cleared before standing. Morrison was waiting in the hallway. That went smoothly, she said. What happens next? Preliminary hearing in 3 weeks. The prosecution will present evidence. The defense will try to get charges reduced or dismissed. Based on what we have, I'd be surprised if it doesn't go to trial. How long until trial? Could be months, maybe longer. These things move slowly. Jerry nodded. I need to get to work. Mr. Crowell. Morrison caught his arm gently. You did well in there. I didn't do anything. I just sat there. You showed up. That matters. A lot of people wouldn't have a spine to see this through. Jerry shrugged. They hurt my daughter. It's not complicated. He left Morrison in the hallway and walked out of the courthouse into the cold morning. The preliminary hearing 3 weeks later was longer and more intense. The prosecution called Detective Morrison to the stand. She walked the court through the investigation. The voicemail recording, the bank statements, the text messages. Everything was entered into evidence with careful precision. Then they played the recording. Jerry sat in the gallery and watched his mother's face as her own voice filled the courtroom. The lie sounded even worse in the sterile legal environment. Confident, deliberate, completely fraudulent, Connie kept her head down, hands twisted together in her lap. The defense tried to argue that it was a misunderstanding, that Connie had only been trying to help, that families communicate about medical decisions all the time. Judge Brennan cut them off. Counselor, the recording is clear. The defendant identified herself as having the father's authorization. She did not. That's not a miscommunication. That's fraud. Next came the bank records. The prosecution showed the pattern of Jerry's deposits over 6 months. Then the single large withdrawal that emptied the account. And who authorized that withdrawal? The prosecutor asked Morrison. Raymond Crowell. He has signature authority on the account because he contributed funds previously. Did he have the account holder's permission for that withdrawal? No. Mr. Cra, the victim, was unaware of the withdrawal until after it occurred. Ray's lawyer tried to argue that having signature authority meant Ray had legal right to withdraw funds. Judge Brennan looked skeptical, even if those funds were specifically earmarked for a minor child's medical procedure. Family accounts often have flexible usage. We're not talking about flexible usage, counselor. We're talking about taking money designated for a child's surgery and giving it to her uncle for a party. The court finds sufficient evidence to proceed to trial on all charges. The defense lawyers huddled with their clients. Tyson's expensive attorney whispered urgently. Connie was crying again. Ray sat rigid, staring at nothing. Trial is set for February 20th. Brennan announced all previous conditions remain in effect. Court is adjourned. Jerry tried to keep life normal through December and January. Laney's surgery had been rescheduled for early December. Jerry took her to the hospital on a cold Tuesday morning. The procedure took 4 hours. He sat in the waiting room drinking bad coffee and reading the same magazine 3 times without absorbing any of it. When a surgeon came out, she was smiling. Everything went perfectly. She should see significant improvement in her balance within a few weeks. Jerry's legs felt weak with relief. He saw Laney in recovery, groggy and confused, but okay. She smiled at him through the fog of anesthesia. Did it work? She slurred. It worked, baby. Good. I want to run. Jerry held her hand and felt something tight in his chest finally ease. The money had been recovered as part of the criminal case. The court had frozen Tyson's accounts and ordered restitution. Jerry got every penny back, plus damages. By Christmas, Lainey was running. Actually running. Not carefully, not hesitantly, but with the wild abandon of a normal 5-year-old. She played tag at school. She jumped in puddles. She spun in circles until she was dizzy and laughing. Jerry watched her and knew he'd made the right choice. The trial began on February 20th. The courthouse was busier this time. Word had spread beyond Maple Ridge. A few reporters lingered in the hallway, notepads ready. Jerry wore the same suit, still too tight, still too short. The jury was selected over 2 days. 12 people from a surrounding county who would decide his parents' fate. They looked ordinary: a retired teacher, a grocery store manager, a mechanic, a nurse. Normal people asked to judge an abnormal situation. Opening statements came next. The prosecutor was a woman named Catherine Reed, mid-4s, with a calm authority that filled the courtroom. This case is about betrayal, she told the jury. The betrayal of a parent's trust, a child's welfare, and the basic decency we expect from family. The defendants didn't just steal money. They stole a little girl's chance at a normal childhood. They lied to medical professionals. They committed fraud. And they did it all so that one member of this family could throw a party. She paused, letting the words sink in. The evidence will show you exactly who made these choices and why. And it will show you that these weren't mistakes or misunderstandings. They were deliberate, calculated acts designed to benefit one person at a child's expense. That's not family. That's crime. The defense went next. Peters, representing Connie and Ray, tried a different approach. This is a family tragedy, a misunderstanding that spiraled out of control. Yes, mistakes were made. Yes, there was miscommunication. But these are grandparents who love their granddaughter. They contributed to her medical fund. They were involved in her care. When their son Tyson came to them with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they made a choice, perhaps an unwise choice, to help him with the understanding that the money would be repaid quickly. Tyson's lawyer was more aggressive. My client is a victim of his parents' decisions. He asked for help with a legitimate business expense. He was told the funds were available. He had no knowledge of where that money came from or how it was obtained. Holding him responsible for his parents' actions is unjust. Judge Brennan called a recess. Jerry sat in the hallway and drank water from fountain that tasted like metal. Morrison found him. You okay? They're making me sound unreasonable. That's their job. Don't let it get to you. I'm not. And surprisingly, he wasn't. The anger that had driven him for months had cooled into something harder, more permanent. Not rage, just certainty. The prosecution built their case methodically. They called the hospital administrator who confirmed the cancellation call and verified it came from Connie. They called the bank officer who confirmed Ray had withdrawn the money without Jerry's knowledge. They called Jerry's supervisor from the warehouse who testified about the overtime hours Jerry had worked, the extra shifts, the dedication to saving for his daughter's surgery. They played the voicemail recording multiple times. Each time, jury members glanced at Connie. She kept her head down, tears streaming silently. Then the prosecution called Jerry to the stand. He walked to the witness box, feeling strangely calm. Raised his right hand, swore to tell the truth. Reed approached with a gentle expression. Mr. Crowell, tell the jury about your daughter, Lainey. Jerry took a breath. She's 6 now. She loves dinosaurs. She's learning to read. She's the bravest person I know. What was her medical condition? Inner ear damage. It affected her balance. She fell a lot. Couldn't run or play like other kids. She was self-conscious about it. And the surgery was meant to correct this. Yes. How long had you been saving for it? 6 months. I worked overtime. Took every extra shift I could get. How much did you save? $12,000. Reed let that number hang in the air. When did you learn the surgery had been cancelled? Jerry described Thanksgiving. The dinner, the tension, the message from the hospital, his parents' casual admission. What did you feel when you heard the voicemail recording? Peters objected. Relevance. I'm establishing state of mind. Your Honor, I'll allow it. Jerry looked at the jury. I felt like I'd been stupid for believing they might change. For thinking they cared about Lainey more than they cared about protecting my brother. Did you confront them? Yes. What did they say? That the surgery could wait. That Tyson's opportunity was more important. That family helps family. Did they offer to return the money? No. My father said they weren't giving me anything. Reed nodded. Thank you, Mr. Crail. Peters cross-examined next, trying to make Jerry seem vengeful, unreasonable, vindictive. He asked about childhood grudges, about whether Jerry had ever borrowed money from his parents, about whether this was really about the surgery or about old resentments. Jerry answered calmly, "This is about my daughter, nothing else. But you refuse any reconciliation with your parents. They stole from my daughter and lied about it. There's nothing to reconcile. You don't think that's harsh?" "I think stealing from a child is harsh." Peters had no response to that. The defense presented their case over 3 days. They called character witnesses who testified that Ray and Connie were pillars of the community, that Tyson was a hard worker with big dreams, that this was all a terrible misunderstanding blown out of proportion. They tried to paint Jerry as estranged, difficult, holding unreasonable grudges. But they couldn't get around the voicemail. Connie took the stand in her own defense. She cried through her testimony, explaining that she'd only been trying to help both her sons, that she never meant any harm. That she loved Lainey and would never intentionally hurt her. "I made a mistake," she sobbed. "A terrible mistake. But I'm not a criminal. I'm a grandmother who tried to help and made the wrong choice." Reed's cross-examination was surgical. "Mrs. Crowell, when you called the hospital, did you identify yourself truthfully?" "I told them I was Lainey's grandmother." "Did you tell them you didn't have the authority to cancel the surgery?" "I thought yes or no, Mrs. Crowell. Did you tell them you were not authorized to make medical decisions for the child?" "No." "Did you tell them the child's father approved the cancellation?" A long pause. "Yes." "Was that true?" "No." "So, you lied." "I thought you lied to medical professionals about having authorization you didn't have. In order to cancel a surgery you had no right to cancel. Is that correct?" Connie's face crumpled. "Yes." Ray testified next, trying to explain the financial decisions, the family dynamics, the complexities that led to their choices. Reed demolished him too, walking him through each decision, each lie, each deliberate act that built toward the fraud. Tyson didn't testify. His lawyer was smart enough to keep him off the stand. Closing arguments came on a Friday afternoon. Reed spoke to the jury with quiet intensity. "The defense wants you to believe this was a misunderstanding, that these are loving grandparents who made a mistake. But the evidence tells a different story. It tells the story of deliberate fraud, of a lie told with confidence to a hospital, of money stolen from a child's medical fund, of a family who valued one member's vanity over a little girl's health." She walked along the jury box, making eye contact with each member. "When you deliberate, remember the voicemail. Remember Connie Crowell's voice saying she had authorization she didn't have. Remember that a 6-year-old child lost her chance at a normal childhood because her grandparents wanted to fund her uncle's party. That's not a mistake. That's a crime. And the law requires you to hold them accountable." Peters made his closing next, pleading for leniency, for understanding, for compassion. But Jerry could see it in the jury's faces. They'd already decided. The verdict came back Monday morning. Jerry sat in the gallery beside Detective Morrison, his hands steady on his knees. The jury filed in. None of them looked at the defendants. That was always a bad sign for the defense. "Has the jury reached a verdict?" Judge Brennan asked. "We have, Your Honor. In the case of the State of Ohio versus Connie Marie Crail on the charge of identity fraud. How do you find guilty?" Connie collapsed into tears on the charge of interference with medical treatment. "Guilty." In the case of the State of Ohio versus Raymond James Crowell on the charge of accessory to fraud. "Guilty." Ray's jaw clenched on the charge of theft. "Guilty." In the case of the State of Ohio versus Tyson Ray Crowell on the charge of receiving stolen property. "Guilty." Tyson's face went pale. "On the charge of financial misconduct." "Guilty." The courtroom erupted in whispers. Judge Brennan's gavel cracked once. "Order. Sentencing will be held in 2 weeks. The defendants will remain free on bail until that time. Court is adjourned." Jerry sat still while the room cleared around him. He'd won. He didn't feel triumphant. Didn't feel vindicated. "Just done, Jerry." Morrison touched his shoulder. "You okay?" "Yeah, that was the right verdict." "I know." She studied him for a moment. "What happens now?" "I wait for sentencing. Then I go home to my daughter." Morrison nodded. "She's lucky to have you." Jerry stood and straightened his jacket. "I'm lucky to have her." Sentencing came 2 weeks later on a gray March morning. The courtroom was packed. More reporters now, more spectators drawn by the unusual case of son who'd sent his parents to prison. Judge Brennan called the court to order and reviewed the verdicts. "This was a difficult case," she said, "not because the law is unclear. It's very clear that what you did was criminal, but because it involved family, And family cases always carry additional weight. She looked at Connie. Mrs. Crowell, you committed identity fraud against your own son to harm your own granddaughter's medical care. You lied with confidence and without remorse to medical professionals. Your actions were deliberate and calculated. Connie sobbed quietly. Mr. Raymond Crowell, you facilitated this fraud. You stole money from a child's medical fund, knowing exactly what that money was for. You showed no remorse and attempted to intimidate your son when he sought justice. Ray stared straight ahead. His jaw locked. Mr. Tyson Crowell, while you may not have been the architect of this fraud, you were a willing beneficiary. You accepted stolen money knowing or having strong reason to believe it came from inappropriate sources. You showed no concern for your niece's welfare. Tyson's expensive lawyer had tried everything to get him a suspended sentence. It hadn't worked. Judge Brennan announced the sentences. Connie Marie Crale, you're sentenced to 18 months in state prison, followed by 2 years supervised probation. You're also ordered to pay restitution and court costs. Connie collapsed fully now. Her lawyer holding her up. Raymond James Crowell, you're sentenced to 14 months in state prison, followed by 2 years supervised probation with restitution and court costs. Ray's face had gone red, his hands shaking with suppressed rage. Tyson Ray Cra, you're sentenced to 10 months in county jail followed by 3 years supervised probation with restitution and court costs. Tyson made a sound like he'd been punched. This court believes that family obligations run both ways. Brennan continued, parents have obligations to their children and grandchildren. When you violate those obligations through criminal conduct, you face consequences. Report to begin your sentences within 30 days. Court is adjourned. The gavel fell one final time. Jerry watched as his parents were let out by their lawyers. Connie could barely walk. Ry moved stiffly, his face a mask of fury. Tyson shouted something Jerry couldn't make out. None of them looked at him. Jerry stood and walked out of the courtroom into the March morning. It was over. 2 weeks later, Jerry and Laney stood in front of a small house on the other side of Maple Ridge. It was nothing fancy. 2 bedrooms, a fence yard, a garage that needed work, but it was theirs. Jerry had saved the restitution money, added it to his own savings, and made a down payment. A fresh start. Laney ran across the empty living room, her footsteps echoing on hardwood floors. She moved with perfect balance now. No hesitation, no wobbling. Just a normal 6-year-old exploring her new home. Can I pick my room? She called. Go ahead. Jerry walked through the space, imagining furniture, pictures on the walls. Life filling these empty rooms. Outside the window, he could see a park 2 blocks away. Swings and slides, and open grass where Laney could run. She deserved this. Deserved normal. Deserved a childhood without being caught in his family's dysfunction. His phone buzz. A text from Morrison. Saw you closed on the house. Congratulations. Jerry smiled and typed back. Thank for everything. You did the hard part. I just documented it. He pocketed his phone and looked around his new home. The last 3 months had been brutal. The investigation, the trial, the endless scrutiny from neighbors and strangers. Some people thought he was brave. Others thought he was cruel. Most didn't understand why anyone would send their own parents to prison. Jerry didn't care what they thought. He protected his daughter. Made sure she got the surgery she needed. Made sure the people who hurt her face consequences. That was enough. Daddy. Laney called from upstairs. Come see. Jerry climbed the stairs and found her in the smaller bedroom standing at the window. It looked out over the backyard. Overgrown grass, a few trees, privacy fence around the perimeter. I can see the whole yard from here, she said. Can we get a swing set? Maybe. We'll see. She turned to him, her face bright with possibility. This is a good house. Yeah, it is. Are Grandma and Grandpa going to visit? Jerry had been dreading this question for weeks. He knelt beside her. Eye level. No, sweetheart. They're not going to visit for a long time. Because of what they did. Because of what they did. Laney thought about this, her 6-year-old brain processing adult consequences. Did they say sorry? No, that's not nice. You're right. It's not. She wrapped her arms around his neck, a tight hug that made Jerry's chest ache. It's okay, Daddy. We have each other. Jerry closed his eyes and held his daughter. Yeah, baby. We do. That night, after Laney was asleep in her new room, Jerry sat on the back porch despite the chill. The yard was dark, just shadows of trees and fence posts. The neighborhood was quiet except for distant traffic. His phone sat beside him, silent now. His parents had 30 days to report to prison. Ry had already begun serving his sentence. Connie was scheduled to report next week. Tyson had filed an appeal that would probably go nowhere. Jerry felt no satisfaction, no vindication, no triumph, just peace. For the first time in his life, he'd set a boundary and enforced it. Refused to accept mistreatment as normal, protected someone who couldn't protect herself. His parents had made their choices. He made his, and he'd never apologize for it. Jerry looked up at the stars, barely visible through the light pollution, and thought about Laney sleeping upstairs, about her running across playgrounds now without fear. About the life they were building, different from what he'd imagined as a kid, different from the family he'd wanted. But theirs, a father and daughter moving forward without the people who'd try to break them. He stood and walked back inside, locking the door behind him. Tomorrow he'd unpack boxes, hang pictures, make this house a home. Tonight he'd sleep in a place where no one could lie to him, steal from him, or pretend that family meant accepting abuse. Jerry checked on Laney one more time. She was curled up with her dinosaur, breathing softly, safe. He walked to his own room and closed the door. For the first time in 6 months, Jerry Crowell slept without anger, without tension, without fear. Just a father who protected his daughter at any cost.